Chapter 1695. Luo Shuihan screamed and begged for mercy. Before this, not even in his wildest dreams would he have thought that this would be the outcome. 3 years ago, Lu Ming was only a 4th-level martial royal realm cultivator. How could he be so powerful now? Even he, the top genius of Cangzhou, could not fight back. Luo Shuihan could not figure it out, but he just wanted to live. In the past, when he killed others, he looked down on them like ants. Now that it was his turn, Luo Shuihan realized how terrifying he was. Spare you? Is that possible? Don't you think it's funny? Lu Ming spoke nonchalantly, his tone full of disdain. Elder, save me, save me. Luo Shuihan screamed and begged the elders of the Celestial God sect for help. Lu Ming, you'd better let him go. An old man from the Heavenly God sect spoke. The aura that this old man exuded was extremely shocking. A vast saint aura spread out continuously, filling the area with an oppressive pressure. He was definitely a terrifying expert. He was far more powerful than an ordinary bright saint. He was a supreme saint. Haha, what a joke. You've lost the treasure sorting meeting and now you're threatening me. How shameless of a supreme saint. Purple Dragon Valley's Valley Master stood up and exuded a terrifying aura. He faced the supreme saint of the Celestial God sect and the atmosphere became even more oppressive. The supreme saint of the Celestial God sect looked gloomy. He knew that he had gone overboard by interfering as a supreme saint. However, Luo Shuihan was very talented. He was second only to the Divine Sun. If he didn't die, he would definitely become a saint in the future. It was even possible for him to become a supreme saint. He might even be able to become an absolute saint. How many supreme saints did the Celestial God sect have in all these years? There were not many supreme saints in Cangzhou. They had accumulated over the years. It would be a great loss for them to be killed by Lu Ming. But the black dragon spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The spear light was shocking. Luo Shuihan, I'll send you to hell. Lu Ming said coldly. Luo Shuihan was scared out of his wits. He struggled and screamed. Lu Ming, you better think twice. The great saint of the Heavenly God sect said coldly. Reconsider? I only need to think once before I kill someone, why would I need to think thrice? Lu Ming responded. The black dragon spear pierced through Luo Shuihan's dantian and destroyed his spiritual deity. Luo Shuihan let out a roar of unwillingness. His eyes were as wide as a dead fish's. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that his life would end like this. That he would be killed by Lu Ming in this place. Senior brother deity, avenge me. With a final roar, Luo Shuihan's life was extinguished. Luo Shuihan was dead. The great sages of the Celestial Divinity sect, as well as the other sage realm experts, burst forth with shocking auras. They looked coldly at Lu Ming, but in the end they retracted their auras and sat down. This was the treasure ranking convention, and all the sects were present. If they broke the rules, they would be suppressed by the other sections. Luo Shuihan is dead. Many people murmured, still finding it hard to believe. Even the other geniuses felt the same way. They were somewhat stunned. The number one genius of the Cangzhou state, the mountain that suppressed all the geniuses of the Cangzhou state, was an insurmountable mountain. Yet he was killed by Lu Ming so easily, which made them feel unreal. How could this be? How could this be? Mo Yang muttered to himself as if he had been struck dumb. If Luo Shuihan was killed just like that, then what about him? How would he fare against Lu Ming? Thinking of this, he shuddered. How could Lu Ming's combat strength be so strong? I knew it. You were hiding your strength, but it was still beyond my expectations. Luo Xiang whispered, his eyes bursting with astonishing fighting spirit. However, in the next moment his fighting spirit was completely retracted. Master is the most powerful. I knew Master was the most powerful. In the Dragon God Valley area, Lu Xiang exclaimed. She didn't seem to be surprised at all. In her heart, all of this was a matter of course. Well, my eyesight is not as good as a little girl's. Zifeng smiled bitterly. Haha, senior brother Zifeng, that's because you don't know Lu Ming. When you get to know him for a long time, you won't be surprised at what he does. Tianshui laughed loudly. Tianshui, Xuaningxin, Long Yuanshan, and the others all knew what was going on. Previously, Lu Ming had said that he had a 50% chance of killing the divine child. Hence, it was natural that he would be able to kill Luo Shuihan easily. In the fighting ring, Lu Ming put away Luo Shuihan's storage ring and sacred weapon spear. These were his spoils of war, so he naturally wouldn't be polite. Then, with a shake of his spear, Luo Shuihan's body flew out of the fighting ring. Whoosh! Everyone was shocked when the black dragon spear pointed at the divine child. This was because the direction Lu Ming was pointing at was the Divine Child. Divine Child, just you wait. You're next. Lu Ming pointed his spear at the Divine Child, his killing intent cold. I will send you down to accompany Luo Shuehan, the Divine Child said. As his eyes opened and closed, a terrifying sacred light flashed. All around, everyone was suddenly filled with anticipation. They were looking forward to the battle between Lu Ming and the Divine Child. Previously, most people thought that Lu Ming wasn't qualified to fight with the Divine Child at all. Perhaps he would be killed by the Celestial God sect at the treasure sorting convention. Even if he was lucky enough to pass the treasure sorting convention, he wouldn't stand a chance against the Divine Child. But now they were suddenly filled with strong anticipation. Lu Ming had killed Luo Shuehan with a flip of his hand. He was simply unfathomable. Who knew if Lu Ming was hiding his strength? Perhaps he could really fight with the Divine Child? Buzz. In Lu Ming's hand, the black dragon spear shook, and the blood on it was shaken off. Then he put away the black dragon spear and returned to the spectator stand. Now let the battle continue, Piyuan Gui announced. The competition continued, but the rest of the competition was already dull and boring. Those who were watching didn't have the mood. They were all looking forward to the battle between Lu Ming and the Divine Child. Those who were fighting also didn't have the mood. With Lu Ming around, did they still have any hope of fighting for first place? With Lu Ming's combat strength, he could easily defeat them. Moreover, there was also Zifeng from the Dragon God Valley. Due to the fact that they had more people, they had been leading in points. So how could the other sects compete? There was no longer any hope, so their battle was just a formality. Soon the round ended and the next round began. Lu Ming and Mo Yang. Piyuan Gui's voice rang out, and Mo Yang's face suddenly turned pale. Lu Ming and Mo Yang stepped onto the fighting ring and stood opposite each other. Mo Yang, you said that you would kill me. Wait a minute, you won't just admit defeat, right? I don't think you're that cowardly, right? Lu Ming said. You, Mo Yang gritted his teeth and his face turned pale. Initially he had intended to admit defeat. However, after hearing Lu Ming's words, if he admitted defeat, he would be admitting that he was a coward. Lu Ming was deliberately putting him on the spot. Begin. At this moment, Piyuan Gui announced. Bang. Lu Ming stepped out and the fighting ring roared. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Chapter 1696. As soon as the unification of shattered energy was announced, Mo Yang immediately admitted defeat. He didn't dare to delay at all, as he was afraid that he would be instantly killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming stopped in his tracks and said disdainfully, You really have no guts. You were all high and mighty before, saying that you were going to kill me. Where did that go? Mo Yang's face was red, and he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. He lowered his head and returned to the spectator's stand without replying. Now the more he spoke, the more he would humiliate himself. He hated Lu Ming, but he didn't have the courage to fight Lu Ming to the death. Ninth junior brother, this result is within my expectations. He's just a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Tian Shui said. That's right. The words of this kind of person are like farts to him. Xuening Xin added. Burp. Mo Yang clenched his teeth so hard that they almost broke. Lu Ming, I'll let you be arrogant for a while. You'll still die at the hands of the Divine Child later. I'll tolerate you for now, but in the future, I'll kill all of these people from Dragon God Valley. Mo Yang roared in his heart. The competition continued. There was no suspense in the following competition. Anyone who met Lu Ming directly admitted defeat, including the top 10 geniuses. Haha, junior brother Lu Ming, I admit defeat. I'm no match for you. Later, Zifeng also met Lu Ming and admitted defeat. Later Lu Ming met Luo Xiang. Lu Ming thought that Luo Xiang would fight him, but he didn't expect Luo Xiang to shake his head and say, Lu Ming will have another chance to spar in the future. I'm no match for you now. After saying that, he directly left the fighting ring. Just like that, Lu Ming defeated all of his opponents in a sweeping manner. All competitions in this year's treasure sorting convention are over. When the unification of shattered energy was announced, Dragon God Valley cheered enthusiastically. Dragon God Valley had won, and there was no need to calculate the points. They all knew that Dragon God Valley had won. Lu Ming had swept through everyone by himself. Adding on the 10 points awarded to him, there was no longer any suspense. The Divine Dragon Valley has won first place in this treasure sorting meeting. The 2 primordial treasures belong to the Divine Dragon Valley for safekeeping. We will compete again in 3 years. Piyuan Gui announced. Ha, now give me the 2 treasures. The Purple Dragon Valley Master stood up and looked at the great sage of the Heavenly God sect. The great saints of the Heavenly Divinity sect were extremely indignant. He had brought the two treasures with him, but he had never thought of handing them over. With the Heavenly Divinity sect's lineup, it was certain that they would take first place this time. They did not expect the fourth-layer Martial Dominator Realm kid who claimed to challenge the God Son 3 years ago would possess such outstanding strength, killing Luo Shuehan and defeating the others, helping the Dragon God Valley to come first in the trial. Now he had no choice but to hand it over. Damned little bastard, you can't even rest when you're about to die. The great sage of the Heavenly God sect roared in his heart. In his opinion, Lu Ming would definitely be killed by the Divine Son. There was no doubt about it. There could not be another possibility. However, even if Lu Ming was dead, the Dragon God Valley would still come first in the trial and have the two treasures for 3 years. What is it? Why are you so hesitant? Are you not going to hand it over? The Purple Dragon Valley Master said with a hollow laugh. Fine, you won't be able to discover anything in 3 years. The great sage of the Heavenly Divinity sect said coldly. It had been so many years, and one of the two treasures was said to contain the secret to achieving the Martial Monarch realm. However, no one had managed to discover anything after so many years. He did not believe that the Dragon God Valley would be able to discover anything in 3 years. He took out a storage ring and threw it to the Purple Dragon Valley Master. The Purple Dragon Valley Master received it and scanned it with his spiritual sense. Lu Ming's eyes flickered too. He was not too interested in the other treasure. He was hoping to obtain the fragment of the prison-suppressing boulder. Bang! The sky buzzed as a powerful pressure descended. The God Son stood in the air, his body glowing with sacred light. He stood above the fighting ring and looked down at Lu Ming coldly. Many people were shocked. Were the God Son and Lu Ming going to fight? Lu Ming, I'll give you time to recover. The God Son said coldly. Why do I need to recover? We can fight now. Lu Ming swept his gaze toward the Divine Son. He rose into the air and stood opposite him. There was no doubt that Lu Ming and the God Son had become the focus of attention. Are they finally going to fight? Someone murmured. In fact, many people had come to the treasure convention to watch the battle between Lu Ming and the God Son. Do you think Lu Ming can fight the God Son? It'll be difficult. The God Son entered the Saint Realm a year and a half ago, but Lu Ming is only a half-saint. Moreover, he's only in the second stage. The gap is too big. It's almost impossible for a non-saint level battle saint to fight. Moreover, the God Son is stronger than the average Saint Realm. Lu Ming has no hope. Many people discussed and some sighed. They thought that Lu Ming was no match for the God Son. Go master. Beat him. Xiang Xiang waved her little fist. Long Yuanshan, Yang Tianzong, Tianchue, Xuaningxin and the others watched quietly. They could not help but worry. Sacred light danced on the God Son. Even his eyes turned into milky white sacred light. He said coldly, Lu Ming, although your combat strength is not bad, I'll let you know the difference between a non-saint level battle saint and a saint realm. Bam! The God Son stepped out like the Son of God. Sacred light burst forth and a powerful aura pressed down on Lu Ming. Then he slapped out and a huge palm print of sacred light pressed down on Lu Ming. Sacred power surged and the precepts flowed. It was extremely terrifying. You're only using the power of a luminous saint realm? You're really looking down on me? The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He did not dodge and threw a punch. Lu Ming's fist shone, and the shadow of a tablet could be vaguely seen. Boom! An earth-shattering roar sounded. The huge palm print of sacred light was shattered by Lu Ming's punch. Lu Ming rushed through the sacred light and attacked the God Son. Many people were shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength was too terrifying. He directly broke the God Son's attack and took the initiative to attack the God Son. Could Lu Ming really have the combat strength of a saint realm? At the thought of this, many people widened their eyes and held their breaths. They stared at the scene without blinking, afraid that they would miss the key scene. The God Son's eyes turned cold. His palms emitted a bright sacred light, as if they were two pieces of milky white sacred stone. They were crystal clear and holy. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. His palms continued to attack Lu Ming. They were extremely terrifying, as if they could destroy everything. Lu Ming's palms flowed with the law of primal chaos as he used the suppressing hell skill. He was not afraid at all and continued to attack. Dong, dong, dong. Dense collisions sounded. Lu Ming and the God Son had collided hundreds of times in an instant. Every time they collided, there was a dull roar in the sky. The two of them crossed each other like two streams of light. Some of the weaker cultivators could not see them clearly. Dong. After the last attack, the two of them kept retreating. However, Lu Ming only retreated 3 steps, while the God's Son retreated 9 steps. The God's Son was at a disadvantage. Chapter 1697. This is impossible. Everyone in the celestial divine sect roared in their hearts, finding it difficult to accept all of this. In their hearts, the divine child, who was invincible among his peers, had actually been forced into a disadvantageous position by a half-saint with his cultivation of the saint realm. This was simply like a fantasy story. How is this possible? How is this possible? Mo Yang shook his head again and again as he roared in his heart. All this time he had never taken Lu Ming seriously, thinking that he could easily crush Lu Ming. However, he did not expect that this time, his imagination would be completely overturned. Previously, Lu Ming had easily killed Luo Shuihan, which made his heart tremble. Facing Lu Ming, he did not even dare to fight and directly admitted defeat. He thought that Lu Ming would definitely die at the hands of the divine child. However, he now realized that Lu Ming had not used much of his strength before, and now he could actually suppress the divine child. Why is he so strong? Why am I not the strong one? Who is Lu Ming? What qualifications does he have to have such combat strength? Mo Yang roared in his heart, feeling extremely jealous. Lu Ming, you really did not disappoint me, but this is far from enough. In the celestial divine sect area, Xian Yinjuan's eyes sparkled as he whispered in his heart. On the other hand, the Dragon God Valley was already cheering. Divine child, is this your combat strength? It doesn't seem to work. Lu Ming's slightly mocking voice rang out. There was a trace of surprise in the divine child's eyes as he said, Lu Ming, your combat strength is indeed beyond my expectations. Unfortunately, you have met me, so you are destined to die. Bang. The divine child stepped out, and the holy light on his body became even more intense, turning into a pillar of light that shot into the sky. Bang. Bang. Next, the Son of God took 1 step at a time toward Lu Ming. With every step he took, the aura on his body became stronger. In the end, the Son of God's aura was so powerful that it was several times stronger than before. Great achievement of the Bright Saint realm. In the Dragon God Valley, the Purple Dragon Valley Master could not help but let out a cry of surprise. What? The Son of God has already reached the great success stage of the Bright Saint realm. So fast? The Great Bright Sage realm is several times stronger than the Small Bright Sage realm. Lu Ming is finished. The deity's cultivation is too high. Lu Ming is no match for him. What a pity. Lu Ming is indeed incomparably powerful and rarely seen since ancient times. If he was given a few more years, he might even be able to fight against a divine child. Heaven is jealous of geniuses. The time given to him is too short. Many people sighed, some shook their heads, but there were also some who rejoiced in Lu Ming's misfortune, hoping that he would be killed. For example, Silver Dragon Valley's Yin Zisong and the others all had ferocious expressions on their faces, hoping that Lu Ming would be killed. The strength Lu Ming displayed this time was too shocking. If Lu Ming was not killed, where would there be room for them in Dragon God Valley in the future? Haha, Lu Ming, you will die in the end. Mo Yang was laughing in his heart, but his face was full of malevolence. Above the deity's head, a small snow-white pagoda emerged and rapidly grew in size. At the same time, a battle sword appeared in his hand, covered in holy light. There was no doubt that these were all sacred weapons. The small snow-white pagoda grew to the size of a mountain and suppressed Lu Ming. With the deity's great bright sage realm cultivation, the power of the sacred weapon was extremely powerful. At this moment, light spots appeared on Lu Ming's body, and from each light spot, a sacred weapon flew out. A total of 36 sacred weapons were suspended around him. The others were dumbfounded and they almost bit their tongues. 36 sacred weapons. Lu Ming had taken out 36 sacred weapons all of a sudden. Most of the people were dumbfounded. Most people had never even touched a sacred weapon, and had only seen others use it. But now, Lu Ming had taken out 36 sacred weapons all of a sudden. It was infuriating to compare oneself to others. What's the use of having so many sacred weapons? The deity said coldly. The huge pagoda shone and suddenly pressed down. Around Lu Ming, the 36 sacred weapons aura connected with each other and converged on a large cauldron. Go! Lu Ming waved his hand, and the large cauldron rapidly grew in size and collided with the huge pagoda. Boom! Like two mountains colliding, the sky shook violently. After the large cauldron and the huge pagoda collided, they were evenly matched and retreated together. Kill! The deity held a long spear in his hand and charged at Lu Ming. The long spear pierced the air and made a terrible whistling sound. Lu Ming was not afraid at all. He grabbed the black dragon spear next to him, and the aura of the sacred weapon gathered and the precepts circulated as he charged at the deity. The light collided in the void and the force was rampant, sweeping in all directions. Around them, powerhouses like Valley Master Purple Dragon waved their hands and laid down a defensive light screen. Otherwise, those below the Saint Realm would have died if they were hit by the force. Great Saint Light Technique. The deity roared and the sacred light on his body became even brighter. In the end, it turned into a sacred light armor that covered the deity. The deity's power was even stronger. The deity's spear of punishment pierced through the void, and there was nothing it could not destroy. The deity began to suppress Lu Ming. Kill? Lu Ming shouted and activated the divine sword art. 2 pitch-black rays of light burst out from his eyes and rushed into the deity's forehead. The deity's forehead shone brightly, and the deity only shook slightly as if nothing had happened. Lu Ming's current soul power was equivalent to the Bright Saint initial success, but the deity was an existence of the Bright Saint great success, and most likely had a way to defend the soul. Lu Ming's divine sword art had little effect on the deity. Chaos. Lu Ming whispered. A chaos-flipping sky seal appeared in his left hand, and he threw it at the deity. The chaos-flipping sky seal grew rapidly and pressed down, making the deity's face turn grave. He controlled the giant pagoda to crash against the chaos-flipping sky seal, but the deity's spear of punishment in his hand did not stop, and he attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming held the black dragon spear in his hand to meet the attack. Boom! The giant pagoda was sent flying, but the chaos-flipping sky seal disappeared without a trace. Again? Lu Ming condensed another chaos-flipping sky seal in his hand, and he attacked the deity. Lu Ming condensed the chaos-flipping sky seal while fighting the deity with the 10,000 soldier art. For a moment, the two were evenly matched and the battle became a draw. They kept colliding in the void and it was extremely fierce. Lu Ming was at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation, as he was only in the second stage of the half-saint realm. Back in the 100-tribe battlefield, Lu Ming, his second body, and Bubble had killed an existence of the Bright Saint great success in a few moves. But that was because the three of them worked together. If Lu Ming's main body was alone, he could at most suppress the existence of the Bright Saint great success slightly, but he definitely could not kill the other party. But now, Lu Ming had 36 saint weapons sealed in his body, and he had cultivated in seclusion in the Dragon God Valley for more than a month. He had finally cultivated the chaos-flipping sky seal to the 6th level. Lu Ming's main body's overall combat power was stronger than when he was in the 100-tribe battlefield. However, because the saints outside could operate their precepts more smoothly, their battle prowess was stronger than the saints in the 100-tribe battlefield. Chapter 1698. Lu Ming and the deity fought fiercely. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 100 blows. At this moment, everyone present was no longer shocked, but numb. They were numb to Lu Ming's combat strength. Lu Ming's combat strength had exceeded their imagination. They had never heard of a Stage 2 half-saint being able to fight against a greater achievement Bright Sage Saint. Moreover, the other party was a demonic genius. Everyone was only focused on the final outcome of this battle. Everyone held their breaths and clenched their fists. They watched nervously without blinking. They knew that this battle was destined to be recorded in the history of Zhangzhou. It would be known as a pinnacle battle. Lu Ming's main body was surrounded by 36 sacred weapons. He held the chaotic sky-flipping seal in his hand. He looked like a god of war. On the other hand, the deity's pagoda floated above his head. He held the spear of divine punishment and was covered in sacred light armor. He looked like the Son of God. The two fought in the void and exchanged more than 10 blows. At this moment, the deity's son started to feel anxious. Even with his cultivation level, he still couldn't take down Lu Ming. He was extremely shocked. Lu Ming must die. If this continues, I won't be his match in a few years. The deity's son couldn't accept this thought. However, he knew that it was the truth. Therefore he had to kill Lu Ming today. Sword of Sacred Light. The deity shouted. A snow-white sword flew out from between his eyebrows. As soon as the sword appeared, Sword Chi soared into the sky and stirred up the clouds. Great sacred weapon, damn it! The Purple Dragon Valley's Valley Master shouted furiously. The others in Dragon God Valley were also shocked. The deity had refined a great sacred weapon. A great sacred weapon was much stronger than an ordinary bright sage weapon. It was the exclusive sacred weapon of a supreme saint. Lu Ming and the deity's son were evenly matched. However, the great sacred weapon had broken the balance. Sword of Sacred Light, slash. The deity put away the spear in his hand and held the sword of sacred light. He slashed out and a terrifying sword light slashed toward Lu Ming. Boom. This sword strike struck the primal chaos cyclic sky seal that was bombarding him. The primal chaos cyclic sky seal shook violently before exploding in the air. Then, the Son of God stepped forward with his sword in hand and slashed at Lu Ming again. The black dragon spear in Lu Ming's hand swept out towards his opponent. Clang. The radiant sword struck the black dragon spear, causing it to vibrate violently. Lu Ming felt a terrifyingly sharp chi surge towards him, causing him to involuntarily retreat. The holy light sword did not stop and continued to slash at him. Lu Ming's mind moved, and the holy weapons around him blocked in front of him. They were all defensive types. Boom. Boom. The saint weapons vibrated and several of them were sent flying. Lu Ming had to retreat several steps before he was able to block the attack. Now that the divine sun had taken out his great sage weapon, his battle prowess had increased greatly. Lu Ming was already at a disadvantage. Kill. The Son of God held his sword and charged towards Lu Ming again. Holy weapons danced around Lu Ming as he activated his battle weapon chi and fought with his opponent. After the previous battle, Lu Ming stopped using the primal chaos cyclic sky seal. Although the primal chaos cyclic sky seal was powerful, it consumed too much energy. If he continued to use it, he would definitely run out of true essence. Kill. The Son of God shouted. His killing intent was wild as he launched a torrential attack on Lu Ming. Up until now he had not killed Lu Ming. To him it was a great humiliation. He wanted to kill Lu Ming as soon as possible. Lu Ming blocked with the 10,000 weapon art, but he kept retreating. He was suppressed by the Son of God. Swoosh. After blocking the Son of God's sword strike, Lu Ming soared into the sky. You want to leave? You can't. The Son of God said coldly. He soared into the sky and charged towards Lu Ming. Who said I'm leaving? Lu Ming's voice was heard. At this moment, Lu Ming's glabella shone and a figure walked out. Ming Lian's second body. As soon as the second body appeared, the Tai Chi array disc floated in the air. A Tai Chi pattern suppressed the Son of God. At the same time, Lu Ming's main body also attacked. He looked down from above and became one with his spear. He turned into a dazzling spear radiance and swooped down towards the Son of God. The Tai Chi array disc had the power of sealing and destruction. It floated above the Son of God, trying to seal and destroy him. Whoosh! Lu Ming's main body's attack arrived. The spear radiance pierced towards the Son of God's glabella. Holy light burst out from the Son of God's body. He roared and slashed out with his sword, hitting Lu Ming's spear radiance. Boom! The Son of God's body fell. Kill. Ming Lian's second body controlled the Tai Chi array disc and continued to suppress the Son of God. At the same time he operated the array law. Endless runes spread out and formed a battle sword that slashed towards the Son of God. Lu Ming's main body continued to attack. The main body and the second body joined forces, not giving the Son of God a chance to catch his breath. Everyone present was dumbfounded. How could there be two Lu Mings at the scene? How dare you use two against one? You've broken the rules. The great sage of the celestial god sect shouted, his eyes cold. Are you blind? I can't tell. The aura of the two Lu Mings is exactly the same. They're clearly the same person. This is just a secret technique. Although the Valley Master of Purple Dragon Valley was shocked, he sneered and refuted the great sage of the celestial god sect. That's right. This is just a secret technique. The two of them are actually the same person, just like clones. What's wrong with that? If you're so capable, ask the Son of God to use his clones too. Tian Shui said. It's not your turn to interrupt when the elders are talking. You're so insolent. The great sage of the celestial god sect waved his sleeves, then turned his head coldly without saying a word. Indeed, Lu Ming's main body and second body had the same aura and soul fluctuations. They were clearly the same person, just like clones. However, they were much more advanced than clones. The two bodies could cultivate different cultivation techniques and comprehend different laws. This was simply unbelievable. No matter what, since they were the same person, it was not against the rules. Asking the Son of God to use his clones was a joke. The strength of the clones was only a fraction of the real body's strength. Moreover, using the clones now would only weaken the combat power of the real body. It was not wise at all. Lu Ming's main body and second body attacked continuously. The attacks were like a storm, not giving the Son of God a chance to catch his breath. The situation had completely reversed from before. Now, it was the Son of God who was at a disadvantage. Lu Ming kept attacking. Is the Son of God going to lose? It can't be. A non-saint is going to kill a saint? Oh my God, this is too terrifying. Many people could not hide the shock in their hearts and exclaimed, Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to force the Son of God to this extent. No wonder I lost to you and the Xie family in the divine wilderness continent. However, this is not enough. The Son of God still has a secret technique that he hasn't used yet. Xian Yanjuan's eyes flickered with surprise as he muttered. Lu Ming's main body and second body attacked continuously. They cooperated with each other and their power increased greatly. Son of God, is this all you've got? It seems like you're the one who will die today. Chapter 1699. Xian Yanqing had told him that the deity had another secret technique. Once he cast it, his strength would increase tremendously for a short period of time. He had to be on guard. Lu Ming, you're courting death. You forced me to do this. Holy explosion technique. The deity roared. Boom. At this moment, the deity's body glowed with holy light. The holy light armor on his body exploded and turned into holy light that entered the deity's body. At this moment, the deity's aura skyrocketed and rushed toward the peak of the bright sage realm. What? The deity has another secret technique. What a terrifying secret technique. His aura has begun to skyrocket. It's so powerful and it's still rising. Even his aura has changed. Many people exclaimed, Brr. At this moment, the deity let out a beast-like roar. His eyes turned red, and there was a trace of ferocity on his face. The pure white holy light on his body was no longer pure, and there was a trace of blood in it. Lu Ming died. The deity roared and slashed out with his sword. The Tai Chi pattern was broken by the sword and dissipated in the air. At the same time, the sword light struck Lu Ming's long spear. Lu Ming's body shook violently. He felt an irresistible force coming at him, and his body flew into the sky. Kill. The deity roared. He took a step forward and charged forward. The sword light was shocking, as if it could destroy everything. Countless runes appeared on the second body and turned into various weapons that flew toward the deity. At the same time, the Tai Chi array plate shone and another Tai Chi pattern appeared. Then the Tai Chi pattern split into two and turned into a pair of yin and yang fish swords that slashed toward the deity. Bam! 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 The deity's sword light easily destroyed the various weapons formed by the second body's array principles. The sword light struck the yin and yang fish swords. Clang! Clang! Sparks flew in all directions and the sword chi was rampant. The yin and yang fish swords were sent flying. Buzz! In the sky, a huge chaotic cyclic sky seal pressed down on the deity. Behind the chaotic cyclic sky seal, Lu Ming swooped down with 36 sacred weapons and attacked the deity. Holy slash break! The divine child roared and slashed out with his sword. A beam of sword chi of saint light shot up into the sky. It was tens of thousands of feet tall, as if it could split the world in two, and slashed at the chaotic flipping sky seal. Sizzle! When the sword light struck the primal chaos flipping sky seal, an ear-piercing sound was heard. The sword light was actually breaking through the primal chaos flipping sky seal quickly. Bang! In the end, the primal chaos flipping sky seal exploded. The sword light did not stop and collided with Lu Ming behind the primal chaos flipping sky seal. Terrifying vibrations continued to ring out as Lu Ming's saint weapons were sent flying one by one. Lu Ming's body was once again sent flying into the air. What a powerful force! Lu Ming was also shocked. After the deity used his secret technique, his strength increased by several times. However, Lu Ming was not afraid. Instead, his eyes revealed a strong fighting spirit. Fight! 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 Lu Ming did not retreat. Instead, he closed in. His main body and second body attacked the deity at the same time. All kinds of attacks bombarded the deity. The deity held the Supreme Saint battle sword in his hand. A beam of sword light slashed out and destroyed Lu Ming's various attacks. Then the battle sword continued to slash out. Beams of dazzling sword light surged toward Lu Ming. Bang! 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 Explosions continued as Lu Ming's various attacks were destroyed. His body retreated. Kill! The deity turned into a beam of sword light and shot up into the sky, attacking Lu Ming's main body. Clang! 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 The sword light bloomed, and the saint weapons that surrounded Lu Ming were sent flying one by one. In fact, a crack had appeared on one of the shields after being slashed by the battle sword. Lu Ming, you are dead meat today. The deity said coldly as he continued to attack Lu Ming. Swoosh! A beam of sword light almost split Lu Ming's body in half. Lu Ming did not call out Bubble for help. Bubble was a spiritual beast and was not considered within his combat strength. If he called out Bubble, the supreme saint of the celestial god sect would probably intervene. He could only rely on himself. Whoosh. Lu Ming's main body retreated quickly. His second body stepped forward and controlled the Tai Chi array disc to suppress the deity. Clang. The deity's sword slashed the Tai Chi array disc. The Tai Chi array disc shook and was sent flying. It was not that the Tai Chi array disc was weak, but that the second body's cultivation was limited and could not unleash much of its power. Kill. The deity charged toward Lu Ming's main body again as if he had his eyes on Lu Ming's main body. Lu Ming tried his best to block, but he was no match for the deity. He was in danger and was almost cut in half again. He narrowly avoided the attack. Lu Ming is out of tricks. He is using all his strength. Yes, he is strong enough, but he is no match for the deity. He is going to die here. What a pity. At this point in the battle, it was obvious that Lu Ming had used all his strength. Unfortunately, he was no match for the deity. Poof. The sword light swept across Lu Ming's body and a bloody wound appeared. Blood flowed out. Lu Ming, you don't have a chance anymore. The divine sun bellowed. His attacks were like a violent storm. Lu Ming was in danger. But even in danger, Lu Ming's face was still calm. He used the law of chaos to the extreme and fought with the deity. At the same time, his second body also continuously attacked the deity. The law of chaos. Deity, I will use you to break through the law of chaos. In danger, Lu Ming was exceptionally calm. His essence, energy, and spirit were highly concentrated. The true origin in his body was operating to the extreme. The law of chaos was also operating to the extreme. The more dangerous it was, the more potential it could stimulate. Poof. A sword light pierced through Lu Ming's shoulder. But Lu Ming's spiritual body was so strong that it contained a wisp of chaotic qi. It was not weaker than a mid-level heaven spiritual body. The spiritual body immediately squirmed and sealed the wound. It destroyed the destructive power of the sword qi so that it would not cause too much damage. The law of chaos, the law of chaos. These words kept appearing in Lu Ming's mind. His spirit seemed to have entered a mysterious state. The ethereal state of life and death. When facing the fatal threat of the deity, Lu Ming finally entered that state again. Buzz. At this moment, there was an invisible wave in the sky that rushed into Lu Ming's body. That is, the law of chaos. Someone yelled. Lu Ming has broken through. He actually broke through in the battle with the deity. Unbelievable. He is going to break through the law of chaos. Is the battle going to be reversed again? Everyone was shocked. The overlords of the heavenly divine sect even stood up and unleashed their energy. The law of chaos needs some time to adapt to the law of chaos. Deity, kill him now. The great sage of the heavenly divine sect yelled. Lu Ming, be careful. Purple Dragon Valley Master also yelled to remind Lu Ming. Everyone knew that this battle had reached a critical juncture. If Lu Ming could survive the time his body needed to adapt to the law of chaos, he might be able to reverse the battle and kill the deity. Lu Ming's combat power was already terrifying enough. If he broke through again, he might really be able to defeat the deity. Besides, the deity's secret art could increase his strength in a short period of time. But that was only for a short period of time. If that happened, the deity would definitely die. Chapter 1700. Lu Ming, you don't have a chance. Kill. The Son of God shouted and raised his combat strength to the maximum as he charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming retreated quickly. Lu Ming indeed needed some time to adapt to the law of primal chaos. This was the most dangerous time for him. You can't escape. The Son of God chased after him. Whoosh, whoosh. A pair of yin-yang fish swords slashed at the Son of God. Get lost. The Son of God slashed out with his sword and sent the yin-yang fish swords flying. He seemed to have seen the difference between the primary and the secondary. He stared at Lu Ming's main body and ignored the secondary body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Concentrated air-piercing sounds could be heard as the second body took out 21 phoenix feather flying swords. They formed a sword formation and stabbed toward the divine sun. Get lost, get lost. The Son of God swept his sword and the sword chi broke through the air. The phoenix feather flying swords were all sent flying. But at that moment, Lu Ming's secondary body appeared in front of Lu Ming's main body and blocked it. At the same time, his hands were waving rapidly. In the air, countless inscriptions appeared and large arrays appeared. There were all kinds of defensive, entrapment, entanglement, and offensive arrays that rushed at the Son of God. Now, the secondary body's main purpose was to stall for time. Trying to stall for time? Break. The Son of God was furious. With a sweep of his sword, the arrays were broken one by one. The secondary body took a few steps, and with every step, countless inscriptions appeared. One after another, large arrays appeared in the air. Although these large arrays couldn't hurt the Son of God, it was good as long as they could delay him a little. The secondary body's hands were constantly waving, and inscription talisman scrolls appeared and were opened by the secondary body. The various arrays in the inscription talisman scrolls shone and fell toward the Son of God. These inscription talisman scrolls were the ones that he usually refined. As for Lu Ming's main body, he retreated quickly and tried his best to adapt to the law of primal chaos. Kill! The Son of God roared. Sword light swept out and countless large arrays collapsed. A sword light pierced toward Ming Lian's secondary body at a terrifying speed. Ming Lian's second body waved his hand and dozens of layers of defense appeared in front of him. However, these defenses were like paper in front of the sword light. They couldn't withstand a single blow and were instantly pierced through. The sword light pierced through the chest of Ming Lian's second body, and a big hole appeared. Master! In the stands, Lu Xiangxiang cried out in grief. Junior brother Lu Ming. Tianshui, Xuaningxin and Long Yuanshan clenched their fists so tightly that their veins bulged. Everyone at the scene was staring at the battle intently. The battle had entered a critical moment. This battle had exceeded everyone's expectations. At first, many people thought that this was a battle without any suspense. They thought that the divine child could easily kill Lu Ming. However, when the battle between the two really began, it was beyond everyone's imagination. This battle was full of suspense. From the beginning, no one could have predicted the outcome. The two of them continuously used their trump cards and engaged in a peak confrontation. Even now, no one could guess who would win in the end. Everyone's hearts were in their mouths as if they had forgotten to breathe. Some of the youths were even trembling with excitement. This was a battle between geniuses. They were too far away from the clash between geniuses. Ming Lian's second body's chest was pierced through, and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. However, his eyes were still calm. He took a step forward, and dense inscriptions filled the air and a large array appeared. Between his eyebrows, the golden spiritual fire burned fiercely, and the law of array Tao flowed through his body. Above his head, the Tai Chi array diagram emitted a dazzling light. Another Tai Chi array diagram appeared, and it turned into the yin-yang fish sword. The deity's attacks were relentless as streaks of terrifying sword light slashed out. Every single sword light could easily kill an existence in the Bright Saint Minor completion. All of the formations had been swept clean. Clang, clang. The yin-yang fish sword was sent flying. Ming Lian's second body dodged quickly, but he was still swept by the sword light, and one of his arms was sent flying. However, Ming Lian's second body still stood firmly in front of Lu Ming's main body, and tried his best to resist. Get lost! The divine child roared crazily. His secret technique had a limited time and he could not delay. However, Ming Lian's second body had endless means, and he retreated as he fought, blocking in front of Lu Ming's main body. For a moment he could not rush over. Ming Lian's second body was slashed by the sword light again. This time it was more serious. His waist was cut open and he was almost completely cut into two. Die! The divine child shouted, intending to completely obliterate Lu Ming's second body before killing Lu Ming's main body. You're the one who's going to die. At this moment, a cold voice sounded, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of the second body, throwing out a punch. Boom! This punch landed on the sword light, and the sword light vibrated. The divine child's body trembled, and he felt a storm of power surging toward him. He could not help but retreat. This figure was Lu Ming's main body. How is this possible? The body needs to adapt to the law of array Tao. How can you adapt so quickly? The divine child shouted in disbelief. How long had it been? Less than a minute, and Lu Ming had already adapted. Others are others and I am myself. Divine child, you are the one who will die today. Lu Ming said coldly. With a wave of his hand, he put Ming Lian's second body into the mountain river diagram. Although Ming Lian's second body was severely injured, he would recover after a period of rest. Lu Ming had indeed completely adapted now. The law of chaos flowed through every muscle and cell of Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming felt that he was extremely powerful now. Initially, it was impossible for Lu Ming to adapt to it so quickly. However, Lu Ming had refined a wisp of chaotic aura and his body contained chaotic aura. The law of chaos was very similar to chaotic chi, which was why Lu Ming could adapt so quickly. Monster, what a monster! He is different from the rest. Someone exclaimed. So what if he has adapted? So what if he has stepped into the law of chaos? If he doesn't become a saint, he will still be an ant. Kill. The divine child roared and charged at Lu Ming. Boom. Lu Ming threw a punch and blasted the divine child's sword radiance. Then, two black sword radiances burst out from his eyes and rushed into the divine child's glabella. The divine child screamed and his body shook. As Lu Ming had broken through to the third stage of the Sage-to-Be, the law of chaos, his soul power had also improved. It was equivalent to the soul power of a great success bright sage, which was equivalent to the divine child's. Using the divine sword art would naturally have a great impact on the divine child. 9 seals of the divine gate. Lu Ming made a gesture with his hands, and 9 sealed doors appeared and surrounded him in the middle. Then a huge chaotic flipping sky seal appeared and suppressed the divine child. With the breakthrough in cultivation, Lu Ming had improved in all aspects, and his combat strength had skyrocketed. Break. The deity endured the excruciating pain in his soul and roared. He slashed out beams of sword light, breaking the 9 sealed doors. However, the chaotic sky-flipping seal was already pressing down. The deity could only block it with his sword. Boom. Chapter 1701. The divine sun retreated, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Lu Ming stepped forward and a huge cauldron appeared in his body. Lu Ming grabbed one of the legs of the huge cauldron and lifted it up. He used the huge cauldron as a hammer and smashed it toward the divine sun. Lu Ming was extremely powerful now. His body contained the law of chaos, and every move he made was as heavy as a mountain. When the cauldron smashed down, the horrifying wind pressure made it difficult for the Shensi to breathe. The Shensi could only block with his sword. Clang. The cauldron hit the Shensi's battle sword, and the sword buzzed as he retreated again. Boom. 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 Then Lu Ming lifted the cauldron and smashed it down like a storm, not giving the Shensi any chance to breathe. One step behind, one step behind. The Shensi was forced into a disadvantageous position and could only block with his sword. Violent explosions continued to be heard, and the Shensi kept retreating. His body trembled and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. Crack. After several consecutive clashes, a crack appeared on the huge cauldron in Lu Ming's hands. It was covered with sword wounds. The Shensi's battle sword was a supreme sacred weapon after all, while the cauldron in Lu Ming's hand was a supreme sacred weapon. It was normal for the supreme sacred weapon to be unable to withstand the continuous attacks. However, Lu Ming did not care at all. He had plenty of supreme sacred weapons. Even the supreme sacred weapons sealed in his acupoints could be replaced. Dong. The last hit cracked a large part of the cauldron, but the Shensi was also forced to retreat. Chaotic flipping sky seal. Lu Ming waved his hands and a huge chaotic flipping sky seal was formed and pressed down on the Shensi. This was Lu Ming's full attack. The Shensi used all his strength and slashed out with his sword, but the chaotic flipping sky seal pressed down, and the sword light collapsed. The chaotic flipping sky seal hit the Shensi, and the Shensi's body fell down like a meteorite. Below him was the battle platform. Boom. The Shensi fell on the battle platform, half kneeling on it and spitting out blood. At this time, the Shensi's aura was rapidly weakening. In an instant, the Shensi's aura had weakened many times, and he was barely at the Saint Realm. His secret technique's time was up. Clearly, this secret technique of his had a side effect. Once the time passed, his strength would rapidly decrease. Whoosh. Lu Ming landed on the fighting ring and looked at the deity coldly. The divine sun's face was pale and his clothes were stained with blood. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and disbelief. He had lost. He had actually lost to Lu Ming. God's son, 3 years ago you were so high and mighty. You saw me as an ant and you could kill me. Did you think that today would come? Lu Ming said coldly. Ha ha, I hate that I didn't kill you 3 years ago. The divine sun laughed as if he had gone mad. 3 years ago you wanted to kill me but you couldn't because my senior brother was there. People like you can only show off because you have a higher realm. Without the advantage of a higher realm, you are nothing. Now, I'll send you on your way to accompany Luo Shuehan. As soon as Lu Ming finished speaking, he stepped forward. The cauldron had already disappeared, replaced by a battle sword in his hand. Stop. Enough. A few angry roars could be heard from the Heavenly God Sect spectator stand. Powerful auras burst out and pressed down on Lu Ming. What are you doing? Are you going to do it because the young one can't do it? Valley Master Purple Dragon also released a powerful aura as he stared at the Heavenly God Sect. Beside Valley Master Purple Dragon, the other Sage Realm experts of the Divine Dragon Valley did the same. Godson, you can't die. The great sage of the Heavenly God Sect said coldly as he looked at Lu Ming coldly. Can't die? What a joke. 3 years ago, the god's son and I agreed to a life and death battle. Either I die or he dies. Lu Ming sneered and stepped forward to attack the god's son. The god's son's face changed and he quickly retreated in the direction of the heavenly god sect's spectator stand. If you dare to attack, I'll kill you, the great sage of the heavenly god sect said coldly. A god's punishing spear appeared in his hand and he charged at Lu Ming. A great sage was extremely terrifying and his strength was much stronger than a sage realm expert. A casual attack from him was earth-shattering. Lu Ming immediately felt goosebumps all over his body and his muscles tensed up. At this moment, a dragon roar was heard and a purple light burst out, clashing with the god's punishing spear of the great sage of the heavenly god sect. Then, in a flash, Valley Master Purple Dragon appeared in front of the great sage of the heavenly god sect and said, "You're shameless. You lost the life and death battle and a great sage attacked. I'll be your opponent. Get lost." The great sage of the heavenly god sect shouted and thrust out his spear as if it could pierce through the void. Valley Master Purple Dragon's body emitted purple light and he threw out a punch, clashing with the god's punishing spear. The sky was filled with purple and white. "God's son, you can't escape." Lu Ming continued to charge at the god's son. "You're courting death. Kill him." A few sages of the heavenly god sect rushed over and charged at Lu Ming. "Kill." Lu Ming shouted and executed the divine sword art. The few sages trembled and Lu Ming's battle sword slashed down. A great success sage expert was slashed in half by Lu Ming's sword. Even his sage heart was shattered. A great success sage expert was killed by Lu Ming's sword. The surrounding people were dumbfounded and speechless. This kind of combat power was too terrifying. A non-saint had killed a saint, and the one he had killed was a great success bright saint. The other sages of the heavenly god sect felt a chill down their spines. However, what welcomed them was another slash from Lu Ming. Bang! A saint in the initial stages of the bright saint realm had used a saint weapon to block, but the saint weapon had collided with his own body. Together with the saint weapon, he had smashed into the battle stage, causing it to crack. As for that saint, he was deader than dead. At this moment, the sages of the Divine Dragon Valley arrived and blocked the sages of the heavenly god sect. Lu Ming stepped towards the god's son and closed in on him instantly. The god's son's face turned even paler. "Lu Ming, how dare you kill the god's son? The heavenly god sect won't let you go." The great sage of the heavenly god sect shouted. The god's son was a rare genius of the heavenly god sect. He had a high chance of breaking through to the absolute saint realm in the future. They had already lost Luo Shuihan. The god's son couldn't die. Previously, they couldn't interfere with Luo Shuihan's death during the treasure sorting assembly. However, now that it wasn't the treasure sorting assembly, they had to protect the god's son. "Then I'll flatten the heavenly god sect." This was Lu Ming's reply. He was overbearing and instantly closed in on the god's son. "Kill?" The god's son knew that he couldn't escape. Madness flashed in his eyes as he held his sword and charged towards Lu Ming. However, his current strength was only equivalent to a great success sage expert. He wasn't a match for Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming slashed with his sword and struck the combat sword of the divine son. The combat sword vibrated and the terrifying power made it difficult for the divine son to hold the sword. The combat sword, which was at the level of a great sacred weapon, was sent flying. Lu Ming used his true origin to suck the battle sword into his hand and put it away. "Lu Ming, let's die together." Chapter 1702. Lu Ming shot out 2 rays of black light from his eyes and pierced into the deity's body. The deity's soul felt like it was being torn apart, and the true origin in his body stagnated. Poof! Lu Ming's combat sword pierced into the deity's dantian and shattered his saint heart. The deity's power of law turned into a beam of light and shot up into the sky. "No!" The supreme saint of the celestial god sect roared. The deity's eyes widened and were filled with indignation. With his talent, he would have become the overlord of Zhangzhou in the future. However, he had met Lu Ming. 3 years ago, Lu Ming was only a LV4 martial royal realm cultivator, while the deity had reached the limit of the sage to be and possessed the power of law. He did not take Lu Ming seriously at all. He was overbearing and fearless. At Qilong Lake, he had scolded Lu Ming and the others. Later, when Lu Ming and the others had obtained the treasures of the Dragon Palace, he felt that he had lost face. He was overbearing and wanted to kill Lu Ming at the treasure sorting meeting. At that time, Lu Ming had challenged him, but he did not take him seriously. If it had not been for Yang Tianzong, he would have killed Lu Ming. Even though he had agreed to the challenge, he did not take Lu Ming seriously. How strong could a LV4 martial royal realm cultivator be in 3 years? He was just an ant that he could kill with one slap. However, at the treasure sorting meeting, Lu Ming's combat strength had exceeded his expectations. He had killed Luo Shuihan easily. At that time he still did not take it seriously. He had reached the Great Sage realm and had many trump cards. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, he was only a sage to be and would not be a match for him. However, when the battle came he realized that he was wrong. Wrong meant death. Deity's son, since you are stronger than Luo Shuihan and won't cry and beg for mercy, I will give you a quick death, Lu Ming said coldly. His combat sword vibrated and destructive power surged into the deity's son. The deity let out an indignant roar and turned into ashes under Lu Ming's destructive power. The deity's son was dead. At this moment, the rest of the people present did not know what to feel in their hearts. It was incomparably complicated. The deity's son, who had suppressed many geniuses in Sangzhou for more than a decade, had been killed by a young man with a weaker cultivation. Deity's death meant that an even more terrifying genius was born. In the future, who would be a match for Lu Ming's? Could it be that after the Tsang Emperor, another great emperor would be born in the Tsang state? How could this be? Mo Yang muttered to himself in the Sky Universe Demon Sect's grandstand. Heaven of the heavens of the heaven of the heaven of heavens heaven. Xian Yinjuan whispered in the Celestial God Sect's spectator stand. Her eyes were shining. Once the deity's son died, the Celestial God Sect would be hers. No one could compete with her. Lu Ming, I want you to pay for it with your life. The great sage of the heavens of heaven roared. He wanted to tear Lu Ming into pieces. However, Valley Master Purple Dragon held him back and he could not free himself. The other sects looked on coldly. No one interfered. This was not the treasure sorting assembly. It was just a personal feud between Lu Ming and the deity. They had no reason to interfere. Moreover, the Heavens of Heaven sect had expanded too quickly over the years. They were strong and had become the #1 sect in Sangzhou. If the deity's son grew up in the future, he would be a great enemy. However, the experts of the various sects looked at Lu Ming. When Lu Ming grew up in the future, who could be his match? Some of the experts of the sects, such as the Heavens of Heaven Demon sect and the Poison sect, had flickering eyes. No one knew what they were thinking. Boom, boom. Valley Master Purple Dragon and the Great Sage of the Heavens of Heaven sect exchanged dozens of blows before retreating. Valley Master Purple Dragon retreated to Lu Ming's side to protect Lu Ming. The Great Sage of the Heavens of Heaven sect was unwilling. He knew that he could not kill Lu Ming today. The Heavens of Heaven sect had been completely defeated in this treasure sorting assembly. 2 of their strongest sky prides had died. The loss was too great. He did not know how to explain it when he returned. Lu Ming, Divine Dragon Valley, the Heavens of Heaven sect will remember this debt. We will repay it sooner or later. The Great Sage of the Heavens of Heaven sect looked at Lu Ming. He did not hide his strong killing intent. He then waved his hand and shouted, "Disciples of the Heavens of Heaven sect, let's go." After saying that, he stepped into the air and left. All the elders and disciples of the Heavens of Heaven sect followed him. Haha, Lu Ming, well done. Valley Master Purple Dragon came to Lu Ming's side and smiled. But just as he finished speaking, his face suddenly changed. He looked in the direction of the Heavens of Heaven sect. Lu Ming did the same. Boom. A pitch-black hand suddenly appeared in the sky not far away. It was bigger than a mountain and it grabbed at the people of the Heavens of Heaven sect. Who are you? You're courting death. The Great Sage of the Heavens of Heaven sect was furious. He formed a long spear in his hand and pierced it towards the large hand. But just as the Great Sage of the Heavens of Heaven sect made his move, a few terrifying sword lights shot out from Tsang Mountain. They instantly traversed hundreds of miles and slashed towards the people of the Heavens of Heaven sect. Buff, buff. Suddenly, dozens of disciples of the Heavens of Heaven sect were killed by the sword lights. Boom. The long spear of the Great Sage of the Heavens of Heaven sect pierced through the large hand. However, a few figures flew out from Tsang Mountain and rushed towards the people of the Heavens of Heaven sect at lightning speed. The person in the lead had a terrifying aura. He was a Great Sage expert. The other people were also Saint Realm experts. Before they arrived, all kinds of terrifying attacks were launched towards the people of the Heavens of Heaven sect. Who are you people? The Great Sage of the Heavens of Heaven sect was furious. Saint Light filled the air as he stood in front of the disciples of the Heavens of Heaven sect. The other saints of the Heavens of Heaven sect also stood in front of him to block the attacks. At the peak of Tsang Mountain, everyone was puzzled. Who were these people attacking the Heavens of Heaven sect? Could it be that some other sect was targeting the Heavens of Heaven sect? But at this moment, a terrifying aura rose from the surroundings of Tsang Mountain. Rays of terrifying sword lights and saber lights rose up and attacked the people of the various sects with terrifying might. Oh no, enemy attack. Block it. Many people's faces changed. The great sages of the various sects unleashed all kinds of terrifying attacks to block the sudden attacks. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, many figures rushed out from the surroundings of Tsang Mountain. Every one of them was wrapped in black robes, but the aura they exuded was extremely terrifying. Their sage aura was vast and mighty, suppressing the heavens. The number of people was astonishing. There were at least 50 to 60 of them, and all of them were sage experts. There were even more than 10 of them whose auras were as deep as the sea, unfathomable. They were not any weaker than Valley Master Purple Dragon and the great sages of the Heavens of Heavens sect. Great Sage Realm. At least a dozen of these people who had suddenly appeared were at the Great Sage Realm. Kill. Kill everyone. Leave no one alive. A black-robed man said coldly. Kill. Dozens of sage experts rushed towards the peak of Tsang Mountain from all directions. At this moment, all the experts on the peak of Tsang Mountain exploded. The bright sages and great sages of the 12 top sects all attacked at the same time. Between heaven and earth, there was a terrifying roar. Valley Master Purple Dragon was up against a black-robed man. The black-robed man was also a great sage, and his combat strength was not any weaker than Valley Master Purple Dragon. The two of them fought fiercely. Chapter 1703. Kill. Some of the black-robed saints went past their opponents and attacked the disciples below the saint level, especially the younger generation. Many people from the major sects were killed in an instant. Screams of agony filled the air. It was a complete mess. There were simply too many black-robed figures, and all of them were saints. The great sages from the various sects were all blocked, and the radiant sages from the enemy forces broke through the defenses of the saints from the various sects, and began to hunt down the young chosen. Go to hell. A black-robed man broke through the defense of the saints of Dragon God Valley and attacked the elites of Dragon God Valley. Back off. Zifeng shouted and stood in front of the others. Kill? There was a cold glint in Lu Ming's eyes. With a flash of wind and thunder, he dashed toward the spectator stand of Dragon God Valley. The Divine Sun's great sage weapon battle sword appeared in his hand and he slashed at the black-robed saint. Poof! The black-robed saint was only an early-stage bright saint, and he was killed by Lu Ming. Swish, swish. At this time, more than a dozen people rushed out of the Tsang Mountain. They were also saints. They attacked the major sects and a few of them attacked the Dragon God Valley. There were too many overlords on the other side. Excluding the great saints, there were more than 60 saints, which was more than the saints of the major sections. The other side had obviously planned this. They had been hiding around Tsang Mountain when the major sects were gathered at the top of Tsang Mountain for the treasure meeting. Then they launched a sudden attack. Get lost. The saints of Dragon God Valley fought back, including Lu Ming's second senior brother, Long Yuanshan, and third senior brother, Yang Tianzong. Yang Tianzong was powerful and fought against two powerful black-robed saints alone. But there were too many saints on the other side. Another person broke through the encirclement and attacked Lu Ming and the others. Go to hell. Lu Ming shouted and used the divine sword art, but the other person's body only shook slightly. Two sword auras shot out from his eyes and stabbed at Lu Ming. Divine sword art. Lu Ming was shocked. The other party had also used the divine sword art. These people were from the evil spirit sect. However, Lu Ming's current soul force was extremely powerful. Adding on the fact that he had a spiritual god defensive treasure, he was able to block the opponent's attack. Lu Ming didn't stop moving. His battle sword violently slashed out. Clang. Lu Ming's battle sword clashed with his opponent's battle saber. The other party was a great success bright sage, but Lu Ming's current strength was extremely strong. The other party's body trembled violently, and was directly sent flying like a cannonball. Die. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Tianzong turned his palm into a dragon claw and clawed the great achievement Bright Sage Realm expert to death. Brothers, don't resist. Enter my mountain river diagram. Lu Ming hollered. His glabella shone and the mountain river map flew out. With a sweep, Tianchue, Xuaningxin, Xiang Xiang, and the other disciples of the Divine Dragon Valley were all sucked into the mountain river map. The other party had too many saints. Those who were below the saint level were almost unable to resist. They would only be killed, so it was better to take them all in. Seeing that the disciples of the Dragon God Valley were taken in, the saints of the Dragon God Valley were energized. They didn't need to take care of the disciples of the Dragon God Valley anymore. The Dragon God Valley didn't suffer any losses, but the other sects had suffered great losses. The black-robed overlords seemed to have placed more of their focus on the young people below the saint level. Some of them broke through the encirclement and attacked the young people. The major sects suffered heavy casualties. "We'll hold them off. You guys go out," someone yelled. "Hold them off." The great saints and saints of the major sects unleashed their full strength and held back the black-robed overlords, giving the young people time to break through the encirclement. Go, go, go. Those who were below the saint level rushed out of Tsang Mountain. However, before they could rush out, a series of attacks burst out from Tsang Mountain and attacked those youths. Immediately many of them were killed. Swoosh, swoosh. More figures rushed out of Tsang Mountain. There were so many of them that they were so densely packed that not even a drop of water could trickle through. However, these people weren't saints. They were all half-saints and high-level martial emperors. These people fought fiercely with the disciples of the major sections. It was extremely fierce. Suddenly, an evil-looking young man in a black robe appeared in the sky. He had a cold smile on his face. Behind him stood 4 middle-aged burly men. Their auras were wild and terrifying. They were far more powerful than ordinary saints. The evil-looking young man looked around and finally fixed his eyes on Lu Ming. Cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. "Whoever kills this person will be rewarded." The evil-looking young man pointed at Lu Ming and said. His voice was heard all over the place. Many black-robed saints looked at Lu Ming. "Kill. This guy is mine." Suddenly the black-robed saints pounced on Lu Ming. "All of you get lost." Yang Qianzong roared. His body was covered in dragon scales as if he had transformed into a real dragon. He tried his best to defend himself, but there were too many people. Although Yang Qianzong was strong and was at the great circle of the Bright Sage realm, he couldn't fend off too many people. There were still some people who rushed toward Lu Ming. "Junior brother, be careful." Yang Qianzong reminded Long Yuan Mountain. "Kill." Lu Ming roared. He held his combat sword and the law of primal chaos filled his body as he stepped out. At the same time, bubbles appeared on his shoulder. In this life and death battle, he couldn't care less about Bubbles hiding in the pagoda. Hiding in the pagoda would affect his combat strength. Bubbles waved his paws and transparent bubbles appeared one after another, enveloping the 3 black-robed saints. The 3 black-robed saints froze. Lu Ming stepped forward and slashed with his combat sword. 2 of the black-robed saints were killed. Only one of the peak Bright Sage realm experts broke through the transparent bubbles at the critical moment. He blocked Lu Ming's attack and was sent flying. "Trash, if you go again, this person will definitely die." The sinister youth's voice sounded again in the sky. He seemed to be filled with killing intent toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked at this person and was shocked. Although Lu Ming was unfamiliar with this youth's appearance, Lu Ming still remembered the look in his eyes. "Elder Demon Soul, your Elder Demon Soul." Lu Ming roared. The sinister youth's expression changed and he sneered. "Kid, your memory is not bad. I didn't expect your cultivation to soar to this level in just a few years. You deserve to die even more." The other party was really Elder Demon Soul. Back then, not long after Lu Ming joined the Dragon God Valley, Yin Feng arranged for him to accept a mission. During this mission, Lu Ming met Elder Demon Soul of the Evil Spirit sect. In the end, he used the prison-suppressing steel to severely injure Elder Demon Soul and destroy his physical body, but his soul escaped. These sinister youths must be Elder Demon Soul's soul that had been possessed and reborn. Evil Spirit sect, the other party is from the Evil Spirit sect. Lu Ming roared, his voice echoing throughout the entire place. Many people were shocked. So they were from the Evil Spirit sect. No wonder they attacked all the sects at the same time. So what if I know? None of you can leave today. Chapter 1704. Elder Mo Hun stood in the air and said coldly. More experts rushed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming and Bubble cooperated and fought a bloody battle. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, no one could kill him unless they were in the great circle of the Bright Saint realm. "All of you make your move and end this quickly." Elder Mo Hun ordered the 4 middle-aged men behind him. "Yes." The 4 middle-aged men nodded. Their expressions were somewhat stiff. Then they stepped forward, emitting a terrifying aura. This was the aura of a supreme sage. Everyone's expression changed drastically. The other party had 4 supreme sages, enough to turn this battle around. One of them stepped out and charged towards Lu Ming. Not good. Yang Qianzong, Long Yuanshan and the others were shocked. Lu Ming stood no chance against the supreme sage expert. Lu Ming had no chance. Kill? The man with the wooden face struck out with his palm and a terrifying palm print blasted towards Lu Ming. The terrifying pressure made Lu Ming's expression turn grim. Lu Ming retreated quickly, but the palm print followed him like a shadow. Chirp chirp. Bubble waved his claws and the space fluctuated. The law of time and space flowed and a powerful force acted on the middle-aged man. But the other party's cultivation was too strong. Every move of a supreme sage expert could destroy mountains and rivers. Saint energy surged in the middle-aged man's body and broke through the law of time and space. He continued to charge towards Lu Ming. Boom. With a palm strike, Lu Ming's figure shattered like a mirror. A few hundred meters away, Lu Ming's figure appeared with a serious look in his eyes. The supreme sage was too strong. He couldn't resist at all. Bam. The middle-aged man continued to step out and stared at Lu Ming. His speed was astonishingly fast as he approached Lu Ming. Brr. A dragon roar was heard as a purple true dragon pounced towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man threw out a palm strike and collided with the purple true void. His body was forced back. There was a flash of purple light and the Valley Master of Purple Dragon Valley appeared beside Lu Ming. At this moment, the Valley Master of Purple Dragon Valley was covered with purple dragon scales. They were sparkling and translucent, as if they were made of purple jade. There were also 2 dragon horns on the Valley Master of Purple Dragon Valley. This was the manifestation of the Purple Dragon combat body that had been unleashed to the extreme. The Purple Dragon Valley Master came to Lu Ming's side. His opponent also charged towards the Purple Dragon Valley Master. Let's gather together and charge out together. The Valley Master of the Purple Dragon Valley roared. He stretched out his claw and blocked the other party's attack. Thereafter, his quintessential essence swirled and he carried Lu Ming with him. That's right, let's gather together. A great sage from the Life and Death Sword faction shouted. Gather. The supreme sages from the other sects shouted. The sages and ordinary disciples of all the sects began to gather. The people from the Dragon God Valley and the Life and Death Sword sect were the first to gather. After they gathered together, they formed a circle around each other and went into a defensive state, defending with all their might. Then, after paying some price, the other sects also slowly gathered together. At first, it was 1 or 2 or 3 sects that gathered together. Slowly, all the sects gathered together. In the end, even the people from the Heavenly God sect rushed over after paying a heavy price and gathered with everyone. Lu Ming glanced over and saw that at least half of the Heavenly God sect's people were dead. There were originally thousands of people, but now there were less than 2,000 people left. The losses were extremely heavy. However, Xian Yinjuan was clearly under heavy protection and was not seriously affected. The 13 sects gathered together and formed a circle. There were people from the Evil Spirit sect all around. They surrounded everyone and attacked continuously. However, the combined forces of the 13 top sects were able to fend off the enemy's attack. There are too many people below the Sage Realm. It's difficult to charge out. Someone said. Those below the Sage Realm, enter my mountain and river painting. Lu Ming shouted and the mountain and river painting floated out. It's a Grotto Heaven treasure. Yes, enter the Grotto Heaven treasure. Don't resist. The great sage experts all roared in unison. If everyone below the Sage Realm entered the mountain and river painting, it would be much easier for them to break out of the encirclement. In the sky, Elder Demon Soul's face was gloomy. He shouted coldly, attack. Swoosh, swoosh. The moment Elder Demon Soul's voice fell, terrifying saber auras burst out. These saber auras didn't attack Lu Ming and the others from the outside, but from the inside. The people of the Intentionless Saber sect attacked the other sects at this time. Intentionless Saber sect, you traitors! The great sage of the Heavenly God sect let out a crazy roar because a great sage of the Intentionless Saber sect had pierced his dantian and shattered his saint heart. Once a sage's saint heart was shattered, his cultivation would be crippled. He had never dreamed that the people of the Intentionless Saber sect would suddenly betray him. Ah, damn it! The others were also furious. The Heavenly God sect and the Demonic Moon sect were close to the Intentionless Saber sect. These 2 sects had been attacked by the Intentionless Saber sect and suffered heavy losses. The most shocking thing was that there was more than one great sage in the Intentionless Saber sect. There were actually several of them and they attacked. The 13 sects were immediately in chaos. Obviously this was premeditated long ago. Kill? The surrounding Evil Spirit sect cultivators took this opportunity to charge over. The defenses of the various sects in the Tsang province were instantly destroyed. The most miserable ones were the Heavenly God sect and the Demonic Moon sect. The great sages of the 2 sects were killed. Defend! Purple Dragon Valley Master shouted. The Dragon God Valley and the Life and Death Sword sect stood together and defended with all their strength. Kill? Lu Ming cooperated with Bubbles and killed 2 Sage Realm experts in a row. His body was bathed in sage blood. Intentionless Saber Sect, you've already joined the Evil Spirit Sect. Aren't you afraid of the revenge of all the sects in the Tsang state? Someone shouted. Haha, as long as we kill all of you today, who will know that the Intentionless Saber Sect is related to the Evil Spirit Sect? A great sage of the Intentionless Saber Sect sneered. Everyone's hearts turned cold. That's right. If they all died today, who would know that the Intentionless Saber Sect had joined the Evil Spirit Sect? The Intentionless Saber Sect could continue to mingle with the various sects in the Tsang state. At the critical moment, they could give the various sects a fatal blow. You won't succeed. Someone roared. Haha, my Evil Spirit Sect will rise again. We will be unstoppable. High in the sky, Elder Demon Soul sneered. Brr. At this moment, an earth-shattering roar sounded. The heavens shook and the earth shook as if an ancient beast was roaring. Then, in the distant sky, an incomparably huge golden claw stretched over. The claw was covered with golden hair, and it grabbed at Elder Demon Soul. Elder Demon Soul's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "An absolute sage! Lord, it's the Lord!" Many experts of the Demon Castle shouted excitedly. The others were also very excited. They never expected that the Demon Castle's Lord would come here at this time. But at this moment, a terrifying sword light slashed down from the sky toward the golden claw. Boom. Chapter 1705. Brr. In the distance, a roar rang out. A golden lion as big as a mountain stepped through the air and appeared in front of everyone. This was the Demon Castle's Lord, a sun god lion. In the sky, a black-robed man with a sword on his back appeared and confronted the Demon Castle's Lord. Everyone's hearts trembled. The Evil Spirit Sect also had a supreme sage hidden here and had not made a move before. Demon Castle's Lord, I didn't expect you to come here. Fortunately, I was prepared and brought a supreme sage here just in case. Elder Demon Soul said coldly. However, his expression was still ugly. The Demon Castle's Lord's sudden arrival had already disrupted his plan. Is that so? What about us? Did you expect that? At this moment, a cold voice came from afar. Then, a sword light crossed the endless void and instantly appeared at the peak of Tsang Mountain. The sword light turned and instantly, 3 Evil Spirit Sect great sages were killed. Blood splattered everywhere. The others were terrified and frantically retreated. It's the Life and Death Sword. The sect master is here. The people of the Life and Death Sword sect were overjoyed. Only then did everyone see that the sword light just now was a black and white sword that emanated a terrifying sword aura. In the distance, 2 figures appeared in the air. One of them was a middle-aged man wearing a black and white robe. The black and white longsword pierced through the air and flew into his hand. This person was the Life and Death Sword sect's sect master. The other person was an old man with a gentle expression. Master. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. The person who appeared with the Life and Death Sword sect master was actually the Cloud Dragon Valley master, Lu Ming's master. Master, it's Master. Isn't Master busy? Why is he here? Long Yuanshan and Yang Tianzong exclaimed. As for Elder Demon Soul, his expression was extremely ugly. How could this be? Why would so many experts appear in Tsang Mountain? Why would the Life and Death Sword sect's sect master and the Demon Castle's Lord appear in Tsang Mountain for no reason? Although the treasure ranking meeting was important, no sect master had ever come, right? After all, it was a competition among the younger generation. Even if the sect master came, it would not be of much help. Annihilate the Evil Spirit Sect demons. The headmaster of the Life and Death Sword faction spoke. He took a step forward, and sword light filled the sky as he charged towards Elder Demonic Soul. Kill. The Demon Castle Lord charged toward the Evil Spirit Sect's absolute sage expert. As for the Cloud Dragon Valley master, he took a step forward and appeared at the peak of Tsang Mountain. Sword light bloomed in his hand and poured out in torrents. Buff, buff. The 2 Evil Spirit Sect great sages were unable to resist in front of the Cloud Dragon Valley master and were directly killed. Then, with a sweep of the sword light, more than a dozen bright saints were killed. Unable to resist, they could only be slaughtered. Lu Ming was once again shocked by the strength of the Cloud Dragon Valley master. Was the Cloud Dragon Valley Lord also an absolute saint? Retreat, retreat. The great sage of the Evil Spirit Sect roared. He knew that the situation was hopeless. Kill them all. The great sages of more than a dozen sects roared and launched a counterattack. They charged toward the other party, not allowing them to retreat. At the scene, the people with the ugliest expressions were the people from the intentionless saber sect. They knew that they were finished and wanted to break out frantically. However, how could the experts of the other sects let them break out? They were tightly entangled. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master held a long sword in his hand. His expression was gentle, but with every step he took, an expert died. It was the same whether it was a great sage or a bright saint. In the blink of an eye, the number of great sages who died at the hands of the Cloud Dragon Valley Master reached 7. A middle-aged man with the strength of a great sage was split in half by the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. At this moment, a scream came from the sky. Elder Demonic Soul's head was cut off by the Life and Death Sword Faction Sect Master. Although Elder Demonic Soul's cultivation base was high, he had been severely injured 80,000 years ago. Later, his physical body was destroyed by Lu Ming with the fragments of the prison-suppressing steel. Although he was lucky and found a suitable person to possess, his cultivation base was far from recovering to its peak. How could he be a match for the Life and Death Sword Faction Sect Master? After his physical body was cut off, Elder Demonic Soul's soul escaped. It was the image of an old man, exactly the same as the one Lu Ming had seen back then. Elder Demonic Soul's soul wanted to escape, but the Life and Death Sword Faction Sect Master slashed out with his sword, and Elder Demonic Soul's soul was destroyed. Ah, the evil spirit sect will avenge me. Elder Mo Hun let out a roar of unwillingness as his soul dissipated into thin air. This expert from 80,000 years ago, an old monster who had struggled at death's door for 80,000 years, was finally destroyed. Brother Yun, you killed too slowly. After killing Elder Demonic Soul, the Life and Death Sword Faction Sect Master stepped down. A terrifying sword light bloomed from his hand, turning into thousands of sword chi that charged toward the evil spirit sect members. One by one, the evil spirit sect members were harvested like wheat, falling in large batches. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master smiled slightly and took a step forward. He appeared in front of a great sage and killed him with a sword. With the Life and Death Sword Faction and the Cloud Dragon Valley Master joining in, there was no longer any suspense in this battle. They couldn't even escape. Soon they were all killed. Only the members of the intentionless saber sect were left. Their faces were pale as they were surrounded by the experts of the other sections. High up in the sky, the Demon Castle's Fort Master was still fighting with the evil spirit sect's experts. I'll go and lend him a hand. The Life and Death Sword Faction Sect Master's killing intent was cold. He turned into a sword light and soared into the sky. A terrifying sword scar appeared between heaven and earth. Poof! That evil spirit sect expert let out a miserable cry. He had been hit by the sword and was almost cut in half by the Life and Death Sword Faction Sect Master. Kill? The Life and Death Sword Faction Sect Master's battle prowess was incomparably terrifying. Once the Life and Death Sword art was used, he would live and you would die. His battle prowess was clearly stronger than the Demon Castle's Fort Master and that evil spirit sect expert. The sword light slashed past, and one of the evil spirit sect's expert's arms was cut off. The Demon Castle's Fort Master was as big as a mountain. His golden fur flickered and the sun flames spread out. The sun god lion was undoubtedly a terrifying divine beast. A lion's roar shook the other party's soul. Bam! Then he clawed out and scratched the other party's body, causing the other party to vomit large mouthfuls of blood. Then the Life and Death Sword Faction Sect Master slashed down and directly split the other party in half. An absolute saint had fallen. At this point, all the evil spirit sect members who had appeared this time had been annihilated. Now that there was no the arch in the Tsang state, absolute saints were the strongest experts who stood at the peak. They were incomparably powerful and were the king of the saints. They were much stronger than great sages. Once an absolute saint appeared, they could change the situation of the battle. If an absolute saint is so powerful, what about a martial emperor? How terrifying would a martial emperor look down on the world? I really don't know how terrifying that is. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Why are you here? Chapter 1706. The experts of the intentionless saber sect understood that not only were they finished, but the intentionless saber sect was also finished. They sighed. They were too unlucky to have met the Cloud Dragon Valley Master, the Demon Castle Master, and the Life and Death Sword Sect Master. Do you think it's a coincidence that we're here? We've been here for a long time, waiting for the intentionless saber sect to make a move. If you don't make a move, how will we suppress the intentionless saber sect in the future? The Life and Death Sword Sect Master said coldly. What? You've been here for a long time? Did you already know that the intentionless saber sect had joined the evil spirit sect? The great sage of the intentionless saber sect was in disbelief. They had been very secretive about their actions. Of course, we've been investigating this matter all this time. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said, 3 years ago my disciple Lu Ming encountered an assassination attempt by the evil spirit sect on his way back from the Tsang Mountain. According to him, the intentionless saber sect was the one who attacked. Therefore, all these years, the Demon Castle Master, the Life and Death Sword Sect Master and I have been secretly investigating. As expected, we found some clues. However, you hid it very well and we didn't have any evidence. Therefore, we could only wait for you to make a move yourselves. Many people were shocked. So that was the case. 3 years ago, Lu Ming actually encountered an assassination attempt by the evil spirit sect. 3 years ago, so that was the case. That time we didn't expect Lu Ming to survive. We tried our best, but the heavens didn't protect us. The intentionless saber sect's great sage sighed. He didn't expect that everything would be ruined by Lu Ming. If Lu Ming hadn't survived 3 years ago and told the Cloud Dragon Valley Master that the intentionless saber sect might have colluded with the evil spirit sect, today's incident wouldn't have happened. Their plan would definitely have been carried out smoothly. Kill them. There's no need to talk to them. The Demon Castle Master said with a ferocious look in his eyes. He stretched out his golden claws and grabbed at the people of the intentionless saber sect. The people of the intentionless saber sect were unwilling and wanted to resist. But in the hands of an absolute sage, resistance was futile. In the end they were killed one by one. Ming, are you all alright? The Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley stepped forward and came before Lu Ming, Long Yuanshan and Yang Tianzong. Master, if you don't make a move, we'll be finished. Yang Tianzong said bitterly. You rascal, are you blaming me for being late? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master scolded jokingly. Disciple doesn't dare. Yang Tianzong said. This time, it is of utmost importance to lure out the people of the thoughtless saber sect to attack. If we had attacked earlier, the people of the thoughtless saber sect would definitely not have attacked. Of course, if you guys had really encountered danger, how could I not have attacked? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Lu Ming, Long Yuanshan and the rest nodded. That was indeed the case. If the Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others had made their move earlier, the people of the intentionless saber sect would not have made their move. Ming, you performed very well this time. Looks like you've gained a lot from the 100 Clan battlefield. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master looked at Lu Ming with satisfaction. To be honest, Lu Ming's performance had exceeded his expectations. Previously, he had also witnessed the battle between Lu Ming and the Divine Sun. I still have to thank Master. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Come on, let's go back. Someone spoke. Lu Ming looked over and saw that it was the people of the Heavenly Divinity Sect. This time, the Heavenly Divinity Sect had suffered a great loss. A great saint was killed and more than half of their disciples were killed. Most of the people who came to the treasure ranking meeting were the elites of the younger generation. Such a great loss was a heavy blow to the Heavenly Divinity Sect. One could imagine that there would be a gap in the experts of the Heavenly Divinity Sect in the future. A force without new blood to pass on its legacy was very scary. Come on, let's go back. Following that, the sects began to return. Today's matter must be reported to the sects as soon as possible. Some people expressed their gratitude to the Cloud Dragon Valley Master, the Life and Death Sword Faction Leader, and the Demon Fort Lord before leaving. At this time, Lu Ming released Zifeng, Tianshui, and the rest from the Mountain River diagram. When they learned of the situation, they were shocked. Alright, let's return to the Dragon God Valley. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. After saying that, he waved his hand and a battle sword flew out of his hand. It rapidly expanded to 10,000 meters long and a few hundred meters wide. Thousands of disciples of the Dragon God Valley stepped on the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's sword and flew back to the Dragon God Valley. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's speed was astonishing. Even with thousands of people, his speed was still very fast. In less than a day they returned to the Dragon God Valley. A few days later, the Battle of Tsang Mountain quickly spread throughout the entire Tsang state. Countless people were dumbfounded. No one had imagined that the treasure meeting this time would actually be so brilliant and so soul-stirring. First, Lu Ming rose as a dark horse. He killed Luo Shuihan and took first place in the treasure ranking meeting. After that, he fought against the Divine Sun and launched a great battle. Lu Ming broke through in the battle and killed the Divine Sun. From then on, Lu Ming was the #1 monster in the Tsang state. After that, there was the matter of the evil spirit sect besieging the major sections. In the battle, the intentionless saber sect rebelled. Every single one of these matters was unbelievable and shocking. As for Lu Ming, his name shook the Tsang state and was remembered by countless people. After another 10 days, a piece of news spread throughout the Tsang state. The 12 major sects of the Tsang state had joined forces and sent out a great army to attack the intentionless saber sect. However, when the experts of the 12 sects arrived, the intentionless saber sect was already empty. All the experts had already retreated, leaving behind only a few people with low cultivation. Where did the experts of the intentionless saber sect go? However, some people guessed that the intentionless saber sect was most likely still in the Tsang state. Furthermore, there was another guess that was even more frightening. Since the intentionless saber sect could join the evil spirit sect, then would the other 12 top sects of the Tsang state also join the evil spirit sect? Could the intentionless saber sect be hiding in one of these sects? The moment this guess was made, the Tsang state was shaken. The 12 top sects were on guard against each other. That was because this guess was very likely. For a time, the various sects of the Tsang state were in turmoil. However, there was one thing that would not change. From now on, there would no longer be 13 top sects in the Tsang state. There would only be 12. During this period of time, Lu Ming had been in seclusion in the Cloud Dragon Valley to stabilize his cultivation. As for Ming Lian's second body, it was also recovering at full strength. A month after the Tsang Mountain battle, Ming Lian's second body had already completely recovered. As for the arm that was chopped off, it had long since grown back. In fact, Ming Lian's second body's cultivation was showing signs of improving. After all, Lu Ming's main body had already reached the realm of the law vessel. Both the main body and the second body were the same person and had the same experience. The second body was not far from the law vessel. As for Bubble, it seemed to be about to break through and was sleeping soundly in the mountain river diagram. On this day, Lu Ming paid a visit to the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. Ming, you want the fragment of the prison suppressing steel? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master asked in surprise. Yes, Master. Disciple's other bloodline is the prison suppressing steel. The fragment of the prison suppressing steel is very useful to Disciple. Chapter 1707. Lu Ming revealed the bloodline of the prison suppressing monument. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master was shocked to see the prison suppressing monument floating above Lu Ming's head. It was his first time seeing Lu Ming's prison suppressing monument bloodline. Moreover, Lu Ming had already collected a fragment of the prison suppressing monument. After pondering for a while, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master said, Minger, it's all thanks to you that we were able to obtain 2 ancient treasures this time. Furthermore, to the sect, the other treasure is useful. The prison suppressing monument fragment is just a bonus and is not of much use. It's not a big problem for me to get it for you. Thank you, Master. Lu Ming was overjoyed. You deserve it. However, there's a problem. 3 years later, when the treasure pedestal meeting begins, it'll be hard to explain to the other sects. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. If the other sects come first 3 years later, I'll hand it over then. Lu Ming said. At most, Lu Ming would think of a way to let the Dragon God Valley come first 3 years later. That way, he wouldn't have to hand over the fragment of the prison suppressing monument. Lu Ming wasn't strong enough. If Lu Ming had the strength to dominate the Tsang continent, he would have kept the fragment of the prison suppressing monument. No one would dare to say no. All right, I'll come to you in a few days. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. As expected, 2 days later, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master found Lu Ming and handed the fragment of the prison-suppressing monument to Lu Ming. With Lu Ming's talent and performance at the treasure pedestal meeting, he had gained the attention of the upper echelons of the Dragon God Valley. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master went to ask for the fragment of the prison-suppressing monument for Lu Ming. The only person who stopped him was the Silver Dragon Valley Master. However, the Silver Dragon Valley Master couldn't go against the will of the others. After getting the fragment of the prison-suppressing monument, Lu Ming entered the mountain river diagram and took it out. As soon as Lu Ming took out the prison-suppressing steel fragment, it flew into the air and emitted a mysterious fluctuation. There were gaps on both sides of this piece and in the middle there was the word, prison. The energy fluctuations it emitted were exactly the same as Lu Ming's spirit-suppressing steel. It really is a fragment of the prison-suppressing monument. It's a part of the middle. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He felt the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline in his spine become restless. With a single thought, the bloodline of the suppressing prison monument appeared and emitted a blinding light. The fragment of the prison-suppressing steel seemed to resonate strongly with the prison-suppressing steel. It vibrated violently and then flew towards the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel. It leaned against the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel. The gap between the two was exactly the same. When the two of them leaned against each other, the light on the prison-suppressing steel grew even brighter. It was incomparably resplendent, and there was a sense of vicissitudes that was being emitted from it. Lu Ming could faintly feel a terrifying suppressive force, as if it could suppress the heavens. The prison-suppressing heavenly skill. At this time, another piece of information appeared in Lu Ming's mind. It was the information of the prison-suppressing heavenly skill. This piece of information was mostly the same as the one Lu Ming had received before, but it was more complete and exquisite. The prison-suppressing heavenly skill can be even stronger. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He carefully comprehended it. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Lu Ming finally ended his cultivation and put away the prison-suppressing steel. He then exited the mountain river diagram and flew out of the Dragon God Valley, arriving at a barren land. Boom! Lu Ming struck out with his palm. His palm seemed to have turned into a lifelike prison-suppressing steel, and it slammed towards a barren mountain. The mountain was directly shattered into pieces, scattering in all directions. Following this, Lu Ming's thoughts moved. The illusionary figure of the prison-suppressing steel suddenly appeared around him. Following this, the illusionary figure of the prison-suppressing steel increased, and in the end there were 12 of them pressing towards the ground. Boom! Boom! The ground trembled violently and terrifying cracks appeared on it. The power of the prison-suppressing heavenly skill has indeed become stronger and more mysterious. Lu Ming's eyes lit up with joy. The prison-suppressing heavenly skill was originally very mysterious. As his cultivation level increased, its power would also continue to increase. It seemed to be borrowing the power of the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline. Now, the two fragments of the prison-suppressing steel had merged into one. Without a doubt, when Lu Ming used the prison-suppressing heavenly skill, its power had skyrocketed, surpassing that of the chaotic flipping sky seal. Yes, when Lu Ming used the prison-suppressing heavenly skill now, its power had surpassed that of the chaotic flipping sky seal. After all, the chaotic flipping sky seal was only a domain martial technique. However, Lu Ming had now comprehended the law of chaos, and the power of the domain martial technique could no longer keep up. Unless Lu Ming comprehended a superpower technique based on the law of chaos. However, the superpower technique required one to enter the martial sage realm and have the saint power. Only by combining the saint power and the law could one successfully cultivate it. In the chaos scripture, there was a superpower technique related to the law of chaos. However, it was astonishingly difficult to comprehend a superpower technique. Unless one was extremely talented, it would be difficult for an ordinary saint to comprehend it. In fact, there were superpower techniques in the 13 top sects of the Tsang state. However, Lu Ming had encountered so many saints, and none of them had succeeded in comprehending it. Otherwise, Lu Ming might not have been able to kill enemies who were of a higher realm. Lu Ming experimented for a while more before returning to the Cloud Dragon Valley to continue cultivating. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed since the treasure sorting meet. On this day, Lu Ming left the Dragon God Valley and turned into a stream of light, disappearing into the horizon. A few days later, Lu Ming arrived at the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect. He and Xian Yanqing had not seen each other for a long time and he missed him. In addition, Xian Yanqing did not appear at the treasure sorting meet, which made Lu Ming feel inexplicably worried. Since he was free now, he came to see Xian Yanqing and gave some phoenix incense wood to Xian Yanqing. Ahead, many demon mountains appeared in front of him. Stop! In front of the gate of the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect, Lu Ming was blocked by two young men. Who are you? What are you doing in the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect? One of the young men asked. I'm Lu Ming and I'm here to see Saintess Yanqing. Please inform her. Lu Ming said. What? You're Lu Ming? The two young men's faces changed as they looked at Lu Ming in surprise. Now Lu Ming was too famous in the Tsang state. Everyone in the big sects knew him. Yes, Lu Ming of the Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming nodded. I'm afraid you've come at a bad time. Our saintess is in seclusion and will not see any guests. One of the young men said. In seclusion? Lu Ming frowned and said, please inform her. If Saintess Yanqing knows I'm here, she will definitely see me. Lu Ming, I've said that our saintess is in seclusion and will not see any outsiders. Hurry up and leave. The young man said again and his face turned cold. Lu Ming frowned even more. He had been sending messages to Xian Yanqing, but it did not go out. Was he really in seclusion? But even if he was in seclusion, as long as it was not too important, it was fine to send a message. The two of you, please send a message to your sect master. I would like to pay my respects to your sect master. Lu Ming said. Chapter 1708. Lu Ming, don't be so ungrateful. The sect leader of the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect is not someone you can meet whenever you want. You should leave now. A young man berated, his tone getting worse and worse. I've already asked for a meeting, but you're trying to stop me. I can only meet the sect leader of the demon sect myself. Lu Ming's face was cold as he had lost his patience. Boom. Lu Ming took a step forward, and his powerful aura shook the two young men away. Lu Ming, how dare you make a move in the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect? You're dead meat. The two young men shouted, but they quickly retreated, not daring to stop Lu Ming. At this time, there was a sound of something breaking through the air in the distance. Several young men stepped forward, and the one in the lead was Mo Yang. What's going on? Lu Ming, is that you? Mo Yang scolded. He swept his gaze around and discovered Lu Ming. His expression changed. Senior brother Mo Yang, Lu Ming wants to see Saintess Nianqing. I said that Saintess Nianqing is in seclusion and will not see anyone, so he wants to barge in. A young man shouted. Lu Ming, how dare you? Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have some strength. You're still far from being arrogant in the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect. Mo Yang berated him with a cold face. Oh, so you want to fight me? Lu Ming stepped forward and said indifferently. You? Mo Yang's face turned ugly, and he retreated again and again, fear flashing in his eyes. Fight with Lu Ming? What a joke. Lu Ming could probably kill him with a slap. How would he dare? If you don't dare to fight, then get lost. I want to meet the sect leader of the demon sect. Lu Ming reprimanded and strode into the house. Stop. At this time, a voice was heard and a powerful force shrouded Lu Ming, stopping him in his tracks. Then a demonic light flashed, and a beautiful middle-aged woman appeared in front of Lu Ming. Master. When Mo Yang saw this, he hurriedly saluted and revealed a look of joy. This beautiful middle-aged woman was the master of the Sky Universe Demon Sect, Xian Yanqing's master. Lu Ming greets the sect leader of the Devil Sect. Lu Ming saluted, neither servile nor overbearing. Master, this Lu Ming is arrogant and despotic. He doesn't put our Heavenly Universe Demon Sect in his eyes at all. He wants to force his way into the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect. Master, please take him down and destroy his cultivation. As Mo Yang spoke, his eyes flashed with a cold light. Lu Ming had a calm expression on his face. He had only come to see the Sky Universe Devil Sect. He didn't believe that the sect leader of the Sky Universe Devil Sect, an overlord of a region, would act against him. If that happened, it might trigger a war between the Sky Universe Demon Sect and the Dragon God Valley. Alright, I already know about this. The Sky Universe Demon Sect master nodded and asked Mo Yang to step aside. He then looked at Lu Ming and said, You're here to see Nianqing, right? Yes, please pass the message on my behalf, sect master. Lu Ming said. I'm afraid you won't be able to see Nianqing for a while. She's already in seclusion and is focused on breaking through to the Saint Realm. She can't be disturbed. The Sky Universe Demon Sect master said. Breaking through to the Saint Realm? Lu Ming nodded and said, Then may I ask how long it will take for her to come out of seclusion? At least a year, at most 3 to 5 years. It's hard to say. If it's for Nianqing's sake, please go back. When Nianqing comes out of seclusion, I will ask her to see you. The Sky Universe Demon Sect master said. Lu Ming frowned. He had a bad feeling in his heart, but he didn't know why. He couldn't help but think of more than 3 years ago. When he came to the Sky Universe Demon Sect, he was hunted down by the Sky Universe Demon Sect on his way back. On the surface, the hunt seemed to be out of jealousy between young people, but Lu Ming had a feeling that it wasn't that simple. However, what the Sky Universe Demon Sect master said was flawless, and he couldn't find a reason to refute it. If he insisted on seeing Xian Yanqing, it would mean that he wasn't thinking about Xian Yanqing. Then I'll take my leave. If Nianqing comes out of seclusion, please pass the message. Lu Ming said. Of course. The Sky Universe Demon Sect master said. Thank you, senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists, then turned and left, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Master, why didn't you take the opportunity to cripple this kid? Do you want me to bring some experts to kill this kid halfway and let him rise? He'll be a big threat to the Sky Universe Demon Sect. Mo Yang whispered. With Lu Ming's current achievements and talent, do you think the experts of Dragon God Valley would let him go out without worry? The Sky Universe Demon Sect master said. Mo Yang's face changed and he said, Master, are you saying that there are experts secretly protecting Lu Ming? No matter what. At this time we can't alert the enemy. Let's go back. After saying that, the Sky Universe Demon Sect master's figure disappeared. After leaving the Sky Universe Demon Sect, Lu Ming frowned. He always felt that this matter was very strange, but he couldn't put his finger on it. I hope I'm overthinking. Let's wait for Nianqing to come out of seclusion, Lu Ming thought to himself as he headed toward Dragon God Valley. After returning to Dragon God Valley, Lu Ming continued his seclusion to strengthen his foundation and prepare to break through to the Saint Realm. Time passed day after day in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed since the treasure sorting convention. During this year, the major forces in Sangzhou were very peaceful, and Sangzhou entered a rare period of stability. The experts of the major forces seemed to have disappeared. Only some of the younger generation, those below the 7th level of the Martial Emperor realm, would go out to explore and perform their own legends. At the top of a big snow mountain in Dragon God Valley, a teenage girl with bright eyes, white teeth, and jade-like skin could be seen moving freely on the top of the mountain. A soft whip in her hand whistled out, changing unpredictably. One moment it was like a dragon, the next moment it was like a sword, the next moment it was like a long spear. The most shocking thing was that a strange aura emanated from the girl's body and shrouded the top of the snow mountain. In the vast expanse of whiteness, there was no vegetation at all on the top of the snow mountain, but there were actually small trees and grasses. The flowers and grasses were green and grew rapidly. Soon, the top of the snow mountain was covered with green plants and fresh flowers. In the wind and snow, it looked particularly out of place. Whoosh! Then the whip stopped and the girl stopped moving. She looked excitedly at a black-robed young man sitting next to her and said, "Master, what do you think of Xiang's cultivation?" "Not bad. She has already cultivated to the 3rd level of her domain martial technique." The black-robed young man nodded with a smile on his face, but there was still a trace of amazement in the depths of his eyes. The black-robed young man was none other than Lu Ming. Xiang. More than a year ago, when Lu Ming had just returned from the 100-tribe battlefield, her cultivation had only just broken through to the spiritual god realm. However, Lu Xiang had now officially achieved the martial emperor realm. 10 days ago, when she had broken through to the 1st layer martial emperor realm, Lu Ming had taught her a domain martial technique. To his surprise, Lu Xiang had managed to cultivate it to the 3rd level in just 10 days. Her comprehension was shocking. In just a little more than a year, she had broken through to the 1st layer martial emperor realm from the 1st layer spiritual god realm. Such a speed could only be described as shocking. That being said, the further she progressed, the harder it would be to cultivate and the more time she would need. Chapter 1709. There was a gap between the half-step Saint Realm and the Saint Realm that was difficult to cross. It required a lot of accumulation. In the world, there were many people who had reached the 3rd stage of the half-step Saint Realm. However, how many of them could break through to the Saint Realm? Saint Realm experts had a long lifespan. The reason why there were so many saints in the 13 top sects of the Tsang state was because of the long accumulation of time. Some people stopped at the half-step Saint Realm for decades, centuries, or even millennia. For example, the God Sun was also stuck at the half-step Saint Realm for more than 10 years before entering the Saint Realm. Many of the other top 10 monstrous geniuses of the Tsang state had also been stuck at the half-step Saint Realm for a long time. Moreover, Lu Ming cultivated the law of primal chaos. It was more difficult for him to break through than ordinary people. It was normal for him to not break through for a year. Besides Lu Ming, Ming Lian's second body had also reached the 3rd stage of the half-step Saint Realm. As for Bubble, she had reached the level of the law of primal chaos not long after the treasure sorting assembly. During this period she had been cultivating in seclusion, trying to break through to the Saint Realm. Of course, Bubble's cultivation was just sleeping every day and refining the time and space crystal. Xiang, go back first. Consolidate your realm and build a solid foundation. Don't be in a hurry to break through. Lu Ming said. Yes, master. The little girl nodded and then she soared into the sky and left. Lu Ming was still sitting cross-legged at the top of the snow mountain, motionless. He let the wind and snow fall on him as if he was detached from the world. His mind was free of nature, as if he had become one with it. Time flew by and another 7 days passed. At this moment, a deafening cry that reverberated through the sky woke Lu Ming up. Lu Ming opened his eyes and looked at the sky. In the sky, an enormous goshawk was soaring through the sky. No, it was not a real goshawk. It was a building, a huge and magnificent building. The Tsang Emperor's chamber. Lu Ming's pupils shrank. He recognized at a glance that this was the Tsang Emperor's chamber that he had seen in the Tsang Emperor's secret realm. Back then, the Azure Emperor had borrowed his supreme treasure, the Lightning Cauldron, to fight against the Soul Slayer King. The Azure Emperor had broken through the void and left, flying into the boundless void. Now, after so many years, it had appeared again. Emperor Tsang's palace flew towards the west of Tsang State at a terrifying speed. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this time, 7 to 8 figures flew out from the Dragon God Valley. Each of them was shockingly fast. They chased after Emperor Tsang's palace and disappeared in the blink of an eye. That speed was too fast. Even if Lu Ming chased after it, he definitely wouldn't be able to catch up. The Tsang Emperor's palace has reappeared? Lu Ming's heart was in turmoil. Emperor Tsang's storage ring was still in his hands. Unfortunately, there was Emperor Tsang's imprint on it, so he couldn't open it at all. I wonder how Tsang Di and Soul Extinguishing Law King are doing? This time, the appearance of Emperor Tsang's resting palace will definitely shock the entire Tsang state. I believe that the news will spread out soon. Lu Ming pondered before ending his cultivation and returning to the Cloud Dragon Valley. Sure enough, more than 10 days later, a piece of news spread across Tsang State. Emperor Tsang's resting palace had reappeared and was flying from east to west. Finally, it landed in a desert in the west. All the major sects in Tsang State were alarmed and sent out their top experts. In the end, all the sects sent their top experts into Emperor Tsang's resting palace. In the end, they actually found Emperor Tsang's corpse. This was the corpse of a demon emperor. It was incomparably precious. Every feather was a top refining material that could be refined into a terrifying sacred weapon. His flesh, blood, and bones were even more precious than many natural treasures. They could be refined into supreme medicine, and were infinitely mysterious. It could be said that a demon emperor's body was full of treasures. In the end, all the major sects started an intense competition and a series of battles broke out. In the end, the 12 major sects decided to divide the demon emperor's corpse into 12 portions. Each sect would get one portion. The demon emperor of a generation, the peerless expert who had suppressed Tsang State, was divided among the major sects after his death. However, the major sects did not find the two most precious treasures on Emperor Tsang's body. They were Emperor Tsang's realm core and his storage ring. Once a cultivator reached the martial emperor realm, they could evolve their sacred heart into a world, a real world. It was said that some peerless experts could evolve their own worlds, which were already the same as the outside world. They could reproduce on their own. It was incomparably mysterious. The worlds evolved by martial emperors were collectively known as small worlds, and the core of a small world was the realm core. It was incomparably precious and contained the inheritance of a martial emperor. But now, Emperor Tsang's realm core and storage ring were nowhere to be seen. This caused all kinds of guesses. Another half a month passed. An even more shocking piece of news exploded in Tsang State. The news said that Emperor Tsang's inheritance and storage ring had long been obtained by someone. Back then, when many people of the younger generation entered Emperor Tsang's secret realm, someone had obtained Emperor Tsang's inheritance and storage ring. That person was Lu Ming. When this news came out, the world was shaken and Lu Ming was once again pushed to the forefront of the storm. The fact that Lu Ming was the only one who had entered the core of Emperor Tsang's bedroom palace was dug up again. Following that, there was another piece of news saying that the reason why Lu Ming could rise so quickly and his battle strength was so shocking was because he had obtained Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures. This series of news made most people believe that Lu Ming must have obtained Emperor Tsang's inheritance and storage ring. All the major sects in Tsang State turned their attention to Dragon God Valley. Who wouldn't be tempted by Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures? Lu Ming, a person from a small island overseas, could rise against the heavens just because he had obtained Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures. If a non-Saint martial emperor could reach such a level, then what about others? A terrifying storm was brewing in Tsang State. A storm was coming. At the peak of a snowy mountain in Dragon God Valley, Lu Ming stood still with his brows tightly knitted. Who was it that said that he had obtained Emperor Tsang's storage ring? Could it be the Soul Extinguisher King? The Soul Extinguisher King is not dead? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Previously, when many experts entered Emperor Tsang's palace, they only found Emperor Tsang's body, but not the Soul Extinguisher King's body. It was very likely that the Soul Extinguisher King was not dead. In the world, the Soul Extinguisher King was the only one who saw Lu Ming obtain Emperor Tsang's storage ring. Maybe it was the Soul Extinguisher King who took Emperor Tsang's world core and then spread the news. At this moment, a figure stepped on the air and landed beside Lu Ming. Master. Lu Ming bowed and cupped his fists. This person was the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. Ming, you should have heard the news from the outside world, right? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Yes. Lu Ming nodded. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master pondered for a moment and said, Ming, Did you obtain Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures? I only obtained Emperor Tsang's storage ring, but not the inheritance. Lu Ming did not hide and said directly. Chapter 17:10. You really obtained the Azure Thearchus treasure. Ming, your fortuitous opportunity is really not bad. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's eyes lit up, and a smile appeared on his face. But soon after, his expression turned serious again. Ming, who else knows about this matter? How did it leak out? There is only one person, and that is the soul-extinguishing king of the evil spirit sect. Back then, when he fought with the Azure the Arch, Lu Ming briefly recounted what had happened when he had met the Azure the Arch and the soul-extinguishing king. The soul-extinguishing king and the evil spirit sect are really ruthless. They are trying to instigate a civil war in Tsang State. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master frowned. The other party had spread the news that Lu Ming had obtained the Azure Thearchus inheritance and storage ring. But in fact, Lu Ming had not obtained the Azure Thearchus inheritance at all. In this way, even if Lu Ming handed over the Azure Thearchus storage ring, it would be useless. Because if he could not hand over the Azure Thearchus inheritance, it would definitely cause a civil war in Tsang State. This was the evil spirit sect scheme. Ming, the Azure Thearchus storage ring is your own fortuitous opportunity. You should keep it well. No one can take it even if they want to. A sharp light flashed in the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's eyes. At this moment, a commotion could be heard outside the Cloud Dragon Valley. Lu Ming, come out. A voice came from afar. It's that old fellow? Lu Ming furrowed his brows. Lu Ming knew that it was the Silver Dragon Valley Master when he heard the voice. Haha, this old fellow is really fast. I want to see what he is here for. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said coldly. Then a voice rang out. Let them in. As the voice rang out, the Cloud Dragon Valley disciples let them in. Then they saw the Silver Dragon Valley Master leading a group of people over in an aggressive manner. Yin Zheng, why did you bring your men to my Cloud Dragon Valley in such an aggressive manner? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master asked. Of course I'm here for Lu Ming. The Silver Dragon Valley Master looked at Lu Ming and sneered. Lu Ming, you're really selfish. You obtained Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures, but you didn't say anything and kept them for yourself. Don't forget who brought you here from that desolate island. If I hadn't brought you from that desolate island to Dragon God Valley, would you still be here today? But you've obtained the Azure Emperor's inheritance and treasures, yet you want to monopolize them. Now hand them over and share them with us. The Valley Master of the Silver Dragon Valley looked at Lu Ming with a burning gaze, his eyes full of greed. The people who had come with Valley Master Silver Dragon all had burning gazes. Haha, what a joke. The Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley said coldly, I can tell you that Lu Ming did not obtain Monarch Tsang's succession or treasure. Furthermore, even if Lu Ming did obtain it, it is his own fortunate encounter. No one can take it away from him. Yunruoxu stopped quibbling. Who would believe that Lu Ming did not obtain Monarch Tsang's succession or treasure? If he didn't have the inheritance and treasures of Emperor Tsang, how could a person who came from a desolate island have today's achievements? Moreover, he took out dozens of saint weapons at the treasure sorting meeting. How dare you say that he did not obtain Monarch Tsang's treasure? Yunruoxu, you want to keep it and share it with Lu Ming, right? Moreover, he only obtained it because of the sect's power. Therefore he must hand it over. The Valley Master of the Silver Dragon Valley said, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Haha, if you have to hand over the opportunity that others obtained, then why don't you hand over the opportunity that you obtained, Yinjing? Don't say that you did not obtain the opportunity. If you did not obtain the opportunity, how could you have cultivated to such a level? The Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley said coldly. Any martial artist who had some achievements would more or less have some opportunities. For a top expert to be born, one's talent, hard work, and perseverance were indispensable. However, opportunities were also indispensable. Humph, the opportunity that I obtained is not comparable to Monarch Tsang's inheritance and treasure. Today Lu Ming must hand it over. The Valley Master of the Silver Dragon Valley said arrogantly. Scram. The Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley stepped forward. A terrifying aura burst out from his body and pressed down on the Valley Master of the Silver Dragon Valley. Yunruoxu, what are you doing? This is the Dragon God Valley. I came here with reason. How dare you attack me? The Dragon God Valley does not belong to you alone. The Valley Master of the Silver Dragon Valley shouted. However, he was greeted by a terrifying sword radiance. The Valley Master of the Silver Dragon Valley roared and his body was covered in a bright silver light. However, the sword radiance flashed and the silver light on his body collapsed. His face was covered in blood. One of his ears had been cut off by the Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley. If you don't scram, the next strike will be your head. The Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley said coldly. Wuxia, you wait here. I'll report this to the Valley Master. The Valley Master of the Silver Dragon Valley was enraged. Fear flashed across his eyes. In the end, he did not dare to stay and left. What a clown. The Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley said indifferently. He then looked at Lu Ming and said, Ming, cultivate well. Don't think too much. With me around, no one can touch you. Lu Ming was touched. He bowed respectfully and said, Thank you, Master. There's no need to thank me. I'm your master. It's my duty to protect you. I'll take my leave first. The Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley said with a smile. He then stepped into the air and left. Lu Ming continued to sit cross-legged on the peak of the snowy mountain and cultivated quietly. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. On this day, an earth-shattering dragon roar was heard in the Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming woke up from his cultivation and looked in the direction of the Dragon God Valley. There, the shadow of a real dragon soared into the sky and a light screen formed. Enemy attack. A voice reverberated throughout the Dragon God Valley, breaking the silence of the Dragon God Valley. In the Dragon God Valley, countless figures soared into the sky and gathered at the entrance of the Dragon God Valley. They're fast. There was a sharp glint in Lu Ming's eyes. Swoosh. In a flash, the Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley appeared beside Lu Ming. Looks like a sect is here. Ming, let's go and take a look. The Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley said. All right. Lu Ming nodded and followed the Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley to the entrance of the Dragon God Valley. When they arrived at the entrance of the Dragon God Valley, countless disciples, deacons, and elders of the Dragon God Valley looked at Lu Ming strangely. Lu Ming ignored everyone's gaze and looked ahead. At this moment, the entrance of the Dragon God Valley was covered by a light screen. This was the sect protection array of the Dragon God Valley. Outside the Dragon God Valley, there were a few huge battleships. Then, figures flew out from the battleships. There were at least tens of thousands of people on the battleships. Each of them had a powerful aura. They were all experts. There were mainly 2 groups of people. One group was dressed in white robes and the other was dressed in black robes. Heavenly Divinity Sect and Heavenly Universe Demon Sect. At the front of the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect was the Sect Master of the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect. The Sect Masters of the Heavenly Divinity Sect and Heavenly Universe Demon Sect are here. What a big lineup. The Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley said coldly. Chapter 17:11. In the Dragon God Valley, an old man in a snow-white robe stepped forward and brought his fists together. Why have you 2 come with such great fanfare? This elder was the Valley Master of the Ice Dragon Valley and the entire Divine Dragon Valley. Ice old man, stop playing dumb. I heard that Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasure were obtained by Lu Ming of the Divine Dragon Valley. Ask him to hand it over. It's not something that he can take alone. It's not something that your Divine Dragon Valley can take either. The Sect Master of the Heavenly God Sect spoke in a deep and majestic voice. So you're here for Emperor Tsang's inheritance and storage ring. Lu Ming squinted his eyes and looked at the Sect Master of the Sky Demon Sect. There was a surge of anger in his heart. The Heavenly God Sect was one thing, but the Sky Demon Sect and the Heavenly God Sect were the first to arrive. In the past, Lu Ming had tolerated and restrained the Sky Demon Sect for the sake of Xian Yanqing. However, the Sky Demon Sect had been pushing their luck. It wasn't the first time that they had attacked him. The Sect Master of the Sky Demon Sect knew about his relationship with Xian Yanqing. However, he didn't care about it and came together with the Heavenly God Sect. This made Lu Ming's heart cold and his killing intent even colder. Since that was the case, he didn't need to restrain himself when he met the Sky Demon Sect in the future. Haha, the 2 of you, where did you hear this rumor from? How can the 2 of you believe in something that is made up out of nothing? You even brought so many experts from both sections. What a joke. The Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley walked out and laughed. Whether it's groundless rumors, whether it's true or not, as long as we search Lu Ming's soul, we will know. The Sect Master of the Sky Demon Sect said indifferently. What a joke. You think you can search his soul just because you want to? Then come over here and let me search your soul. The Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley said coldly as he stared at the Sect Master of the Sky Demon Sect. You're being unreasonable. If you don't allow me to search your soul, it means that you have Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasure. I advise you to hand it over. The Divine Dragon Valley can't stop or protect it. The Master of the Sky Universe Demon Sect said coldly. That's right, Valley Master. I suggest that we hand over Lu Ming. Otherwise, the Divine Dragon Valley will be in danger. We can't implicate the entire Divine Dragon Valley because of one Lu Ming. Silver Dragon Valley Master suggested to Ice Dragon Valley Master. Shut up. Valley Master Yun Long suddenly turned around and looked coldly at Valley Master Silver Dragon. Valley Master, you see. Valley Master Silver Dragon's expression changed and he continued to speak to Valley Master Ice Dragon. Alright, Lu Ming is a disciple of our Divine Dragon Valley. Whether or not he has obtained Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures, our Divine Dragon Valley has the obligation to protect him. Don't say anything about this matter. Ice Dragon Valley Master's words made Yin Zheng's face turn ugly. The Tsang Emperor was the ruler of the Tsang province back then. His inheritance and treasures shouldn't be enjoyed by one person or one sect alone. They should be shared among all the sects in the Tsang province. You'd better hand them over. The sect master of the Heavenly Divine Sect said. Ah, what a joke. Putting aside the fact that Lu Ming didn't get it, even if he did, it's his own opportunity. According to what you've said, all the resources of the Heavenly Divine Sect come from the Tsang province. How can it be enjoyed by the Heavenly Divine Sect alone? Hand it over and share it with everyone in the Tsang province. Valley Master Yun Long sneered. The sect master of the Heavenly Divine Sect said coldly, how can you compare this matter? If Lu Ming doesn't hand over Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures, your Divine Dragon Valley will be destroyed and removed from the Tsang province. Everyone will be buried with him. As soon as the sect master of the Heavenly Divine Sect and the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect said, a terrifying aura burst out from their bodies. The atmosphere became extremely oppressive. The aura of so many people was too strong. Also, it's useless even if you hide in the Divine Dragon Valley. The families and families of your Divine Dragon Valley disciples are scattered all over the Tsang province. I don't mind sending people to exterminate them. The sect master of the Heavenly Divine Sect said. Everyone in the Divine Dragon Valley was enraged, but they were also worried. Despicable and shameless. As the sect master of a sect, you're despicable and shameless. You're just like the Divine Sun. Lu Ming shouted. The sect master of the Heavenly Divine Sect looked at Lu Ming coldly. Lu Ming had killed the Divine Sun Luo Shuihan. How could he let Lu Ming off so easily? You're breaking the rules. Valley Master Yun Long said. Even if two sects were to fight, they wouldn't implicate the families and families of their disciples. This was the unspoken rule of the martial world. Otherwise it would be a mess. The rules are set by the strong. The sect master of the Heavenly Divine Sect said arrogantly. Good, very good. Since that's the case, I'll kill every disciple of the Heavenly Divine Sect I see. Valley Master Yun Long revealed a rare murderous intent. Yun Ruoxu, I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do so. The sect master of the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect said coldly. Is that so? Valley Master Yun Long said. He then took a step forward and appeared outside of the Divine Dragon Valley's protective array. A long sword appeared in his hand. Brr. Valley Master Yun Long let out a deafening dragon roar. Let's see what you're capable of as a sect master. Valley Master Yun Long said. Then, a terrifying sword radiance slashed towards the sect master of the Heavenly Divine Sect. Yun Ruoxu, I'd like to see what you're capable of after not fighting for so many years. A divine punishment spear appeared in the sect master's hand. The long spear pierced through the air. It was 100,000 feet long and it looked as though it could shatter the void. Boom. The sword radiance and the long spear clashed. Heaven and earth roared. Terrifying energy waves caused the void to tremble violently. The ground was struck by the energy waves and deep gullies appeared. Some of the energy waves flew towards the Divine Dragon Valley but were blocked by the protective array. Back off. Many experts from the Sky Universe Demon Sect and Heavenly Divine Sect retreated. They were afraid of being affected. Only the sect master of the Sky Universe Demon Sect stood still. Cloud Dragon Emergence. Valley Master Yun Long waved his sword and a huge true dragon appeared. It roared and charged towards the sect master of the Heavenly Divine Sect. The sect master of the Heavenly Divine Sect shone with holy light. The holy light condensed into a huge god. The god stepped on the void and held a long spear in his hand. He stabbed towards the huge dragon. The two of them clashed again. The entire sky was about to be pierced through. Many people watched in shock. Such a great battle was too shocking. Valley Master Yun Long is so powerful. This is too shocking. Is Valley Master Yun Long an absolute saint? God, Valley Master Yun Long is an absolute saint. Discussions broke out in the Divine Dragon Valley. The other disciples of the Divine Dragon Valley were shocked. Among the 7 valleys of the Divine Dragon Valley, Cloud Dragon Valley had the least number of people. They had always thought that Valley Master Yinlong was the weakest. The other dragon valleys didn't take Cloud Dragon Valley seriously. They subconsciously thought that Valley Master Yinlong wasn't that powerful. Other than Valley Master Yinlong, the other Valley Masters of the 7 valleys of the Divine Dragon Valley were all supreme saints. Before this, most of the disciples of the Divine Dragon Valley thought that Valley Master Yinlong was also a supreme saint. They had never thought that Valley Master Yinlong was an absolute saint. Cloud Dragon Emergence. Chapter 17:12. Valley Master Yinlong waved his sword and 3 real dragons appeared. Each of them was extremely terrifying as they charged towards the sect master of the Sky God sect. The sect master of the Sky God sect looked solemn as he circulated his dharma and fought with Valley Master Yinlong. Dragon roars could be heard as long spears pierced through the air. The battle was getting more and more intense. What was shocking was that after 10 moves, the sect master of the Sky God sect was at a disadvantage. This left everyone dumbfounded. "You come in too." Valley Master Yinlong's voice could be heard from the endless sword radiance. A real dragon roared and pounced towards the sect master of the Sky Universe Demon sect. Valley Master Yinlong wanted to fight the sect master of the Sky Universe Demon sect and the sect master of the Sky God sect at the same time. "As you wish." The sect master of the Sky Universe Demon sect said coldly. Demonic light shot up into the sky and covered half of the sky with demonic light. She waved her hands and endless black demonic lotuses appeared and charged towards Valley Master Yinlong. 9 Cloud Dragon Manifestations. Valley Master Yinlong's voice could be heard again as 9 real dragons appeared. Each of these real dragons was formed by endless sword radiance. They were extremely terrifying and each of them had earth-shattering power. The 3 experts fought crazily and it was hard to determine the winner. Many people gasped. Valley Master Yinlong was too powerful. He was fighting 2 sect masters alone and it was hard to determine the winner. How many people in the Tsang state had such combat strength? Among everyone, Yin Zheng's face was the worst. He clenched his fists tightly and his body trembled. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He had never imagined that the Cloud Dragon Valley Master had already reached such a level. From the looks of it, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master had not used much of his strength when they fought previously. Otherwise, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master would have been able to kill him with a single strike. Damn it. This guy has kept a low profile for so many years and his strength has reached such a terrifying level. Yin Jing roared in his heart. The experts of the Sky Universe Demon sect and the Sky God sect were also shocked. Lu Ming was also shocked. Although he had guessed that Valley Master Yinlong might be an absolute saint expert, Valley Master Yinlong's strength was still beyond his imagination. The battle continued. The 3 of them fought high up in the sky. Only endless light could be seen flashing, but the 3 of them could not be seen at all. After fighting intensely for a while, a terrifying explosion rang out. The light dissipated and 3 figures appeared. The sect masters of the Heavenly God sect and the Sky Universe Demon sect stood side by side. Their expressions were extremely gloomy. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master wielded a long sword, his battle intent soaring to the heavens. At this moment, the Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley was no longer that gentle old man. Instead, he was a powerful being who dominated the world. His sword shone with a chilling light. "If I want to kill someone, none of you can stop me," the Cloud Dragon Valley Master said confidently. The sect master of the Heavenly God sect had the worst expression. If he gave the order to deal with the family members of the Dragon God Valley's disciples, then the Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley could slaughter the other disciples of the Celestial God sect. They could not stop him. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master was too strong. Rumble. At this moment, another intense rumbling sound came from the distant sky. A huge warship quickly flew over and stopped not too far away. Then, a large number of figures flew out from the warship. Every single one of them was dressed in green robes, and a poisonous aura emanated from their bodies. The sect masters of the Sky Universe Demon sect and the Heavenly God sect were overjoyed. The experts of the Desire Poison sect had arrived. The person leading the Desire Poison sect was an old man. He was the sect master of the Desire Poison sect. "Today is really lively." The Desire Poison sect master stepped forward and stood together with the sect masters of the Sky Universe Demon sect and the Sky God sect. "You guys have gone too far." The Ice Dragon Valley Master stepped forward and appeared beside the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. A terrifying aura erupted from him. He was also an absolute saint. The 5 absolute saints faced each other in the sky. Their auras were extremely oppressive. Everyone looked on nervously. The sect masters of the Heavenly God sect and the other sects seemed to be discussing telepathically. After a while, the sect master of the Heavenly God sect said, "You can protect Lu Ming for now, but you can't protect him forever. Disciples of the Heavenly God sect, listen up. Retreat 100 miles and set up camp. Once Lu Ming comes out or the other disciples of the Dragon God Valley, take him down." Yes. The experts of the Heavenly God sect obeyed. Disciples of the Sky Universe Demon sect, listen up. Retreat 100 miles and set up camp. Disciples of the Desire Poison sect, listen up. The sect masters of the Sky Universe Demon sect and the Desire Poison sect ordered the experts of the 2 sects to retreat 100 miles and surround the Dragon God Valley. The experts of the 3 sects retreated slowly. Then the sect masters of the 3 sects glanced coldly at Lu Ming and retreated as well. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the Ice Dragon Valley Master looked at each other. Both of them looked worried. Disciples of the Dragon God Valley, listen up. Send experts to set up camp around the Dragon God Valley to prevent any sneak attacks. The Ice Dragon Valley Master ordered. Minger, go back. Don't think too much about this. They can't do anything to you. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master appeared beside Lu Ming and said gently, "Yes, Master." Lu Ming nodded and walked toward the Cloud Space Valley. However, he clenched his fists tightly and a cold light flashed in his eyes. This situation was difficult to break out of. Even if he handed over the Tsang Thearka's storage ring, the Heavenly Divine Sect and the other sects wouldn't let it go. It was rumored that he had obtained the Tsang Thearka's inheritance. But in fact he didn't have it at all. There was no way he could hand it over. This must have been news from the Evil Spirit Sect. The Evil Spirit Sect knew that Lu Ming didn't have the inheritance and couldn't hand it over. Therefore the sects of the Tsang state were bound to clash. Even if Lu Ming went to explain, no one would believe him. "I'm still too weak. I must enter the Sage State as soon as possible." Lu Ming's eyes were determined. However, entering the Sage State was a huge hurdle. If he didn't have enough experience, it would be too difficult to cross it in a short time. After returning to the Cloud Space Valley, Lu Ming fell into deep thought. "I have to give it a try," Lu Ming muttered. He thought of a way to enter the Sage State in a short time. That was to fuse the main body and the second body into one, and then fuse them back into one. The Twin Life Forbidden Art mentioned that the main body and the second body could be merged again. But once merged, it would be impossible to cultivate the second body in the future. This was a great loss. With the second body he could do many things. Moreover, the second body was like having an extra life. If the main body was killed, he could still survive in the second body. But now, if he wanted to enter the Sage State in a short time, he had to merge the main body and the second body. With the accumulation of the main body and the second body, the merging of the two was enough to break through to the Sage State. In the current situation, if he didn't have the cultivation of the Sage State, it would be difficult to protect himself. If he reached the Sage State, his combat strength would skyrocket. Let's do it. Chapter 17:13. Lu Ming's main body and second body cast the Twin Life Forbidden Art at the same time. Their bodies glowed as if they were resonating with each other. Slowly, the bodies of the main body and the second body merged together. It was as if the two bodies were overlapping. Of course, the process was slow and couldn't be completed in one go. It needed time. Because it wasn't just the physical body that was fused. It also involved the soul and cultivation. It was very complicated. Time passed day by day. Outside the Dragon God Valley, the Heavenly Divine Sect, Empyrean Demon Sect and Desire Poison Sect were stationed there. They surrounded the Dragon God Valley, preventing the disciples of the Dragon God Valley from entering or leaving. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. The 3 sects were still stationed outside the Dragon God Valley. They had no intention of leaving. At the same time, the atmosphere in the Dragon God Valley was getting more and more tense. With the 3 sects blocking the exit, would the people of the Dragon God Valley be trapped for the rest of their lives? At this moment, a voice was heard in the Dragon God Valley, calling for Lu Ming to be handed over. Lu Ming is selfish. He obtained Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures and kept them for himself. In the end, he wants others to pay for him? There are so many people in the Dragon God Valley. How can we be implicated by Lu Ming? He obtained benefits and now he wants others to die with him. He hid and didn't show himself. Why is he implicating the entire Dragon God Valley? Hand over Lu Ming and the Dragon God Valley will be safe again. Such voices were getting louder and louder. Many people slowly shifted their anger to Lu Ming. They felt that Lu Ming was selfish. He had benefited from it, and when something happened in the end, he went into hiding and asked others to foot the bill for him. On what basis? Lu Ming, let's see how long you can hide. Silver Dragon Valley Master Yin Zheng sneered. This kind of voice was naturally spread by Yin Zheng's men in secret. Slowly, the other disciples of the Dragon God Valley were incited. They surrounded the Cloud Dragon Valley and demanded Lu Ming to be handed over. Get out of my sight. At the entrance of the Cloud Dragon Valley, Yang Tianzong's aura was so strong that everyone was shocked. Tian Chui, Xuanixin and the others stood beside Yang Tianzong, blocking the entrance of the Cloud Dragon Valley. What are you doing? Were they going to bully the other disciples of the Dragon Valley just because they were stronger? Although the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's cultivation is strong, he can't be lawless, right? That's right. Is Valley Master Yun Long going to use his cultivation to protect his own disciple and disregard the lives of the other disciples of the Divine Dragon Valley? Kill all the other disciples of the Dragon Valley if you can. Icy voices could be heard from the crowd. If you have the guts, come out and speak. Yang Tianzong's eyes were like lightning as he scanned the crowd. Those who were caught by his gaze shuddered. Humph, although the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's cultivation is powerful, there are so many of us. We may not be afraid of you. That voice came from the crowd again. Sowing dissension, you deserve to die. Yang Tianzong shouted. Suddenly his body flashed and he leaped into the crowd. Following which, two blood-curdling screams rang out as two figures flew out of the crowd and crashed heavily onto the ground. They were two young men in silver robes, and one of them was Yin Zisong. As expected, it's your Silver Dragon Valley that's trying to sow discord. You guys have ulterior motives and deserve death. Tian Chui shouted. What are you doing? Is Cloud Dragon Valley rebelling? First you covered up for Lu Ming. Now you can't even talk about it. If you do, you'll kill them. Does Divine Dragon Valley belong to Cloud Dragon Valley now? Yin Zisong yelled. How dare you try to sow discord? I'll cripple you. Yang Tianzong's eyes were cold as he walked towards Yin Zisong. Stop. A loud roar was heard as the Valley Master of Silver Dragon Valley, Yin Zheng, stepped into the air and said coldly, Don't go overboard. They're just saying something fair. What bullshit fair? I think you're the one who said it, you old dog. You're trying to kill my junior brother Lu Ming. Tian Chui scolded. How dare you? How dare you? Yin Jing shouted. Humph, don't take advantage of your seniority. If you have the guts, be arrogant in front of my master. I've already sent a message to my master and he'll be here soon. Yang Tianzong said. Yin Zheng's expression changed drastically. Fear flashed in his eyes as he said, It seems that your Cloud Dragon Valley is oppressing others with force and completely disregards the other Dragon Valleys. I reckon that in your heart, the weight of all the other Dragon Valleys added together is not as important as your Cloud Dragon Valley, right? If that's the case, I have nothing to say. Kill the people of Silver Dragon Valley if you want to. Having said that, Yin Zheng waved his sleeves and left the place. The other Dragon Valley disciples' faces darkened. That old man is extremely cunning. He deserves to be killed. Xuanixin gritted her teeth. Yin Zheng's words were to sow discord between the other Dragon Valleys and Cloud Dragon Valley. He wanted to use the other Dragon Valleys to force Cloud Dragon Valley to hand over Lu Ming. Under such circumstances, they could not kill Yin Zisong and the others. Otherwise, there would be internal strife in Divine Dragon Valley. Get lost. Yang Tianzong threw Yin Zisong and Xuanixin out. The conflict in Divine Dragon Valley was getting worse. Lu Ming was still in seclusion in the mountain river diagram. After 3 months, the bodies of Lu Ming's main body and second body had completely merged into one and they had become one. Boom. At this moment, a loud boom came from Lu Ming's body. His soul had also merged into one at this moment. The merging of the two souls caused Lu Ming's soul power to skyrocket. It was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Instead, it was several times stronger. Saint Heart condense. When Lu Ming's soul merged into one, Lu Ming felt that it was time to break through to the Saint realm. He roared and the power of the laws flowed. He began to use the power of the laws to refine his true origin and condense his Saint Heart. Strangely, there were 2 types of laws flowing on Lu Ming's body. The law of primal chaos and the law of array flowed without interfering with each other. One refined the true origin while the other refined the spiritual fire. In Lu Ming's mind, the bright spiritual fire gathered into a ball and rushed toward Lu Ming's dantian. Finally, the spiritual fire entered Lu Ming's dantian and floated near the spiritual god. Then it began to tumble. Under the effect of the law of array, it began to transform into a Saint Heart. At the same time, the spiritual god began to change. In the spiritual God, there was an illusory figure that slowly separated from the spiritual God. Could be seen that this illusory figure looked exactly like the spiritual God in Lu Ming. This was Lu Ming's soul. Before reaching the saint realm, a person's soul did not have a physical body. In other words, it did not have a soul at all. It only had spiritual will. However, after a martial artist broke through to the spiritual God realm, his spiritual will would merge with the spiritual God and begin to nurture his soul. In fact, the biggest use of the spiritual God was to nurture one's soul. This was very similar to the spiritual fire. The spiritual fire also had the effect of nurturing one's soul. Chapter 17:14. As one's cultivation increased, one's soul would become stronger and stronger. It was said that when one reached a certain level, even if one's physical body was destroyed, one's soul would still exist in the world. One could even use the energy of heaven and earth to condense a physical body at any time. At this level, one would truly reach the realm of immortality and indestructibility. As long as one's soul was not destroyed, one would not die. However, Lu Ming still had a long way to go before he could reach this realm. As he had just broken through to the saint realm, his soul had just taken shape. It could not even leave his body as it would be torn apart by the energy of heaven and earth. The soul was completely different from the spiritual deity. The spiritual deity was actually condensed from true essence. However, the soul was not. It was nurtured by Lu Ming's spiritual will. It was extremely mysterious and had something to do with the mystery of immortality. Slowly, the soul left the spiritual deity and turned into a beam of light. It rushed into Lu Ming's sea of consciousness and sat down cross-legged in it. After the soul left the spiritual deity began to transform into a sacred heart under the effect of the primal chaos law. The sacred heart used the law as its core and sacred energy as its foundation. In the future, as the law became stronger, the sacred heart could evolve into a small world. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. 2 sacred hearts appeared in Lu Ming's dantian. One of them was filled with primal chaos chi as if it was nurturing a universe. As for the other one, it was covered with strange runes. When one looked at it, one would feel as if they would sink into it and be unable to extricate themselves. I actually have 2 sacred hearts. Lu Ming himself was dumbfounded. As far as he knew, other people, regardless of whether they cultivated the inscription Tao or the martial Tao, only had 1 sacred heart. This was because a person could only comprehend 1 law at the half-saint realm. In fact, a person could only comprehend 1 law at the martial sage realm. Only when one reached the martial emperor realm would one be able to comprehend multiple laws. As for the sacred heart, it was condensed from the law as the foundation. As Lu Ming cultivated the twin life restriction, his main body and second body each comprehended a law. Thus, after they merged, he cultivated 2 sacred hearts. The 2 saint hearts were like twins, revolving around each other and spinning non-stop. Then won't I be able to cultivate 2 small worlds in the future? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Hoo-hoo. At this moment, Lu Ming felt a gust of wind blowing around him. Endless smoke suddenly appeared and enveloped Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming felt as if he had entered a strange place. Even the environment around him had changed. This is the inner demon tribulation of the saint realm. Lu Ming's expression changed. Of course, there was also a great tribulation when breaking through to the saint realm. However, the great tribulation of the saint realm was not the same as before. It was not the thunder tribulation but the inner demon tribulation. The inner demon tribulation was even more terrifying than the thunder tribulation. Everyone had their own inner demons. If they couldn't overcome the inner demon tribulation, they would vanish into thin air under the inner demon tribulation. Since ancient times, countless geniuses had failed to overcome the inner demon tribulation and died under it. However, Lu Ming had gone through 9 lifetimes in the reincarnation emperor's tomb in the 100 Tribes battlefield. His mind was firm and refined. The tribulation of the inner demon could not affect him at all. In just half a day, Lu Ming had successfully overcome the inner demon tribulation. When Lu Ming transcended the mental demon tribulation, there was a mysterious force in heaven and earth that surged into Lu Ming's body. This was within the mountain-river diagram, but this force directly passed through the mountain-river diagram. At this moment, the spiritual energy and vital essence in Lu Ming's body began to change qualitatively and began to transform into saint power. Hoo-hoo. Then, in the mountain and river diagram, endless origin chi gathered toward Lu Ming's body. Origin stones. I need a lot of origin stones. Lu Ming's mind stirred and piles of primordial stones appeared. They exploded one after another, turning into extremely rich primordial chi that surged into Lu Ming's body. It was constantly refined into wisps of sacred power. There was more and more saint power in Lu Ming's body. Not long after, the original mental strength and vital essence had been completely transformed into saint power. However, the absorption of primordial qi did not stop. Primordial qi was constantly being absorbed and transformed into saint power. Lu Ming had 2 saint hearts. The saint power produced by the 2 saint hearts was too strong. At the same time, he needed more origin stones. Lu Ming did not know how many origin stones he had devoured. There were at least billions of mid-grade origin stones. At this moment, the saint power in Lu Ming's body reached a state of saturation. The saint realm. Lu Ming had finally entered the saint realm and become a saint. Although he was only at the initial bright saint realm, it was a qualitative change from before. It was on a completely different level. Is this saint power? It's so powerful. Lu Ming carefully sensed the boundless sacred power in his body. He felt that it was filled with boundless power. It was many times stronger than before. Saint power was much stronger than vital essence. With the same amount, saint power was at least 10 times stronger than vital essence. This was a qualitative change. It was no wonder that the saint realm was so powerful. If one was not a saint, it was almost impossible to cross realms and kill a saint. Unless one was like Lu Ming, with extremely powerful laws and spiritual bodies, they could do it. Otherwise, once the saint power was unleashed, vital essence would not be able to withstand it. Also, what level has my soul power reached? Lu Ming carefully felt the soul in his sea of consciousness. He felt that his soul power had increased by dozens of times compared to before. He had a feeling that if he used the divine sword art now, he could easily tear apart the soul of a great bright saint realm or even a peak bright saint realm expert. With this upgrade, Lu Ming's combat ability had undergone a huge change. He had achieved a qualitative breakthrough. If Lu Ming had broken through normally, there would not have been such a huge improvement. The main thing was that his main body had merged with his second body. Not only had his soul power increased, but he had also cultivated 2 saint hearts. Therefore Lu Ming could not estimate it. Perhaps this is a blessing in disguise. There was a glint in Lu Ming's eyes. Now that I have broken through to the saint realm, I should be able to enter the Chaos Palace. Lu Ming's face was filled with anticipation. Previously, when he obtained the Chaos Scripture in the Chaos Palace, Tui had told him that if he wanted their help, he had to at least break through to the saint realm and become a saint. Now Lu Ming had broken through to the saint realm. Although Tui, Goldie, and the rest were puppets, their strength was unfathomable. If he could get their help, then it would not be difficult to solve the Dragon God Valley siege. With a thought, the Chaos Token appeared in his hand. Then, boundless saint power poured into the Chaos Token. The Chaos Token buzzed and emitted a dazzling glow. Then a beam of light formed and shrouded Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt as though he was being carried by an irresistible force. It was as though he was shuttling through the void toward a certain place. After an unknown period of time, the space shook. Lu Ming found that he had arrived at a grand hall. He had finally returned to the Chaos Palace. In front of him, the space rippled and several figures appeared. It was Tui, Goldie, and the rest. Young Lord. When Tui, Goldie, and the rest saw Lu Ming, they bowed to Lu Ming. Seniors, it's been a long time. Lu Ming returned the greeting. Young Lord has finally broken through to the Saint Realm. Chapter 17:15. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Back then, when he was still a spiritual god, he felt that Tui was unfathomable and unfathomable when he met him. Now that he saw him again, he still had the same feeling. However, Lu Ming was even happier. The stronger Tui and the others were, the more help they would be to him. Seniors, now that Lu Ming has broken through to the Saint Realm, can you go out and help Lu Ming? Lu Ming asked. Tui, Goldie, and the others looked at each other. Then Tui shook his head and said, Young master, we could in the past, but I'm afraid we can't now. Why not? Lu Ming's expression changed. Because you're not the only young master of the Primal Chaos Palace. Tui sighed. I'm not the only one? What does that mean? Lu Ming was puzzled. Could it be that there was another person who met the requirements after Lu Ming and passed the test? However, the Primal Chaos Scripture had already been passed down to Lu Ming. Even if someone came later, they shouldn't be able to obtain the Primal Chaos Scripture, right? How did they become the young master of the Primal Chaos Palace? Young master, another person came after you. However, this person didn't come because he cultivated 5 different intents or domains, but because of his physique. This person's physique is the chaotic body. Goldie explained. Chaotic body. Lu Ming was shocked. The chaotic body was only a legendary physique. Could there really be such a physique in the world? It is really unbelievable. It's hard to find a chaotic body even after countless years. In fact, the primal Chaos Emperor had the chaotic body back then, so the chaotic body was the most suitable to inherit the primal Chaos Emperor's legacy. However, because the primal Chaos scripture had already been obtained by the young master, the chaotic body didn't obtain the primal Chaos scripture. However, this person has the chaotic body. It's hard to find one even after countless years. He's too compatible with the primal Chaos Emperor back then. Since he came here, all of us discussed and made him one of the young masters of the primal Chaos Palace. Therefore, only one of you can truly control the primal Chaos Palace in the future. Tui explained. In that case, I'll have to compete with the chaotic body in the future and the winner will be able to control the primal Chaos Palace? Lu Ming said. That's right. Only the victor between the two of you will be able to truly control primal Chaos Palace. Therefore, before the victor is decided, we will not leave with either of you nor will we help either of you. Du Yi Dao. Lu Ming felt helpless. He didn't expect to encounter such a situation. He knew that the chaotic body was the same as the Chaos Emperor's constitution. It was most suitable for inheriting the Chaos Emperor and controlling the Chaos Hall. If Lu Ming had not arrived first and obtained the Chaos Scripture, Tu Yi and the others would have definitely chosen the chaotic body. Young Master, let me warn you. The chaotic body's current cultivation is far greater than the young master's, and his battle prowess is greater. He's invincible among those at the same level. He hasn't obtained the chaotic scripture, but because he possesses the chaotic body, he has cultivated the laws of chaos. His objective is to steal the chaotic scripture from the young master. Tui reminded. Tui, don't cross the line. Our principle is not to help either side. Gold One reminded from the side. I'm just giving a casual reminder. I have no intention of helping. Alright, young master, I'll send you back now. I hope that the next one to come will still be the young master. Tui Dao smiled before waving his hand. A powerful force acted on Lu Ming's body, and Lu Ming disappeared from Primal Chaos Palace. Tui, you seem to favor Lu Ming more? Gold One's body was golden like a statue. His voice was cold and emotionless. No. Tui Dao shook his head and sighed. We have waited for countless years and finally, Lu Ming has inherited the ancestor's legacy. However, we never thought that another chaotic body would appear. I never thought that another chaotic body would appear after the ancestor. Such a heaven-defying constitution just has to appear at this moment. It looks like a great era is upon us. The two worlds of the Tianyuan world will probably usher in a golden age. That's right. Let's see what happens. If Lu Ming really encounters the chaotic body, he will probably be defeated. However, this child's fortune is so great that even you and I can't see through his fate. I'm afraid it won't be that simple. Let's just watch. Following Gold One's words, the hall fell silent. Lu Ming felt the world spin. Before long, he returned to the mountain river diagram. Chaotic body, huh? Lu Ming murmured as battle intent filled his eyes. This trip had indeed exceeded Lu Ming's expectations. He originally thought that he could ask Tui Dao and the others for help, but from the looks of it, he could only rely on himself. Then let's have a good battle. Lu Ming murmured before exiting the mountain river diagram. He walked out of the Cloud Dragon Valley. When Lu Ming arrived at the entrance of the Cloud Dragon Valley, he discovered a large number of people gathered there. Lu Ming has come out. Someone hollered. Everyone's gaze was on Lu Ming. He finally couldn't hold it in any longer and came out. He enjoyed the treasures alone, but he hid himself, leaving the danger to us so that we could take it for him. What? He's selfish and doesn't care about the lives of the others in the Divine Dragon Valley. I've never seen such a shameless person. Ask him to hand over Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures to resolve the crisis of the Divine Dragon Valley. Someone in the crowd yelled, causing the crowd to be enraged. Trying to sow discord again. Yang Tianzong's eyes were sharp. Swoosh. At that instant, Lu Ming's figure suddenly dashed out and grabbed a young man in a silver robe by the neck and lifted him up. It's the Silver Dragon Valley again, trying to sow discord again. Die. Lu Ming's voice was cold. Lu Ming, what are you doing? Can't we talk about what you've done? If you're so capable, kill everyone in the Divine Dragon Valley. The disciple of the Silver Dragon Valley yelled. That's right, Lu Ming, let him go. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because of your cultivation. The other disciples of the Divine Dragon Valley yelled. Selfish person, I'll take you down now and hand you over to the Heavenly God sect. At that instant, a figure suddenly appeared behind Lu Ming and grabbed at Lu Ming's shoulder. It was a white-haired old man with a formidable cultivation. His hand was emitting a strong sacred aura and sacred force. He was an expert at the peak bright sacred realm. It was obvious that an elder of the Silver Dragon Valley had taken advantage of the crowd's anger to take Lu Ming down so that the crowd could hand Lu Ming over to the Heavenly God sect. His hand was extremely quick as it approached Lu Ming at a shocking speed. He did not believe that Lu Ming could dodge it. Lu Ming's strength was strong as he had killed the God's Son at the treasure pedestal. However, the God's Son was only at the greater bright sacred realm and he was at the peak of the bright sacred realm. Lu Ming would not be able to dodge the sudden attack. However, at the next moment his pupils suddenly constricted. This was because at this moment, Lu Ming suddenly turned around and looked at him with a sharp gaze. The next moment he felt a tearing pain coming from the soul in his sea of consciousness. Bang. Chapter 17:16. Boom. The ground shook violently and the entire Cloud Dragon Valley seemed to be shaking. The hard ice layer on the ground shattered and the elder from Silver Dragon Valley created a large hole in the ground. He lay there and spat out mouthfuls of blood. His body twitched like a dead dog. At this moment, the entire place was silent. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at the scene in disbelief. Many people felt as if something was stuck in their throats. Their mouths squirmed but they couldn't say a word. This was because many people recognized that this old man was an extremely powerful elder of the Silver Dragon Valley. He was at the peak of the Bright Sage realm. However, he was like a dead dog in Lu Ming's hands, unable to withstand a single blow. Lu Ming, this was too perverted. Even Yang Tianzong, Tian Shui and the others were dumbfounded. Who else wants to fight? Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as he looked around. Those who were looked at by Lu Ming were shocked and broke out in cold sweat. Lu Ming, you can only fight your own people here. Go fight the people from Heavenly Divinity Sect and Heavenly Universe Demon Sect if you can. A young man in a silver robe mustered up his courage and shouted. Lu Ming looked at him and the young man shrank back. He avoided looking at Lu Ming and didn't dare to look at him. Looks like you're quite brave. Alright, do you want to come with me? Lu Ming said coldly. The young man stammered. Shut up if you don't have the guts. Lu Ming hollered. He then soared into the air and flew out of the Divine Dragon Valley. Is Lu Ming really going to fight the people from Heavenly Divinity Sect, Heavenly Universe Demon Sect and Poison Sect? Let's go and take a look. The crowd followed Lu Ming out of Dragon Valley. Yang Qianzong, Tian Shui and the others looked at each other and followed. The entrance of the Dragon God Valley was guarded by many experts of the Dragon God Valley. The 7 Valley Masters of the Dragon God Valley were all here. Lu Ming attracted a lot of attention as soon as he arrived. Ming, you've made a breakthrough? The Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley landed his gaze on Lu Ming. His eyes lit up and he was pleasantly surprised. Yes, Master. I just made a breakthrough. Lu Ming nodded. Good. You're indeed the one who killed the Divine Sun. Ice Dragon Valley Master walked over with a smile on his face. Master, Valley Master, I have a plan that might be able to stop the 3 sects. Afterward, Lu Ming transmitted his voice to the Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the Ice Dragon Valley Master. Ming, are you confident? Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master revealed a shocked and worried expression. Ice Dragon Valley's Valley Master's eyes also flickered. Clearly he was shocked. Yes. Lu Ming's answer was firm. Alright then, Master will protect you. Valley Master. Count me in. Ice Dragon Valley Master stroked his long beard and smiled. Many thanks, Master, Valley Master. Lu Ming bowed and then strode out of the Divine Dragon Valley. He passed through the sect protecting array and walked in the air step by step. Lu Ming really went out. Many people were shocked. Yin Zheng's eyes were filled with pride. The Valley Masters are also out. Someone exclaimed. Right then, the Ice Dragon Valley Master and the Cloud Dragon Valley Master followed Lu Ming and moved forward. The moment Lu Ming left the Dragon God Valley, Heavenly God Sect, Sky Universe Demon Sect, and Desire Poison Sect saw him. Many experts flew towards Lu Ming and stopped not far away from Lu Ming. Both sides stood in the air. Lu Ming, you're finally out. Have you thought it through and decided to hand over Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures? Heavenly God Sect Master asked. Lu Ming smiled faintly and said, How about I make a bet with you? A bet? The sect masters of the Heavenly God Sect and Sky Universe God Sect were stunned. What kind of trick is this Lu Ming trying to play? But with so many of them here, Lu Ming can't play any tricks. What bet? How do you want to bet? Heavenly God Sect Master asked. Let's bet on Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures. I challenge the Bright Sage experts of your 3 sections. As long as you're in the Bright Sage realm, you can fight with me. If I lose, I'll hand over Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures. If you lose, you can go back to where you came from. How about it? Lu Ming said. That was his plan. The bet with the other party depended on whether they had the confidence to accept it or not. You really did obtain Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures, Sky Universe Demon Sect Master said, greed flashing in his eyes. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He knew that even if he denied it, the other party wouldn't let it go. Denying it was useless, so he might as well admit it and bet with them. Do you dare to bet or not? If you want to capture me and search my soul, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Before you capture me, I can kill myself. At that time you won't get anything, Lu Ming said coldly. The Heavenly God Sect Master, Sky Universe Demon Sect Master, and Poison Desire Sect Master's eyes flickered. What do you think? The Heavenly God Sect Master transmitted his voice to the other two. This brat proposed such a condition. I reckon he's already in the true sage realm, Sky Universe Demon Sect Master said. So what if he's in the true sage realm? Is he invincible in the bright sage realm just because he's in the true sage realm? He's underestimating our three sects, Poison Desire Sect Master sneered. Although Lu Ming's combat strength was strong, the three sects had a long history and they had accumulated many bright sage realm experts. Over the years, there were many people who had broken through to the true sage realm with earth spiritual bodies. Some of them had stayed in the great circle of the bright sage realm for a long time and had even cultivated divine abilities. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, he had just broken through to the true sage realm. How could he be a match for these old monsters? The Heavenly God Sect Master and the others also thought of this point. After discussing for a while, they nodded their heads. If they could easily obtain Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures, why not? All right, we agree, Heavenly God Sect Master said. All right, which one of you wants to fight? Lu Ming's body emitted a powerful battle intent. I'll do it. A skinny middle-aged man stepped out from the Poison Desire Sect's area, exuding a powerful aura. Peak Bright Sage Realm. He came to Lu Ming's side and the two of them faced each other. At this time, the people of the Divine Dragon Valley were shocked. Lu Ming wanted to challenge all the Bright Sage experts of the three sections. How was this possible? It was unbelievable. Everyone's eyes widened as they watched. Boom. At this time, a shocking aura erupted from Lu Ming's body. Vast sage aura shot into the sky. Sage Realm. Lu Ming has broken through to the true sage realm. How terrifying. How long has it been since he broke through to the true sage realm? How could it be so fast? He was only in the second stage of the half-sage realm at the treasure sorting assembly a year ago. He only broke through to the third stage after the battle with the Divine Sun. How could he break through to the true sage realm so quickly? Many people were shocked and discussed among themselves. Could it be because of Emperor Tsang's treasures? Many people thought of this and their eyes burned with passion. Chapter 17:17. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master, the Ice Valley Master, the Celestial God Sect Master, and the others all retreated to give Lu Ming enough space. Kill? The skinny middle-aged man from the Desire Poison Sect hollered. With a single movement he charged toward Lu Ming. With a wave of his hand, a stream of poisonous gas took the shape of a long spear and charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's palm glowed and the black dragon spear appeared. With a thrust, the spear gleam was dazzling, dissipating the long spear formed by the other party's poisonous gas. However, after the poisonous gas dissipated, dense poisonous insects appeared and charged toward Lu Ming. Destroy! Lu Ming roared and swept out with the black dragon spear. It became 10,000 feet long and a terrifying force crushed all the poisonous insects into ashes. Shwa! Lu Ming took a step forward and instantly closed in on the skinny middle-aged man. The long spear stabbed out like lightning. It was unbelievably fast and exceeded the reaction of the naked eye. The skinny middle-aged man's body was pierced by the long spear and exploded. However, after the explosion he turned into a cloud of poisonous gas that constantly churned. Lu Ming, your battle strength is very strong, but I also have a high-grade earth spiritual body. It's useless against me. The skinny middle-aged man's cold voice rang out from the poisonous gas. Without a doubt, this skinny middle-aged man was definitely a genius when he was young and had a very high-grade spiritual body. In fact, many people who could break through to the Saint Realm were very talented when they were young and their spiritual bodies wouldn't be low-grade. It was very difficult for ordinary spiritual bodies to break through to the Saint Realm unless they had a heaven-defying opportunity. Those who could break through to the Saint Realm were usually earth spiritual bodies and above. Of course, the higher the grade of the spiritual body, the higher the chances of breaking through. Thousand Poison Extermination. The skinny middle-aged man's voice rang out and endless poisonous gas surged towards Lu Ming. A foul stench rushed into Lu Ming's nose. This poisonous gas contained the law of poison and was extremely terrifying. Just a strand of it could poison tens of thousands of creatures to death. It's not like I haven't killed a mere poisonous body before, Lu Ming said coldly. A huge chaotic flipping sky seal appeared in his hand. The primal chaos flipping sky seal was as large as a mountain, and it pressed down on the endless poisonous gas. Now that Lu Ming had broken through to the Saint realm, his saint power was surging, and he could use the chaotic flipping sky seal at will. Before this breakthrough, if Lu Ming used the primal chaos flipping sky seal with all his strength, he would run out of quintessential essence. But now there was no such problem. Boom. As the primal chaos flipping sky seal pressed down, the poison continued to churn. The primal chaos law continued to erase the poison. What's going on? Damn it. The other party started to panic. The strong poison kept churning as he tried to escape. However, he had been completely locked down by the primal chaos sky seal. How could he escape? The terrifying power continued to destroy the other party. No, 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 the other party panicked and screamed in terror. But it was useless. The poisonous chi was getting weaker and weaker. After a final scream, all of the poisonous chi was wiped out. The thin middle-aged man vanished into thin air. The sect master of the Desire Poison sect snorted, his face ugly. This brat's combat strength is indeed amazing. The sect master of the Sky Universe Demon sect said with a gloomy face. He had just broken through to the Saint realm, but he was able to kill a peak bright sage expert. It was shocking. Who else wants to fight? Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as he scanned the people of the three major sections. I'll kill you. An old man in a black robe stepped out from the Sky Universe Demon sect. With every step he took, his aura grew stronger. When he arrived in front of Lu Ming, his aura was earth-shattering and overwhelming. Peak Bright Sage Realm. This old man had reached the Peak Bright Sage Realm and was standing at the peak of the Bright Sage Realm. The next step would be the Great Sage Realm. Needless to say, his spiritual body was definitely a superior earth spiritual body. Since he was willing to fight, he must be very strong. Everyone's eyes fell on Lu Ming and the old man from the Sky Universe Demon sect. This old man was in the Peak Bright Sage Realm, and his combat strength was several times stronger than a Peak Bright Sage. Was Lu Ming a match for him? Lu Ming was only in the Small Success Bright Sage Realm. Could he cross so many realms and fight with a Peak Bright Sage Realm expert? Boom. The old man from the Sky Universe Demon sect was filled with demonic chi as a demonic saber appeared in his hand. 6 Killing Demonic Saber. The terrifying demonic saber burst out, crossing the space and slashing toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming held the black dragon spear and swept out. A huge spear light collided with the demonic saber. Boom. Heaven and earth roared. The spear light and the saber light collapsed at the same time. However, the demonic saber in the old man's hand slashed out again. This time he slashed out 6 times in a row. Each slash transformed into a huge demonic god that was tens of thousands of feet tall and charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming put away the black dragon spear and used the chaotic flipping sky seal. With a wave of his hand, the chaotic flipping sky seals formed in the sky one after another. A total of 6 chaotic flipping sky seals were formed and pressed down on the 6 demonic gods. The demonic gods roared and a terrifying pressure filled the sky. It was as if a real demonic god had come to the world and wanted to kill all living things. The demonic gods punched the chaotic flipping sky seals continuously. Boom, boom, boom. The demonic chi was shocking. When the demonic fists hit the chaotic flipping sky seals, it was as if a drum was beating. In the end, the chaotic flipping sky seals exploded, but the 6 demonic gods also fell apart. Kill? The law of chaos flowed around Lu Ming. He was like a stream of light as he charged toward the old man from the Sky Universe Demon sect. 2 rays of sword light burst out from his eyes and rushed into the old man's body. The old man from the Sky Universe Demon sect screamed in pain. His eyes bulged and his aura was in chaos. Whoosh! Lu Ming instantly appeared beside the elder from the Heavenly Universe Demon sect. He struck with his palm, breaking through the other party's heavy defense and grabbing his throat. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It was simply unbelievable. A great circle bright sage expert was defeated by Lu Ming so easily. It was unbelievable. How could Lu Ming be so strong? He was only at the lesser bright sage realm, but he could easily defeat a great circle bright sage expert. Lu Ming looked at the sect master of the Sky Universe Demon sect coldly. He said, I have been patient with the Sky Universe Demon sect, but you guys are too much. Today kill. As soon as he said the word kill, a terrifying force burst out. The old man's body was torn apart and his soul was destroyed. His saint heart fell into Lu Ming's hands. From now on he would no longer tolerate the Sky Universe Demon Sect, nor would he have any misgivings. The sect master of the Sky Universe Demon Sect said coldly. The sect masters of the Heavenly God Sect and Poison Desire Sect were the same. The three sects were silent. On the other hand, the Dragon God Valley was silent. Lu Ming was so young, but he could kill a Great Circle Bright Sage expert. He was like an invincible god of war. Was this really something that could be achieved by relying on Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures? Even Emperor Tsang was not as strong when he was young. This brat probably has a greater opportunity than Emperor Tsang's treasures. Chapter 17-18. The sect masters of the Heavenly God Sect and Poison Desire Sect nodded, the greed in their eyes growing stronger. Indeed, they had also thought of this point. Lu Ming's fortuitous encounter was most likely not just Emperor Tsang's. Otherwise he wouldn't be so strong. They had to get their hands on it. What should we do now? This brat's soul power is too strong. Normal people won't be able to block his soul attacks. The Sky Demon Sect Master frowned. Let me do it. At this moment, a white-robed elder stepped out from the Heavenly God Sect. This elder was extremely old. His hair was almost all gone and the wrinkles on his face were piled up like a mountain. Elder Makong, I can rest assured with you going? The sect master of the Heavenly God Sect was delighted. So it's Elder Makong. The sect masters of the Poison Sect and Sky Universe Demon Sect felt their eyes light up. Mo Kong was an extremely experienced saint, and his age was 2 or 3 times older than the other sect masters. He had already cultivated for over 100,000 years, but due to his limited talent, he had been stuck at the Bright Saint realm his entire life. However, they couldn't deny Makong's strength. After living for so long, who knew what methods he had? Moreover, one thing was for sure. After living for so long, his soul power had reached a shocking level. He didn't need to fear Lu Ming's soul attacks. Makong smiled faintly and stepped forward, arriving in front of Lu Ming. Brat, this old man won't show mercy when I attack. Why don't you obediently hand over Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures and I'll spare your life? Makong spoke, his voice sounding very old. His turbid eyes looked at Lu Ming. Then let's see if you have the ability, Lu Ming said. He was highly focused and wouldn't let his guard down just because the other party was old. In truth, in the Saint realm, the older some people were, the more terrifying they were. Brat, your heart is higher than the heavens. Then this old man will temper your spirit. At this moment, Makong's turbid eyes were no longer turbid. Instead, they emitted a shocking light. His body emitted a dazzling holy light that was shocking to the extreme. Theurgy Holy Light Slice. A low voice came from Mo Kong's mouth. He waved his hand casually and endless holy light turned into extremely sharp ribbons. These ribbons were very long and they swept through the void. They seemed to suddenly appear around Lu Ming's body and enveloped Lu Ming within. Not good, it's a divine ability. Be careful. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed. On the other hand, the sect master of the Heavenly God Sect and the others were ecstatic. Mo Kong had actually cultivated a divine ability. As expected of an old monster who had lived for more than 100,000 years. It was difficult for a radiant saint to successfully cultivate a divine art unless one was a peerless genius. It was extremely difficult to cultivate, but its power was also extremely shocking. Those who had mastered the divine ability art could easily kill those of the same level who had yet to master the divine ability art. The terrifying ribbon of holy light enveloped Lu Ming. The edge of the ribbon was incomparably sharp, as if it could cut through everything. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Several flashes of light lit up on his body, and 2 sacred artifact shields flew out, blocking the front and back. Clang, clang. The holy light ribbons cut through the sacred artifact shields, and a shocking scene appeared. Scars appeared on the sacred artifact shields. If this continued, the sacred artifact shields would soon be cut apart. What a terrifying cutting power. Even sacred artifacts would be cut apart. The sect master of the Heavenly God Sect and the others smiled. They had won. There was no doubt that Lu Ming would not be a match for the divine ability. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the Ice Dragon Valley Master paid close attention. If Lu Ming was in danger, they would do their best to save him. The others held their breaths as they stared at the battlefield. Haha, Lu Ming, this brat has no chance. Yin Zheng's eyes were filled with joy. Mo Kong's cultivation was at the great circle of the Radiant Saint realm, and he had mastered the divine ability. He was an unrivaled existence in the Radiant Saint realm, at least in the Tsang region. Divine abilities are indeed powerful. I wonder how much this old man has mastered. It shouldn't be too high. Lu Ming muttered, and his eyes were filled with battle intent. Chaos. A chaotic flipping sky seal appeared in Lu Ming's palm, and he smashed it toward the ribbons of holy light. Boom. The ribbons of holy light vibrated violently, and they cut the chaotic flipping sky seal even more fiercely. An ear-piercing sound rang out, and the chaotic flipping sky seal was cut into deep grooves. Finally, it exploded with a bang. Again. The chaotic flipping sky seal kept forming in Lu Ming's hand, and he blasted it toward the ribbons of holy light. Boom. Boom. The chaotic flipping sky seal kept colliding with the ribbons of holy light, and terrifying explosions rang out. It's no use. You can't break my divine ability. Mo Kong said, but his eyes were solemn. He kept waving his hands and the ribbons of holy light increased. The ribbons of holy light danced in the air, completely enveloping Lu Ming like a cocoon. From the outside, one could see that some parts of the cocoon were bulging, as if something was about to rush out from it. There were continuous explosions coming from the cocoon. In the blink of an eye, a few minutes had passed and the ribbons were still vibrating. He's still resisting. This guy's combat strength is really amazing. The sect master of the Celestial God sect said. Even an overlord like him was shocked. After we get this guy's secret, we must get rid of him. Otherwise there will be endless trouble. The sect master of the Sky Universe Demon sect said coldly. The sect masters of the other two sects nodded. Indeed, Lu Ming had such combat strength now. If he reached the Absolute Saint realm in the future, who in the Zhangzhou state would be able to defeat him? Divine ability is really mysterious and powerful. However, it's only 10% at most. Lu Ming's face was calm in the ribbons of holy light. He was just testing the waters. It was his first time fighting against a divine ability, so he naturally had to study it carefully. This was because he could also practice divine ability now. In the Chaos Scripture, there was a terrifying divine ability called the Chaos Calamity Finger, which could maximize the power of the Law of Chaos. In addition, there were also divine abilities in the Nine Dragons' memories. This was the direction of his cultivation in the future. It's about time. There was a glint in Lu Ming's eyes. The two saint hearts in his dantian shone and spun wildly. The saint force in his body surged. The law of chaos flowed through his body. Lu Ming punched the ribbons of holy light, and a huge prison-suppressing steel appeared. Boom. The ribbons of holy light vibrated violently and then exploded. In the blink of an eye, the ribbons of holy light were all destroyed, and Lu Ming's slender figure reappeared in front of everyone. Impossible. Mo Kong roared. He spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. His eyes were filled with disbelief. His divine ability had been broken by Lu Ming. Chapter 17-19. Nothing is impossible. Kill. Lu Ming roared and displayed the divine sword art. Two sword lights pierced into Ma Kong's forehead, breaking his soul in his sea of consciousness. However, Ma Kong's body only trembled for a moment before he recovered. This old man's soul is really strong. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He displayed the wind thunder steps and rushed toward Ma Kong, striking out with his palm. Ma Kong roared and condensed a divine retribution spear in his hand, stabbing toward Lu Ming. However, when it collided with Lu Ming's palm, the divine retribution spear exploded. Lu Ming's palm did not stop. Ma Kong's expression changed drastically. He condensed the Dharma on his palm and blocked with his palm. Bang! Ma Kong's body was directly sent flying. One of his palms exploded and blood spurted out from his mouth. Kill? Lu Ming stepped into the air and charged toward Ma Kong. His eyes were as cold as a knife. Since he was an enemy, he would not show mercy because of his age. Divine power, holy light slash. Ma Kong once again unleashed his divine power. The holy light ribbon swept out, but it was once again smashed away by Lu Ming's palm. He continued to attack his opponent. Ma Kong frantically retreated, not daring to confront Lu Ming head-on. The entire place was silent. Lu Ming could even defeat a perfected bright sage expert who had mastered magical skills. Moreover, he chased after the other party until he did not dare to fight back. Such combat power was beyond everyone's imagination. The bright sage of Tsang State was invincible. With such combat strength, who else in Tsang State could fight against him? Enough. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. The Celestial Divinity Sect Master's face was cold. With a wave of his hand, a ray of saint power swept Ma Kong back to the Celestial Divinity Sect's camp. Lu Ming also stopped in his tracks. He's defeated. Who else from the three sects wants to fight? Lu Ming asked. The experts from the three sects were silent. Even Makong had been defeated. Who else could fight? The other sects might have old monsters who had lived for a long time, but their combat strength was at most on par with Makong. Even if they wanted to fight, they would not be Lu Ming's opponent. For a moment, no one from the three sects wanted to fight. The scene was dead silent. Looks like you've admitted defeat. Since no one wants to fight, then according to the agreement, you all have to leave. Lu Ming said, staring at the leaders of the three major sections. What a joke. Why should we retreat? The sect master of the Sky Universe Demon Sect sneered as a cold light flashed in his eyes. You all agreed to it yourself and there are countless witnesses here. Are you all going back on your word? Lu Ming said coldly. We naturally won't go back on our words. But earlier we agreed to bet the inheritance and treasures of the Azure Emperor. If we win, you have to hand over the inheritance and treasures. If you win, we will withdraw. However, this is only a bet regarding the inheritance and treasures. Now, we suspect that you have other inheritances and treasures. Hand them over. The master of the Sky Universe Demon Sect sneered. Despicable and shameless. You're just quibbling. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master roared. Haha, so this is your face. As the leader of a sect, you are truly shameless to the extreme. Lu Ming laughed loudly. He really did not expect that the other party would be so shameless. Nonsense. Since you're here, don't go back. The sect master of the Sky Universe Demon Sect snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, a huge demonic claw grabbed at Lu Ming. A terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming like a mountain. Break. Lu Ming roared and unleashed his full strength. He threw a punch at the void behind him. As though there was a force that broke through the void, Lu Ming's body retreated rapidly. Clang. Just then, a sword light shot into the sky. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master attacked and slashed the demonic claw away. Let's attack together and take down Lu Ming. The sect master of the Sky Universe Demon Sect shouted. At the same time, the sect masters of the Heavenly God Sect and Poison Sect attacked together and charged towards Lu Ming. A dragon roar rang out as the Valley Master of the Ice Dragon Valley stepped out and punched out. A huge ice dragon condensed and blocked the attacks of the sect masters of the Heavenly God Sect and Poison Sect. Swoosh. Just then, a beam of holy light shot out from the crowd of the Heavenly God Sect. It was extremely bright and charged towards Lu Ming. An absolute saint. Another absolute saint. The Heavenly God Sect had secretly sent another absolute saint. Scram. The Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley shouted. His voice was like thunder as he slashed out with his battle sword. The terrifying sword light seemed to break through the void and slash towards the absolute saint. This absolute saint was surrounded by holy light. He pointed his finger and a terrifying holy light swept towards the Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley sword light. Superpower art holy light cut. However, this absolute saint's superpower was dozens of times stronger than Mo Kong's. There was no comparison at all. The holy light cut continuously cut down the Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley sword light. Retreat. The Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley shouted. He moved and appeared beside Lu Ming. His holy power wrapped around Lu Ming and he quickly retreated towards the Dragon God Valley. The Valley Master of the Ice Dragon Valley followed closely behind. With their combat strength, the other party wouldn't be able to stop them if they wanted to retreat. The two of them retreated back into the protective array of the Dragon God Valley. Whoosh, whoosh. The sect master of the Heavenly God Sect, the sect master of the Sky Universe Demon Sect, and the other absolute saints appeared outside the protective array of the Dragon God Valley. Their auras were powerful and they formed a terrifying gust of wind that kept hitting the protective array of the Dragon God Valley. Looks like the Dragon God Valley is going to protect Lu Ming until the end. The sect master of the Heavenly God Sect said coldly. His eyes were shining with holy light. It was extremely shocking. What do you mean by shielding? Lu Ming is a disciple of the Divine Dragon Valley to begin with. The Divine Dragon Valley is obligated to protect him. On the other hand, the few major sects went back on their words and refused to admit defeat. The Valley Master of the Ice Dragon Valley said. All right. In that case, let's destroy the Dragon God Valley. From now on, there will be no more Dragon God Valley in the Tsang state. The sect master of the Sky Universe Demon Sect said. Although she was a woman, she was extremely domineering. Everyone from the Sky Universe Demon Sect, listen up. Form a formation and attack the Dragon God Valley. The sect master of the Sky Universe Demon Sect gave the order first. Everyone from the Desire Poison Sect, form a formation and attack the Dragon God Valley. The sect master of the Desire Poison Sect also gave the order. The sect master of the Heavenly God sect was surprised. He didn't expect the Sky Universe Demon sect and the Desire Poison sect to be so decisive. In the end, he also gave the order to attack. Kill. Kill. Tens of thousands of experts from the three sects stepped out. Their killing intent surged and terrifying energy burst out, forming a terrifying formation. Many experts from the Sky Universe Demon sect gathered and formed a demon god with 3 heads and 6 arms. Each of its arms held a weapon. It was 100,000 feet tall and was bigger than a mountain. It attacked the Dragon God Valley. Boom. The 100,000 feet tall demon god's aura was too terrifying. When the attack landed on the protective array of the Dragon God Valley, it shook violently. Chapter 17:20. As for the Heavenly Divinity sect, they formed a great formation, condensing a long spear that was tens of thousands of feet long. It was dazzling, even more resplendent than the sun in the sky. Whoosh. The long spear pierced through the air, causing ripples in the air as if it was going to be pierced through. Boom. The long spear pierced through the Divine Dragon Valley sect protecting Grand Formation, causing the light barrier to cave in and almost collapse. Divine Dragon Valley, get into formation and prepare to face the enemy. The Ice Dragon Valley Master ordered. Figures flashed all over the Dragon God Valley. The disciples of the various valleys gathered together and set up a grand array. However, Yin Zheng led the people of the Silver Dragon Valley to hide at the back. You want the Silver Dragon Valley to work for Lu Ming? Dream on. Yin Zheng sneered. He secretly instructed the Silver Dragon Valley's elders and disciples not to interfere in the battle later. All they needed to do was hide in the back. Boom, boom, boom. The Great Sect Protecting Formation kept shaking. The Great Sect Protecting Formation formed by the joint forces of the 3 great sects was too powerful. The Great Sect Protecting Formation of the Divine Dragon Valley could not withstand it for long. Damn it. Lu Ming clenched his fists as he looked at the 3 sects that were attacking the Divine Dragon Valley. If he could, he would rather hand over Emperor Tsang's storage ring to end this battle. However, it was obvious that this battle was unavoidable even if he handed over Emperor Tsang's storage ring. Because the other party would want him to hand over Emperor Tsang's inheritance. They might even hand over other secrets to search his soul. A man's wealth is his own ruin by arousing the envy of others. It was all because he was too weak. If he had the strength to move unhindered in the Tsang region like Di Tsang, the Heavenly God sect and the other sects would not even dare to fart. They would only obediently crawl under his feet. Boom, boom. The Divine Dragon Valley sect protecting Grand Formation shook more and more violently. Bam, bam. On some of the large snowy mountains in the Dragon God Valley, violent explosions rang out. That was because the formation foundation had suffered too much pressure and had exploded. Once some of the array foundations cracked, the power of the array would weaken even more. Crack, crack. Some parts of the formation began to shatter. More and more cracks began to appear on the surface of the protective formation, and eventually with a loud bang, the formation completely exploded. Kill, kill. The elites of the 3 sects formed a formation and charged into the Divine Dragon Valley. The 4 Absolute Saints took the lead and charged in Lu Ming's direction. The Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley and the Ice Dragon Valley flew into the air and faced the 4 Absolute Saints head-on. The 4 elites flew into the sky and engaged in a fierce battle. The other elites of the 3 sects formed a formation. The giant demon god, the toad and the spear charged towards the people of the Divine Dragon Valley. Brr, brr. Dragon roars sounded in the Divine Dragon Valley. The experts of the 7 valleys of the Dragon God formed a grand formation. Instantly, an ice dragon, a purple dragon, and a blood dragon appeared. A total of 5 gigantic true dragons soared into the sky and charged towards the gigantic demonic god. Only the Silver Dragon Valley remained at the back and did not attack. As for the Cloud Dragon Valley, because there were too few people, it was difficult for them to form such a huge array. Boom, boom. A terrifying collision occurred between the 2 sides. The terrifying wind caused the ground to crack open. The ice valley at the outermost part of the Dragon God Valley was directly shattered in this collision. Countless cavern dwellings were destroyed in the great battle. Luckily, many of the weaker disciples had retreated to the depths of the Divine Dragon Valley. Junior brother Lu Ming, let's back off. Yang Qianzong and the others appeared beside Lu Ming and retreated. It was difficult for them to intervene in such a battle. Lu Ming retreated with Yang Qianzong and the others, his eyes glinting. He was considering if he should use the reincarnation halberd. There were only 2 forces in the reincarnation halberd. If he used one, he would have one less. It was very precious. Lu Ming didn't want to use it unless he had no other choice. But it seemed that he had to use it now. Formation rise. An elder shouted in the Divine Dragon Valley. He was a great St. Peak realm elite and he was in charge of the battle. The valleys and snowy mountains in the Divine Dragon Valley shone brightly. Wind and snow gathered and formed a dozen snow dragons. They charged towards the formation of the three sections. This was the home field advantage. There were many offensive formations in the Divine Dragon Valley other than the Sect Protection Formation. The offensive Grand Formation combined with the Grand Formation of the 5 Dragon Valleys of Dragon God Valley. For a moment, the two sides were locked in battle. But it was obvious that the Divine Dragon Valley was at a disadvantage. After all, the three sects were all elites. The formations of the three sects were extremely powerful. The Divine Dragon Valley was only a sect. Even though they had the home field advantage, they were still at a disadvantage. The true dragons formed by the formation kept retreating. In the sky, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the Ice Dragon Valley Master fought against the 4 Absolute Saints. They were also at a disadvantage. The situation was getting worse for the Divine Dragon Valley. The Reincarnation Halberd appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The 2 forces in the Reincarnation Halberd were precious, but he had to use them now. But then an earth-shattering dragon roar came from the depths of the Divine Dragon Valley. This dragon roar pierced through the clouds and spread for hundreds of thousands of miles. It was like the roar of an ancient divine dragon, and it was extremely terrifying. Everyone from the three sects was shocked and looked towards the depths of the Divine Dragon Valley. Another dragon's roar rang out, and a massive true dragon charged out of the boundless Great Snow Mountain. Its body was snow-white and translucent, and it was 10,000 meters long. Its claws stepped on the air, and it instantly appeared on the battlefield. Ice Dragon Ancestor. It's Ice Dragon Ancestor. The disciples of the Divine Dragon Valley cheered. Lu Ming, Yang Tianzong, Tian Shui and the others were also dumbfounded. Legend had it that there was an ice dragon in the depths of the Divine Dragon Valley. It had lived for a long time and was the guardian beast of the Divine Dragon Valley. The snow in the Divine Dragon Valley was also because of this ice dragon. They didn't expect it to be true. Intruder, get lost. Ice Dragon Ancestor roared. His huge body became bigger again. He reached out his claw and grabbed at the huge demon god formed by the Sky Universe Demon Sect. Boom. The huge demon god was pushed back by the ice dragon's claw and a huge hole appeared in its chest. Then the divine dragon swung its tail, sweeping the huge spear away. The experts who formed the formation seemed to be under a terrifying pressure. Their faces were pale and they almost coughed up blood. The ice dragon roared and spat out a terrifying cold current. It froze the laughing toad and made the experts of the Desire Poison sect vomit blood. Ice Dragon Ancestor was too powerful. He suppressed the formation of the three sections. Then the ice dragon took another step and clawed at the toad. The toad exploded and the experts of the Desire Poison sect retreated. They were seriously injured. Retreat, retreat. The people of the Sky God sect and Sky Universe Demon sect retreated quickly. They didn't dare to fight. Chapter 1721. Ice Dragon charged toward the Absolute Saints. Before it even reached them, two ice blades shot out of its horns and slashed toward the Celestial God Sect Master. That old ice dragon from Dragon God Valley is still alive. The Celestial God Sect Master yelled. His expression was grave. Saint Light spread out and he slashed out two Saint Light swords to block the two ice blades. Even if you die, I won't die. Ice Dragon roared and approached quickly. Its claws reached toward the Celestial God Sect Master and the Sky Universe Demon Sect Master. Terrifying whistling sounds came from the sky. Wherever the dragon claws passed, the space seemed to be frozen. The Celestial God Sect Master and the Sky Universe Demon Sect Master didn't dare to be careless. They used their theurgies to fight against Ice Dragon, but the result was that they kept retreating. Their bodies were covered in a layer of ice and they were almost frozen. Ice Dragon Kingdom. The ice on Ice Dragon Ancestor grew stronger and stronger. In the end, it seemed to have turned into a kingdom. Countless ice dragons appeared in the kingdom, roaring and pouncing toward the two Celestial God Sect Masters. The two Celestial God Sect Masters unleashed all their power, but they were still suppressed by Ice Dragon Ancestor. On the other side, the Poison Sect Master and the other Absolute Saint from the Celestial God Sect were no match for Cloud Dragon Valley Master and Ice Dragon Valley Master. They were at a disadvantage. In the sky, the Absolute Saints were fighting fiercely. After a dozen moves, the Celestial God Sect Master and the Sky Universe Demon Sect Master coughed up blood and retreated. They were injured by Ice Dragon Ancestor. Retreat. Retreat. The celestial god sect master and the others yelled and started retreating. If the battle continued, it wouldn't be good for them. Valley Lord Cloud Dragon was able to fight against two absolute saints. Ice Dragon Ancestor was even stronger than Valley Lord Cloud Dragon. They were no match for him at all. If they kept fighting, they might die. They retreated as they fought. All the disciples and elders of the three sects retreated as well. Bang! Bang! Ice Dragon stepped in the sky and chased after the Celestial God Sect Master and the Sky Universe Demon Sect Master. With each step, terrifying ice crashed toward the two like meteors. Boom! Boom! The two tried their best to block it, but they still coughed up blood and turned pale. Dragon God Valley, you guys are going against the entire world. Let's see how long you can protect Lu Ming. The leader of the Sky Universe Demon Sect let out a long howl. Her hair was disheveled and she looked like a crazy woman. A terrifying demonic light erupted from her body, and in the end she continuously self-detonated. Several great saint weapons rushed out of Ancestor Ice Dragon's attack range, flying into the distance. The Celestial Divine Sect Master followed closely behind her, and the two of them disappeared into the distance in an instant. The other experts also flew away quickly. In the blink of an eye, they had disappeared from the area of influence. The overlords of the Dragon God Valley didn't give chase. It was best not to pursue a cornered enemy. If the other party went berserk and fought back desperately, they would also be injured. The disciples of the Divine Dragon Valley heaved a sigh of relief after the three major sects left. The Heavenly God Sect and the other two sects were extremely powerful among the many forces in the Tsang state. None of them were weaker than the Divine Dragon Valley. The Divine Dragon Valley was no match for the three sects together. This time, if not for the appearance of the legendary Ice Dragon Ancestor, they would truly be in danger. All disciples clean up the battlefield and defend. The Ice Dragon Valley Master ordered as he looked coldly at the people of the Silver Dragon Valley who were hiding at the back. This Lu Ming is really lucky. He's fine. The Silver Dragon Valley Master did not see the Ice Dragon Valley Master's gaze. His gaze swept towards Lu Ming and a cold light flashed continuously. Greetings, Ice Dragon Ancestor. At this time, the Ice Dragon Valley Master, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others bowed to Ice Dragon Ancestor. Ice Dragon Ancestor twisted his body and turned into a burly old man. He waved his hand and said, "Forget it." Then he looked at Lu Ming and took a step forward. He appeared in front of Lu Ming and looked at Lu Ming curiously. Junior Lu Ming greets Ice Dragon Ancestor. Lu Ming bowed to Ice Dragon Ancestor. "Ha, you're not bad. Come with me." After saying that, he didn't say anything and walked towards the snowy mountain in the depths of the Divine Dragon Valley. Lu Ming was stunned. Why was Ice Dragon Ancestor looking for him? Ming, go. The voice of the Cloud Dragon Valley Master sounded in Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming nodded and followed Ice Dragon Ancestor. The two of them, one in front and one behind, headed towards the depths of the snowy mountain. In the depths of the Divine Dragon Valley, there were endless snowy mountains. The two of them crossed dozens of snowy mountains. Finally, Ice Dragon Ancestor stopped at a random snowy mountain. Lu Ming landed beside Ice Dragon Ancestor and did not speak. "Your spirit body should be the Nine Dragons' war body, right?" Ice Dragon Ancestor said. The Nine Dragons' war body was the Dragon God war body. "That's right. The bloodline that I awakened back then was the Nine Dragons' bloodline." Lu Ming nodded. The Nine Dragons' bloodline should be able to evolve continuously and finally reach the superior heaven spirit body. I see that your body is strong and will evolve soon. I will give you 3 drops of blood essence to help you. After Ice Dragon Ancestor finished speaking, a jade bottle appeared in his hand and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming subconsciously took it and opened it. He found that there were 3 drops of blood essence in the jade bottle. They were like bright blood diamonds, emitting a terrifying dragon aura. On the surface of the 3 drops of blood essence, there was even a small dragon flying around. This is... Lu Ming's eyes were filled with shock because he felt the aura of a saint from the 3 drops of blood essence. These were 3 drops of blood essence of a saint true dragon. The essence of a true dragon's blood essence was definitely more powerful than that of the Dragon Valley. These 3 drops of blood essence were invaluable. "Thank you, Senior, for your generous gift." Lu Ming sincerely thanked him. "You're welcome. I got these 3 drops of blood essence by accident. They are of no use to me. You can use them. Well, take care of Xuanixin in the future." Ice Dragon Ancestor said. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that the relationship between Ice Dragon Ancestor and Xuanixin was not simple. An ice dragon and a snow dragon. Ancestor. At this time, Lu Ming opened his mouth and a storage ring appeared in Lu Ming's hand. He said, "Ancestor, today's battle is all because of me. This storage ring is the storage ring of Emperor Song. Now I'll give it to you. You can distribute it to everyone in the Dragon God Valley." This battle was all because of him, and Lu Ming felt that this matter would not end so easily. Lu Ming couldn't bear to implicate the entire Dragon God Valley. He couldn't open the storage ring of Emperor Song anyway, so he might as well contribute it to increase the strength of the Dragon God Valley. "Emperor Song's ring? You can keep it. This is your own opportunity. My divine Dragon Valley will not take away any disciple's opportunity. Taking away a disciple's opportunity is the same as taking away his potential. How can a peerless expert be born then?" Ice Dragon Ancestor waved his hand and said, "But there is Emperor Song's mark on this ring. I'm afraid even if I take action, I won't be able to break the mark on it in a short period of time. You can keep it first and rely on yourself to break it in the future." Since Ice Dragon Ancestor said so, Lu Ming did not say anything and kept the storage ring of Emperor Song. "Go, little guy. I look forward to your growth." Ice Dragon Ancestor waved his hand. Chapter 1722. Lu Ming returned to the Cloud Dragon Valley and entered the mountain river diagram to cultivate in seclusion. He planned to refine the 3 drops of true dragon blood essence. Now the key was to continuously improve his strength. If Lu Ming's spirit body could evolve again, his strength would definitely skyrocket. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and took out a drop of true dragon blood essence. The powerful absolute saint aura on the blood essence pricked Lu Ming's skin. Devour. Lu Ming unleashed his devouring power and enveloped the drop of blood essence. He began to devour the spiritual essence in the blood essence and fuse it with his body. 3 days later, the drop of blood essence was completely refined. Lu Ming took out another drop. Just like that, 9 days later, the 3 drops of blood essence were completely refined. The energy fused with Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's accumulation had reached the limit. Brr! A dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens. Above Lu Ming's head, a huge 9 dragons appeared in the sky. They circled in the sky and constantly roared. At this moment, Lu Ming's body was emitting a bright light. His muscles were wriggling as if there were small dragons swimming in his body. Lu Ming's body was undergoing a transformation. His bones were constantly strengthening. They were hundreds or thousands of times harder than diamond. His muscles were full of elasticity. Once they exploded, they had an earth-shattering power. His blood was filled with a powerful life force that was incomparably vigorous. Lu Ming's body became stronger and stronger. It was like the body of a divine dragon. His every move was indestructible. After a while, the 9 dragons in the sky rushed into Lu Ming's body and disappeared. Lu Ming opened his eyes. "I've successfully evolved. Mid-level heaven spiritual body." Lu Ming smiled. Mid-level heaven spiritual body. Moreover, Lu Ming's body had refined a trace of chaotic qi. The strength of his spirit body was actually not weaker than a superior level heaven spiritual body. The evolution of his spirit body caused Lu Ming's battle prowess to skyrocket. Now, if he were to face an expert like Mo Kong again, he would be able to defeat his divine ability with a single move and beat him to death with a single punch. With a thought, Lu Ming walked out of the mountain and river diagram. After 10 days of seclusion, Lu Ming wanted to inquire about the current situation in Song Province. Sure enough, he found out an important piece of information after asking around. The 3 major sects, the Celestial God Sect, the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect, and the Poison Desire Sect, announced to the world that they would be inviting the other forces in the Tsang state to a meeting at the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect in a month's time. They would form an alliance to annihilate the Divine Dragon Valley and force Lu Ming to hand over Emperor Tsang's legacy and treasures. When this news came out, the entire Tsang state was shaken. All of a sudden, the winds and clouds in Tsang state changed. It felt like a storm was about to come. Some of the big and small forces in the Tsang state maintained a neutral attitude and watched from the sidelines. It was said that some forces had already begun their journey to the Sky Universe Demon Sect. Alliance. Lu Ming's gaze was very cold. What a ruthless method. They wanted to unite the many powerful forces in the Tsang state to destroy the Dragon God Valley. As for why they were at the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect, it was because the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect was the closest to the Dragon God Valley. Once they took action, they would be able to reach the Dragon God Valley quickly. In the Dragon God Valley, everyone was in a state of panic. Yinzheng even secretly sent people to sow discord. For a time, the Dragon God Valley was surging with emotions. The voices of people wanting to hand over Lu Ming became louder and louder. If not for the Ice Dragon Valley Master suppressing them and the Ice Dragon Ancestor personally coming out, the the situation would have been better. 1 month later. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly and then returned to his cave residence to continue his seclusion. It's time to cultivate the chaotic tribulation finger. Lu Ming planned to start cultivating the divine ability technique. Now, his law of primal chaos had a corresponding divine ability technique that he could cultivate. However, there was no corresponding divine ability technique for the law of array Dao, so he could only look for it in the future. Lu Ming sat cross-legged under the Enlightenment ancient tree and quietly comprehended the chaotic tribulation finger. The difficulty of cultivating the divine ability technique was shockingly high. This could be seen from the fact that most bright saints in the Tsang state had not succeeded in cultivating it. In the Tsang state, only great saint-level figures could successfully cultivate it. Moreover, the power of the divine ability technique differed greatly depending on the level of mastery. Previously, Mo Kong's divine ability technique had only reached 10% mastery. He had just started cultivating it. Of course, every 10% or even 5% mastery of the divine ability technique would have a huge difference in power. For example, 20% mastery would be several times stronger than 10% mastery. If one cultivated it to 100% mastery, the power would be earth-shattering. However, many absolute saints couldn't cultivate a single theurgy to full mastery. This was because cultivating a divine ability was also a process of comprehending the laws. Divine abilities and laws were complementary to each other. When cultivating a divine ability, it could increase one's comprehension of the laws. The stronger one's comprehension of the laws, the stronger the divine ability technique would be. Cultivating a divine ability could greatly increase one's comprehension of the laws. If one could cultivate a divine ability to 100% mastery, it would mean that one had comprehended the law to the pinnacle and completely grasped the law. This way, one could use a complete law as a foundation to evolve a small world and break through to the martial emperor realm. This showed how difficult it was to cultivate a divine ability to 100% mastery. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days had passed. The day of the Heavenly God Sect's alliance was getting closer and closer. Sigh, I still haven't succeeded. Lu Ming sighed under the Enlightenment ancient tree. After cultivating for more than 20 days, he still had not succeeded in cultivating the chaotic calamity finger. He had not even reached the entry level. The divine ability technique was indeed difficult to cultivate. Moreover, it was a divine ability technique that used the law of chaos as its foundation. It was even more difficult to cultivate. Of course, once it was cultivated successfully, its power would definitely be shocking. I'm still too impatient. The harder it is to succeed, the harder it is to succeed. I'd better relax. Lu Ming exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and came out of the mountain and river diagram. He planned to go out for a walk or give Xiang Xiang some pointers in her cultivation. Lu Ming strolled in the Cloud Dragon Valley. As the cold wind blew, Lu Ming's anxious mood slowly calmed down. However, at this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed. He took out a voice transmission jade talisman. At first glance, he saw that it was a message from Qiu Yingying. She sounded very anxious, as if something big had happened. Lu Ming took a step forward and walked toward the entrance of the Cloud Dragon Valley. Sure enough, at the entrance of the Cloud Dragon Valley, he saw Qiu Yingying anxiously pacing back and forth. Yingying, what happened? Lu Ming asked directly. Lu Ming, please save my brother. As soon as she saw Lu Ming, tears welled up in Qiu Yingying's eyes as if she was about to cry out. Brother Qiu, what's wrong? Lu Ming asked. My brother is now in the Sunset Mountains. He's being hunted down by Mo Yang of the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect. Qiu Yingying said anxiously. The Sunset Mountains? Hunted down by Mo Yang? Let's go. We'll talk as we go. Lu Ming waved his hand, and his saint power enveloped Qiu Yingying. He took her into the air and flew out of the Dragon God Valley. The Sunset Mountains were located between the Dragon God Valley and the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect. However, it was closer to the Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming flew toward the Sunset Mountains at top speed. Chapter 1723. It turned out that Qiu Hao had met and fallen in love with a female disciple from the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect. However, Mo Yang had found out about this for some reason. Mo Yang was so angry that he wanted to kill Qiu Hao and the female disciple. Qiu Hao and the female disciple from the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect reacted quickly. Qiu Hao took the other person and fled to Dragon God Valley, but they were chased by Mo Yang. Not long ago, they fled into the Sunset Mountains and sent a voice transmission to Qiu Yingying for help. With Qiu Yingying's status in Dragon God Valley, how could she find a strong master? Mo Yang was in the third stage of the half-saint realm at the last treasure sorting convention. and he must have brought a master with him to chase after them. If she wanted to ask for help, she would have to at least ask for the help of a saint. Qiu Yingying could not ask for help from a saint, so she could only think of Lu Ming. In a panic, she went to find Lu Ming. Lu Ming's current speed was astonishing. Together with Qiu Yingying, he streaked across the sky like a beam of light and headed toward the Luoxia mountain range. Within a few hours they were near the Luoxia mountain range. According to Qiu Yingying, her and Qiu Hao's parents had made life talismans for them since they were young. The two of them could sense each other's presence within a certain range with the life talismans. This was also so that the siblings could take care of each other when they were outside. At this moment, within a valley in the Sunset Mountain Range, Qiu Hao and a beautiful young woman held hands as they looked into the sky with extremely unsightly expressions. In the sky, 3 figures stood in the air, looking at the two of them with cold faces. The person in the lead was Mo Yang. Behind Mo Yang there were 2 old men with strong auras and holy auras. They were 2 Saint Realm masters. Senior brother Mo Yang, Qiu Hao and I are truly in love. Please let us go. The young woman begged. Shut up, you bitch. You usually reject so many of the demon sect's brothers who are pursuing you. Instead, you chose to be with this trash from Dragon God Valley. You are simply courting death. Mo Yang scolded her coldly. Senior brother Mo Yang, when Qiu Hao and I met, there was no conflict between the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect and Dragon God Valley. The young woman explained. Shut up. You and Xian Yanqing are the same. Both of you should die. Mo Yang's face turned even colder, especially when Xian Yanqing was mentioned. His eyes were filled with raging flames, which contained both anger and evil flames. You are not allowed to insult the holy maiden. The young woman said. As expected, you are worthy of being Xian Yanqing's servant girl. The two of you are exactly the same. Today I will make you beg for death. Mo Yang stepped down from the sky, and his powerful aura pressed down on Qiu Hao and Yi Futian. Qiu Hao's body trembled as he spat out a mouthful of blood. What a piece of trash. I really don't understand why a slut like you would fall for such a piece of trash. Mo Yang looked at Qiu Hao with disdain, then reached out his hand to grab Qiu Hao. Qiu Hao, run. The young woman pushed Qiu Hao away, then unleashed her demonic powers and blasted a palm at Mo Yang. However, the disparity between her and Mo Yang was too great. As such, her palm power was directly crushed by Mo Yang's demonic claws. Jiejia, Mo Yang, let go of Jiejia. Qiu Hao roared, his eyes red as he charged at Mo Yang like a wild beast. Trash, you have a death wish. Mo Yang shouted coldly as his demonic aura converged and formed a demonic spear. It shot out like lightning and pierced Qiu Hao's chest, nailing him to the ground. Qiu Hao spat out a mouthful of blood. His cultivation was sealed by the demonic aura, and he could not move. Qiu Hao. The young woman called out softly. Slap. Mo Yang slapped the young woman in the face, and a palm print suddenly appeared on her face. The young woman's body struggled violently, and her curvaceous body kept twisting and turning. This situation made Mo Yang's eyes burn with passion. Rip. Mo Yang directly tore apart the young woman's clothes, revealing a large area of snow-white skin that was sparkling like jade. In particular, the pair of jade balls on her chest jumped out, causing some parts of Mo Yang's body to bulge. The demonic fire in his eyes burned even brighter as he stared at the young woman and said coldly, You bitch. As Xian Yanqing's servant girl, you actually look a little like her. Although you're not as beautiful as that bitch, I can still play with you. Ah. You bastard, let her go. Let her go. Qiu Hao yelled, his eyes filled with hatred. He wanted nothing more than to grind Mo Yang's bones to dust. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Mo Yang waved his hand, and beams of demonic light pierced through Qiu Hao's limbs and nailed him to the ground. He then said coldly, You piece of trash. How dare you seduce a disciple of my Sky Universe demon sect? Now, I'll let you watch as your beloved woman pleases me like a bitch. Ah. As Mo Yang spoke, he became even more excited. He stretched out his palm and touched the young woman. The 2 old men looked at all of this indifferently as if they were already used to it. They were Mo Yang's confidants, and this was not the first time that Mo Yang had done something like this. Qiu Hao, will meet again in the next life. The young woman looked at Qiu Hao sadly, and tears continued to flow down her face like pearls from a broken necklace. Bitch, what are you doing? Mo Yang also sensed that something was wrong and roared, but it was already too late. A layer of green gas appeared on the young woman's face and quickly spread throughout her body. In just a few breaths, the young woman's life force was completely extinguished. Bitch, you hid a poisonous pill in your mouth. Mo Yang roared. The young woman had already hidden a poisonous pill in her mouth. At the critical moment she bit through the poisonous pill. It was a terrifying poison, and in an instant the young woman's life force was extinguished. Mo Yang was very upset. He had finally gotten into the mood, but it had been interrupted just like that. He casually flung the young woman's body to the side. Judge. Qiu Hao roared and his eyes were bloodshot. I'll leave this brat to you. Make him regret being born into this world. Mo Yang instructed an old man. Yes, young master. Don't worry, he'll soon become a dog. An old man smiled eerily and strode towards Qiu Hao. However, at this moment, a terrifying sound of something breaking through the air was heard. A black bolt of lightning shot towards the old man at an astonishing speed. The old man's body instinctively trembled and he wanted to dodge, but it was too late. A black spear pierced through the old man's dantian, and the old man slid on the ground for thousands of meters, leaving a deep gully in the ground. The old man's eyes widened as he stared at the sky in front of him. There, two young figures were walking through the air. One of the young men had long hair that was fluttering in the wind, and his body exuded a murderous aura. It was so terrifying that it made people feel as if they had fallen into winter. Lu Ming. The old man spat out these two words with difficulty. Then his head tilted to the side and he died. The two young men and woman were naturally Lu Ming and Qiu Yingying. Big brother. Qiu Yingying exclaimed when she saw Qiu Hao's miserable state. Tears welled up in her eyes. Lu Ming, is that you? Chapter 1724. Lu Ming's eyes were very cold, and a shocking murderous intent erupted from his body. With just a glance at the scene he could guess what was going on. Mo Yang, no one can save you today. Lu Ming said coldly as he stepped forward. Stop him for me. Mo Yang roared and rushed forward like a bolt of lightning. The other old man would not be so stupid as to stop Lu Ming. Back then, outside of Dragon God Valley, Lu Ming had shown his terrifying combat strength, and the bright saint was invincible. If he went up against him he would only be courting death. He moved his body and ran in another direction. Lu Ming would definitely chase after Mo Yang first. In that case he would be able to escape. None of you can escape. Lu Ming said coldly as he clenched his fist into the void. A terrifying devouring power burst out. As his spiritual body evolved, his devouring power became stronger. The devouring power shrouded Mo Yang and the old man at the same time. Their bodies were affected by a terrifying gravitational force. Not only were they unable to fly forward, but they were also forced to retreat. How can this be? Fly, fly. Mo Yang roared. He was so scared that his liver and guts were about to burst. He desperately wanted to fly forward, but his body was retreating faster and faster. The old man was the same. With his cultivation of the Saint Realm, he could not even fly out. He was extremely shocked. Soon, the two of them retreated to a place not far from Lu Ming. Spare me, spare me. I didn't do anything. It was all Mo Yang's doing. The Saint Realm old man roared as he betrayed the other old man. You? Mo Yang glared at the old man. Accomplices to the evildoer, jackals of the same tribe. Die. Lu Ming waved his hand, and the Saint Realm was like a blade. It directly split the old man in half and destroyed his soul at the same time. A lower-level Bright Saint Realm saint had no power to fight back in the hands of Lu Ming. At this moment, Qiu Yingying had already pulled out the sharp blade that was condensed by devil chi from Qiu Hao's body. Qiu Hao crawled to the young woman's side and hugged the young woman's body as if he had lost his mind. This made Lu Ming's eyes even colder. Cold murderous intent shrouded Mo Yang, and a look of horror appeared in Mo Yang's eyes. Tell me, how do you want to die? Finally, Lu Ming's gaze fell on Mo Yang. Lu Ming, you can't kill me. There are many great powers in the Empyrean Devil Sect Alliance. If you kill me, not only will you die, but all your friends and family will die as well. Mo Yang roared. Whoosh. Lu Ming flicked his finger, and a burst of saint power blasted into Mo Yang's crotch, blowing his dick into smithereens. Mo Yang let out a shrill scream as tears and snot flowed down his face. Even now you're still threatening me? What a joke. Lu Ming said indifferently. Lu Ming, kill me if you can. Let me tell you, Xian Yanqing is also dead. You'll never get her. Do you really think she's in seclusion? You're too naive. Mo Yang laughed like a madman. He seemed to know that he couldn't live, so he simply threw caution to the wind. Lu Ming was shocked and a terrifying light burst out from his eyes. He said, Tell me what happened to Xiaoqing. What did you do to her? Lu Ming, I won't tell you. The next time you see her, she'll no longer be herself. She'll even kill you. Mo Yang laughed. Tell me what happened. Lu Ming's voice became even colder. He had a bad feeling in his heart. He had always felt that something was wrong with Xian Yanqing. The first time he went to the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect, he was hunted down on the way back. The second time he went, he didn't even see Xian Yanqing's face. Lu Ming, kill me. Kill me. I won't tell you. Mo Yang laughed, completely throwing caution to the wind. Do you think that I can't do anything if you don't tell me? As long as I search your soul, I'll know. Lu Ming said coldly. He then moved and appeared in front of Mo Yang. He stretched out his hand and sealed Mo Yang's cultivation. No, no. Mo Yang was finally afraid and he struggled desperately. However, with his cultivation sealed, how could he struggle? Lu Ming stretched out his finger and pointed at Mo Yang's glabella. Mo Yang's body suddenly stiffened, as if he had lost his mind. Lu Ming operated a secret technique, and his soul power penetrated Mo Yang's soul and began to search his soul. However, at that moment, a terrifying destructive power suddenly erupted near Mo Yang's soul. It wanted to destroy both Lu Ming and Mo Yang's soul. A seal has been placed on Mo Yang's soul. It seems that there is indeed a big secret. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Obviously, someone was afraid that Mo Yang's soul would be searched and the secret would be revealed. Therefore, a seal had been placed around Mo Yang's soul. Once Mo Yang's soul was searched, the seal would be activated and destroy his soul. Once his soul was destroyed, Mo Yang would become an idiot and nothing would be found. It was very likely that the seal had been left behind by Mo Yang's master, the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect leader. Array Principle. Lu Ming growled and operated the law of array principle. Endless runes spread out and shrouded the destructive power, trying to seal it. However, the destructive power was very powerful, and it continued to destroy the runes that Lu Ming's law of array principle had turned into. If this continued, Lu Ming wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Bubble? Lu Ming called out and the bubble appeared. He used the law of spacetime and penetrated Mo Yang's body, shrouding the destructive power and temporarily blocking it. I have to speed up. Lu Ming performed the soul-searching technique, and suddenly vivid images appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. Suddenly, one of the images caught Lu Ming's attention. Lu Ming seemed to have transformed into Mo Yang's vision as he followed a beautiful middle-aged woman down a passage. The beautiful middle-aged woman was the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect leader. After walking through the deep passage, they came to an underground cavern. In the underground cavern, there was a beautiful woman sitting cross-legged, motionless and shrouded in demonic aura. Xiao Qing. Lu Ming was shocked. The beautiful woman was Xian Yanqing. Huff. In this underground cavern, there was a blood-red mist permeating the air. At this moment, the blood-red mist gathered together to form a huge face. It looked like a very old woman. Have you brought the materials? The huge face asked, her voice echoing in the underground cavern. Yes. The sect master of the Sky Universe Demon Sect took out a jade bottle and several figures flew out from it. Lu Ming was shocked. Those figures were clearly the souls of Saint Stage powerhouses. The giant face opened its mouth and sucked in the souls, revealing an expression of enjoyment. Then it opened its mouth and said in a sharp voice, "Not enough, still lacking a bit. Hurry up and find me more souls. Once I recover a certain amount of soul power, I can borrow this little girl's body to be reborn." Chapter 1725. The giant face let out a shrill laugh and kept twisting. It was very strange. Lu Ming could clearly feel that Mo Yang's body was trembling slightly, as if he was very afraid. "Blood Demon King, don't forget what you promised me," the Sky Universe Demon King said. "Don't worry, when the evil spirit sect rises again, there will be a way for you to step into the martial emperor realm." The giant face laughed. Rumble. A thunderous voice sounded in Lu Ming's mind. At this point, how could he not understand what was going on? There was actually an evil spirit sect king hidden in the depths of the Sky Universe Demon Sect. She seemed to want to use Xian Yanqing's body to be reborn. In other words, she wanted to possess Xian Yanqing. Endless anger surged in Lu Ming's heart. Saying that Xian Yanqing was in seclusion was all bullshit. It was all a lie. Damn it. Lu Ming roared in his heart. He slowly forced himself to calm down and continued watching. Next, he saw several scenes in succession. Suddenly, many people who did not look like they were from the Sky Universe Demon Sect appeared in one of the scenes. The Intentionless Saber Sect. They are from the Intentionless Saber Sect. After taking a closer look, Lu Ming realized that these were actually from the Intentionless Saber Sect. The Intentionless Saber Sect was hidden in the Sky Universe Demon Sect. There was no doubt that the Sky Universe Demon Sect had also sided with the Evil Spirit Sect. TSK. At this point, the destructive power was getting more and more violent. It directly broke through the barrier of the array laws. Even the spacetime laws could not stop it and were slowly broken through. A wisp of Lu Ming's soul directly withdrew from Mo Yang's soul. Then the destructive power drowned Mo Yang's soul. Ah! Mo Yang hugged his head and screamed crazily. He seemed to be in extreme pain as he struggled wildly on the ground. After a while, Mo Yang stopped struggling and fainted. Obviously, Mo Yang's soul had been destroyed. Even if he woke up, he would be an idiot. Shao Qing. Lu Ming clenched his fists and a shocking murderous intent burst out from his eyes. According to the contents of the soul search, Xian Yanqing should still be fine. He should not have been possessed yet. But the situation was constantly changing and no one knew what would happen in the next moment. Every day that Xian Yanqing remained in the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect was another day of danger. He had to rescue Xian Yanqing. It seemed like he had to take a trip to the Sky Universe Devil Sect. His own cultivation was definitely not enough, but he had the reincarnation halberd so he might have a chance. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming calmed himself down and walked over to Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao. Qiu Hao was still hugging the young woman's corpse as though he had lost his mind. Sigh. Lu Ming let out a long sigh. Unfortunately, they were a step too late. Otherwise, such a thing would not have happened. Yingying, let's bring your big brother back to Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming said. Yes. Qiu Yingying nodded and then she said softly, Big brother, let's return to Dragon God Valley first. Miss Jejia has passed away, and we have to bury her in peace. That's right, brother Qiu. You have to pull yourself together. Lu Ming said. Qiu Hao nodded in a daze. He carried the young woman's corpse and stood up. Although he had been severely injured, it was not fatal. His martial emperor's spiritual body was powerful and had great recovery ability. He was able to move now. Thank you, brother Lu. Qiu Hao glanced at Lu Ming, then carried the young woman's corpse and walked forward. None of you can leave. At that moment, a voice came from afar. Rumble. A terrifying sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. A silver light streaked across the sky and approached them at a terrifying speed. Before the sound had died down, the silver light had already arrived. The silver light dispersed and a figure appeared. Yingying. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed as he narrowed his eyes. The person who had come was the Silver Dragon Valley Master Yingying. Yingying, you're following me? Lu Ming said coldly. Humph, I've only sent someone to keep an eye on you. Yingying said coldly. He scanned the crowd and his gaze landed on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, hand over the succession and treasures of Monarch Tsang. Yingying, you're following me without my permission. Aren't you afraid that my master will find out that you're asking me to hand over the succession and treasures of Monarch Tsang? Lu Ming said. The Silver Dragon Valley Master let out a hollow laugh. Or are you going to kill us after I hand over the succession and treasures of Monarch Tsang? Lu Ming said. You don't have a choice today. Yingying said coldly. Is that so? I choose not to tell you. Lu Ming said. If you don't tell me, both of you will die. I'll torture these two in front of you so that they won't be able to die. If you don't tell me, I'll have to learn from you and search your soul. The Silver Dragon Valley Master said. Lu Ming's expression darkened. Yingying, as the Valley Master, how can you treat the disciples of Divine Dragon Valley like this? How despicable. Lu Ming said. Cut the crap. Hand it over. Yingying shouted. Greed flashed in his eyes. At that moment, Lu Ming waved his hand. A white light flashed and took Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao into the mountain river diagram. Then Lu Ming used the Gale Thunder steps and dashed out like a bolt of lightning. Don't think you can leave. There was a flash of silver light on Yingying's body. He flew out like a silver dragon and caught up with Lu Ming in an instant. He threw a punch and a silver dragon flew out, pouncing toward Lu Ming. Its power was extremely terrifying. Buzz. On Lu Ming's shoulder, Bubble opened a spacetime passage and Lu Ming stepped into it. The law of spacetime? Break it. Silver Zheng was startled at first. Then, with a loud roar, he pushed out his palms with a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. A huge silver dragon flew out, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The dragon's claws grabbed the spacetime tunnel. The spacetime passageway emitted a terrifying vibration and then exploded with a bang. Lu Ming had not traveled far when he was directly shaken out of the spacetime passageway. Yingying was too powerful. He was an elite even among the supreme saints. Bubble hadn't become a saint yet. Although the law of space was profound, it was too weak compared to Yingying. Zheng destroyed the spacetime passage in an instant. Is this the legendary spacetime spirit mouse? Lu Ming, you're really lucky. No, I should say that I'm the lucky one because everything will be mine soon. Zheng laughed proudly. Master, Valley Master. Lu Ming suddenly looked behind Zheng and bowed slightly. Ha, Lu Ming, do you think I'll fall for such a cheap trick? Zheng sneered. Lu Ming wanted to distract him and escape. How was that possible? Now hurry up and hand over Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures. Otherwise you'll die miserably. You should know that whether you hand them over or not, you're going to die today. If you hand them over, I'll make sure you suffer less. Zheng continued. I think you're the one who's going to die. A cold voice sounded. It didn't come from Lu Ming but from behind Zheng. Chapter 1726. Zheng's body stiffened and his face turned pale. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he slowly turned around. Not far away there were two old men looking at Zheng coldly. Zheng's face instantly turned pale. The two old men were Cloud Dragon Valley Master and Ice Dragon Valley Master. Zheng, I'm disappointed in you. Ice Dragon Valley Master sighed. What's there to say to him? If I don't kill him today there will be endless trouble. Cloud Dragon Valley Master no longer had a gentle smile on his face but a cold murderous intent. Clang. The Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley stepped out with a sword hum. A terrifying sword aura pressed down on Zheng. Zheng, what are you doing? Are you trying to kill me? I'm Silver Dragon Valley Master and my status is on par with yours. You have no right to kill me. Zheng shouted. Ridiculous. Cloud Dragon Valley Master's voice was cold as he slashed out with his sword. The vast sword aura made Zheng's face turn pale. He gritted his teeth and charged towards Lu Ming, wanting to use Lu Ming as a hostage. However, the Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley would not let him have his way. He changed his sword stance and slashed at the spot between Zheng and Lu Ming. The terrifying sword power sent Zheng flying while Lu Ming was unscathed. Swoosh. Cloud Dragon Valley Master took a step forward and appeared in front of Lu Ming, slashing out with his sword again. Poof. Blood splattered everywhere and Zheng was almost slashed into two. A terrifying wound appeared on his body and he vomited blood. His face was filled with fear. Valley Master, save me. Save me. I'm Silver Dragon Valley Master and I've done my best for Divine Dragon Valley. I've done so much for Divine Dragon Valley over the years. You can't just watch me get killed. Zheng shouted and begged Ice Dragon Valley Master. Zheng, all these years I've never seen you do your best. You're too selfish and only care about yourself. Everything you do is for your disciples, your descendants, and yourself. You've even abused your power to steal the opportunities of other Valley's disciples. The other Valley Masters have already mentioned this to me many times. I've also given you many chances but you don't repent. Ice Dragon Valley Master sighed. No, there's absolutely no such thing. Slander, pure slander. Zheng shouted and quickly denied it. Slander? Then why did you ask the Silver Dragon Valley to hide at the back during the battle with the three sects? Ice Dragon Valley Master continued. It's not worth it. For a mere Lu Ming, an ant from a barren island, is it worth it? Is it worth it to fight to the death for him? Who does he think he is? My attitude has always been to hand him over to ease our relationship with the Heavenly God sect. Also, the reason why I asked Lu Ming to hand over Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures is also because of this. I didn't do it for myself, I wanted to give it to the other sects to appease their anger. Only then can we protect Dragon God Valley. Valley Master, everything I did was for Dragon God Valley, heaven and earth can be my witness. Zheng quibbled. He was just short of tears. He immediately cleared his name and claimed that everything he had done was for the sake of the Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming sneered. This old man was indeed more cunning than a fox. This? Ice Dragon Valley Master muttered. Seeing Ice Dragon Valley Master's hesitation, Silver Dragon Valley Master was overjoyed. He thought that there was hope and was about to say something. Puchi. A long sword pierced through his dantian from behind, shattering his saint heart into pieces. Zheng let out a shrill cry and turned around crazily, looking at Cloud Dragon Valley Master in disbelief. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master had actually made a move and destroyed his saint heart with a single move. Once his saint heart was destroyed he would be a cripple. Even if he didn't die it would be worse than death. Zheng's eyes almost popped out. He was extremely indignant. He had already persuaded Ice Dragon Valley Master, but he didn't expect Cloud Dragon Valley Master to act so unreasonably. So much nonsense. If I say I'll kill you then I'll kill you. Cloud Dragon Valley Master said coldly. He waved his hand and a sword aura burst out. Yin Zheng's body turned into ashes under the sword chi. You actually believed his clumsy nonsense? Cloud Dragon Valley Master waved his hand, and the long sword flew back to his hand. He looked at Ice Dragon Valley Master unhappily. I don't believe his words. We've been brothers for so many years, so I can't bear to see him like this. Ice Dragon Valley Master laughed bitterly. Valley Master, why are you here? Lu Ming cupped his fist and asked curiously. Yin Zheng is so sneaky. He must be up to no good. Senior brother and I were about to go out. When we saw Yin Zheng going out, we followed him. We didn't expect him to have designs on you. He's really courting death. We didn't have a reason to kill him, but now we can kill him. Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Lu Ming nodded and asked, Master, you said you were going out. What are you going to do? Aren't the Celestial God Sect and the other sects forming an alliance with the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect? We should go and join in the fun. We can't just sit around and wait for death. Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Heavenly Universe Demon Sect. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and said, Master, Valley Master, I searched Mo Yang's soul and found a big secret. Then Lu Ming told them about the Blood Demon King and the Intentionless Saber Sect. What? The Heavenly Universe Demon Sect has also sided with the Evil Spirit Sect. They even hid a Guardian King and people from the Intentionless Saber Sect. Ice Dragon Valley Master was shocked. Ah, that's great. We can use this to break their alliance. Cloud Dragon Valley Master's eyes lit up and he laughed. Ming-Er, you return to Dragon God Valley first. We'll set off for the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect. Cloud Dragon Valley Master continued. Master, I want all of you to go together. Lu Ming said. No, it's too dangerous for you to go. The Heavenly Universe Demon Sect is full of experts now. Once the battle starts, I won't be able to protect you. Cloud Dragon Valley Master waved his hand and refused. Master, I've obtained a treasure in the 100 Clan battlefield. It's enough to protect myself. Moreover, I have a plan. If it's carried out smoothly, it can break up the other party's alliance. Lu Ming said. He then explained his plan. Can you really protect yourself? Cloud Dragon Valley Master asked again. When he received an affirmative answer from Lu Ming, Cloud Dragon Valley Master nodded and said, All right, then we'll carry out your plan. Master, please wait for a while. I have to send Ying and the others back to Dragon God Valley first. Lu Ming said. We'll bring you back with us. Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Lu Ming nodded and then put Mo Yang into the mountain river diagram. Mo Yang would be indispensable in the future plan. As for the corpses of the two saints, Lu Ming burned them to ashes. Then Cloud Dragon Valley Master and Ice Dragon Valley Master took Lu Ming back to Dragon God Valley. After releasing Qiu Yingying and her sister, Cloud Dragon Valley Master and Ice Dragon Valley Master took Lu Ming back to the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect. Master, Valley Master, it's just the three of us. I'm afraid we don't have enough manpower. Lu Ming said. Of course the three of us aren't enough. There are others. I'll take you to see them later.